685. Vol 6ch, 51. In the early hours of dawn, Rosvisser was awakened by the sound of faint sobbing. She opened her eyes and, illuminated by the pale moonlight streaming through the window, turned toward the source of the sound. Xiaoxu was curled up in the corner of the bed. Her legs tucked against her chest, arms wrapped tightly around them, her face buried in her knees. Her shoulders trembled as she wept silently. Rosvisser gently moved closer and placed her hand lightly on Xiaoxu's shoulder. She was just about to ask what was wrong when, to her surprise, the moment she touched Xiaoxu, the girl flinched violently. Like a frightened kitten, her entire body shuddering uncontrollably. "Don't be scared, Xiaoxu. It's me, Auntie Rosvisser." Seeing her reaction, Rosvisser immediately withdrew her hand. She didn't try to touch Xiaoxu again. Instead, she simply spoke gently, her voice laced with reassurance. "Did you have a nightmare?" Xiaoxu clutched her own arms tightly, her small fingers digging into her skin. Her nails pressing so hard that her fingertips had turned white. Sighed the scythe. Rosvisser didn't quite catch what she said. It was like the Grim Reaper, holding a black scythe. Xiaoxu's voice broke as she spoke, choked with emotion. But from her tone, Rosvisser could tell. This wasn't just a nightmare. It was a real, traumatic memory, manifesting in her sleep. "It's all right, Xiaoxu, I'm here. Auntie will protect you." Rosvisser didn't press for more details about the scythe. What mattered right now was calming her down. Under Rosvisser's gentle reassurance, Xiaoxu's rigid body slowly began to relax. She sniffled a little, then, like a child seeking comfort, she buried herself into Rosvisser's embrace. Rosvisser sat quietly, looking down at the white-haired girl curled against her, gently running her fingers through her soft hair. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, Auntie will always be here for you." "I had that dream again." "What kind of dream? Can you tell Auntie about it?" Xiaoxu lifted her head slightly from Rosvisser's arms, took a deep breath to compose herself, then spoke. "It was a long time ago. There was a man with a scythe inside a cage. He killed so many dwarves. And then, my father and mother were also." Rosvisser didn't let her finish. She immediately pulled Xiaoxu back into her embrace. "I understand, Xiaoxu. You don't have to say any more." This was exactly why Rosvisser had thought. Even if Xiaoxu had lost her memories, she must still be tormented by pain. She might not remember the details, but her heart still carried the weight of grief and fear. And Rosvisser couldn't erase that pain for her. "Auntie Rosvisser." "I have a really bad feeling." Rosvisser blinked. "What kind of bad feeling?" "Someone is chasing me. No matter where I go, they always find me." Fragmented memories, an ominous premonition. Xiaoxu's background was becoming even more uncertain. Rosvisser held her a little tighter. She made a decision in her heart. But before taking any action, her first priority was ensuring Xiaoxu's safety. "Believe me, Xiaoxu, as long as I'm here, no one will hurt you." "Thank you, Auntie Rosvisser." Under the ethereal moonlight, Xiaoxu nestled against the silver-haired woman, feeling, for the first time in a long while, a sense of warmth and safety. Aju's statue was almost complete. Rosvisser had to admit, these dwarven craftsmen weren't just masters of forging. Their sculpting skills were equally remarkable. Under the snowfall, a majestic, life-sized Aju stood proudly, carved entirely from pure ice. Rosvisser stood beside the statue, holding Aju's reins in one hand and Xiaoxu's hand in the other. The three of them stared up at the sculpture. "Wow, it looks exactly like you, Aju." Even Rosvisser, who had seen plenty of impressive sights, couldn't help but be amazed. Aju, clearly pleased with his own statue, mimicked its posture, lifting his head high, his long ears standing straight up. Xiaoxu giggled. "Auntie Rosvisser, didn't you say that uncle would come back once the statue was finished?" For the past month, Xiaoxu had constantly asked about Leon. She was very curious. What kind of man could possibly win over someone like Auntie Rosvisser? "Don't be impatient, Xiaoxu." Rosvisser smiled. "I got a letter yesterday. He said the repairs are almost done. He'll be back very soon. Okay, Tilda. After admiring the statue of Aju, Rosvisser led Zioxu and Aju back to their residence. By the time they arrived, the two dwarven attendants had just finished delivering lunch. Dwarven meals were mostly composed of roasted or smoked meat. After all, living in this frozen tundra, fresh vegetables were scarce, only available through artificial cultivation. Because of the cold climate and high energy consumption, dwarves relied primarily on hunting for food. Fortunately, the dwarves had a special greenhouse dedicated to growing plants for sacred beasts. Even though no sacred beast had appeared for over 100 years, they had faithfully maintained the greenhouse. Thanks to that, Aju had been eating well every single day, without missing a meal. During lunch, Rosvisser casually asked, "Have you had any more nightmares?" Zioxu shook her head lightly. "No, with Auntie Rosvisser here, I feel safe." Rosvisser smiled and blinked. "That's good." Hem. She hesitated for a moment before testing the waters. "By the way, Zioxu, when Uncle comes back, will be leaving this place." Zioxu froze mid-bite and looked up at her. Her golden pupils widened, filled with shock and panic. "So soon?" "Yes, Uncle and I have finished what we needed to do here, and our home still needs us, so we can't stay too long." "I see. Then I'll miss you." Zioxu's voice was tinged with undeniable sadness. Rosvisser pursed her lips. After a brief pause, she asked, "Zioxu, would you like to come with us?" "What?" Zioxu didn't seem to understand at first. Rosvisser let out a slightly nervous smile. "I mean, come live with Uncle and me." But only if you want to. If you prefer to stay with the dwarves, that's completely fine too. Auntie will still come visit you often." A month might not be a long time, but it was enough for Rosvisser to understand Zioxu better. She wanted to bring her back to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, to have Aurora use her memory recall magic to uncover Zioxu's past. And if possible, she wanted Zioxu to live with them. Of course, if Zioxu preferred to stay with the dwarves, Rosvisser wouldn't force her. She looked into Zioxu's golden eyes, waiting for her answer with a mix of hope and apprehension. "Auntie, Bam! The ice house door burst open. A dwarven sentry stormed in, face pale with urgency. "Lady Envoy, you must take Zioxu and the sacred beast to safety. We're under attack." Rosvisser's expression darkened. She stood up immediately and strode over. "Who's attacking? How many?" "It's those same two outsiders from before, the ones looking for some kind of key. There are only two of them." Rosvisser's eyes narrowed. "I see." She turned to Zioxu and Aju, handing them over to the sentry. "Take Zioxu and Aju somewhere safe." "I'll handle them." "But Lady Envoy, those two are strong. And this time, they aren't just harassing us." Before the sentry could finish, a deafening explosion rocked the air. The ground trembled as dwarven villagers fled in chaos. The sentry swallowed hard and finished his sentence. "They're launching a full invasion. You only need to focus on keeping Zioxu and Aju safe. Leave the rest to me." Rosvisser's voice was calm but firm. In times of invasion, fleeing only emboldened the attackers. The dwarves were master craftsmen, but their combat strength wasn't high. That wasn't an issue today, because the Silver Dragon Queen was here, and she wasn't about to let some nobodies run wild in her presence. Then, Lady Envoy, please be careful." "I will." "Auntie, be careful." "I will, Zioxu." After entrusting Zioxu and Aju to the dwarves, Rosvisser stepped out of the ice house. The streets were already in ruins. Scattered weapons and armor littered the ground. Run. They're slaughtering everyone." The panicked dwarves rushed past her. But Rosvisser walked forward toward the chaos. At the far end of the street, two black and dread figures rampaged freely, destroying everything in their path. "Hurry up, if we can't find the key, just kill these dwarves and be done with it." "No, please, I don't know anything about a key, my children." "You do know, then die." One of the attackers swung his weapon down. aiming straight for a dwarven mother's head. She shut her eyes, bracing for death. Clang! Instead of pain, she felt a sudden chill in the air. Yet, the weapon never struck her. Who! A silver silhouette stepped through the swirling snow, fiery dragon flames roaring in her hands. Her gaze icy, her presence overwhelming. The Silver Dragon Queen, Rosvisser Melkve. 686. Vol 6ch, 52. A dragon. Why is a dragon in dwarven territory? Doesn't matter. Carl, deal with this meddling lizard quickly. We still need to find the key. The man named Carl stepped forward. In his grip was a long, blood-red staff, its top shaped like a severed claw, its fingers curled as if grasping something unseen. A sinister aura pulsed from the weapon, one Rosvisser had never encountered before. Not that it mattered. Plenty of magic users wielded weapons enhanced by their own mana. Over time, those weapons would mutate, taking on unique traits. I am Carl. We have no quarrel, Lady Dragon. I advise you to step aside and not interfere in our business. Compared to his loud-mouthed companion, Carl was calm and measured in his speech. But even with all his politeness, Rosvisser could hear the threat laced within his words. You've already harassed the dwarves multiple times, demanding something they clearly don't have. And now, you destroy their town and injure their people. Rosvisser lowered her stance into a combat posture. I don't know what laws your kind follows, but in our lands, we call this an invasion. It seems there is no room for negotiation with you. Carl planted his staff into the snow. A crimson ripple of energy pulsed outward, spreading in all directions. Then I shall take your life instead. Immediately, the ground trembled. Rosvisser glanced down, noticing how the once still snow began to shift and writhe, as if responding to some unseen force. Then, in an instant, dozens of grotesque snow creatures burst from the ground, surrounding her in a tight formation. Their twisted faces and bulging limbs marked them as corrupted snowmen. And at Carl's command, they lunged toward her. Rosvisser exhaled. Cheap tricks. She twisted her waist, dragon flames coiling around both hands. With a single, fluid motion, she swung both arms in opposite arcs, leaving behind a fiery circle in the air. In the next instant, the flames exploded outward, engulfing the entire group of snow monsters. The heat was too intense. They melted instantly. Carl frowned. Interesting. Then let's see how you handle this one. He slammed his staff down once more. This time, countless ice crystals drifted out of the snow, swirling around him. Slowly, they began to fuse, taking the shape of beasts. Jagged wolves, saber-toothed tigers, serpents with razor-sharp fangs, each one carved from living ice. Item control magic. Rosvisser narrowed her eyes, studying the magic at play. No, this is different. He's not just controlling objects, he's altering and shaping them at will, even making them obey his commands. That's not something simple object manipulation magic can do. Shred her apart. Carl gave the order. The ice beasts roared and charged. These constructs were far stronger than the snowmen. Regular fire magic wouldn't be enough to destroy them. Then in that case, Rosvisser lifted both arms. In one hand, dragon flames churned violently. In the other, primordial power gathered and condensed. Then, in a single motion, she merged the two forces into one. From the blinding energy, a massive dragon wreathed in fire erupted forth and barreled toward the enemy line. S-rank fusion magic, dragon flame annihilation charge. The flaming dragon plowed through the beast horde, tearing apart their ranks like they were made of paper. Each time the fire touched ice, the constructs melted instantly, turning into rising steam clouds. The moisture in the air froze mid-flight, leaving behind glistening ice shards that rained from the sky. The pained howls of the ice creatures echoed through the battlefield. Carl barely had time to react, because before he could launch a counterattack, A silver figure blurred into motion. She closed the distance in a flash, moving at a speed the naked eye could hardly track. Carl's eyes widened. He leaned backward, dodging just in time. He gripped his staff tightly, about to slam it into the ground again. But before he could, Rosvisser kicked it aside. Her foot smashed against the staff, knocking it off balance before it could activate any magic. Then, without a moment's pause, she coated her fist in dragon fire and drove a flaming punch straight into Carl's stomach. Boom! The force of the hit sent Carl flying. Like a cannonball, his body crashed through an ice building, collapsing the entire structure on top of him. Huge chunks of ice rained down, burying him beneath the rubble. Rosvisser exhaled slowly, lowered her stance, and stood tall once more. Only capable of summoning puppets to fight for you, but once your staff can't touch anything else, you're just a sitting target. Rosvisser's voice was sharp, her words laced with mockery. Oh, by the way, your puppets, they're worse than the training dummies in my backyard. In the past, Rosvisser rarely taunted opponents in battle. But after spending so many years with that dog of a man, Leon, she had to admit, talking trash during a fight was actually useful. When winning, it crushed the opponent's morale. When losing, it forced them into mistakes, creating opportunities for a counterattack. Carl lay face down in the snow, his fingers tightening around his staff as he pushed himself upright. He shook off the ice shards, then lifted his gaze to meet Rosvisser's. You're right, he admitted, voice still calm. I rely on summoning puppets, but if you think that's the extent of my power. Carl's mana erupted. The ice around him shattered outward. Then you've gravely underestimated me. He kicked off the ground, launching himself into the sky. Rosvisser's eyes followed him, watching as his staff began to glow with a sinister, dark red light. The aura wasn't like any elemental magic she had encountered before. Is it chaos magic? But she quickly dismissed that idea. Chaos magic required black dragon scales, which had gone extinct ever since the fall of Shadow. There was no way this man had recreated such an ability. Before she could analyze further, the entire dwarven city began to tremble violently. Oh, looks like Carl got tired of playing around. His companion sneered, arms crossed as he watched. Rosvisser turned sharply, her gaze piercing through the man. What are you trying to do? He shrugged, his tone nonchalant. We came here looking for Arnono's key. But since the dwarves refuse to hand it over, and you insist on interfering. His smirk deepened. We'll just kill you all instead. He sighed dramatically, rubbing his temple as if bothered. Our master gave us a deadline, you see. Even if we fail the mission, we can't return empty-handed. So we'll just take your corpses instead. Maybe they'll be useful for refinement experiments. He spoke with the same casual tone one might use to discuss the weather. Like human life was no more than scraps of paper to be discarded. The same cold indifference he had displayed when trying to slaughter that dwarven woman earlier. I'll admit you're strong. But this is where it ends. Since you've chosen to stand with these dwarves, be prepared to die with them. Carl's voice echoed from above. Rosvisser snapped her gaze up. He hovered in the air, staff raised, and the snow beneath them began to rise. Ice crystals surged toward him, merging into a massive structure. A colossal disk of ice started to form, growing larger by the second. What is that? It's getting bigger. If that thing falls, we'll all be crushed. Run. Where can we run? It's too big. The once panicked dwarves slowed their escape. Their heads tilted upward, frozen in place. Mothers clutched their children, pressing them into the corners of buildings. Blacksmiths drew their weapons, even though they knew such weapons couldn't stop a falling sky. Cries and shouts of despair echoed across the city. But beneath the looming shadow of the ice disk, it all felt meaningless. Rosvisser stared up at the behemoth. That's an insane level of magic control. A construct large enough to cover an entire city. That was beyond normal magic. Lady Envoy, Lady Envoy. A familiar voice called out. She turned. It was the dwarven patrolman who had escorted Zioxu and Aju to safety. Please come with us to the shelter. Rosvisser's expression didn't change. She glanced back up at the ice disk, then back at the dwarf. You should know better than anyone. If that thing falls, no shelter will survive. But at least inside the shelters, there's a chance of survival. If you stay out here, you'll die for sure. Rosvisser's gaze softened for a brief moment. Are Xiaoxu and Aju safe? Yes, Lady Envoy. Good. She exhaled. Then, with a sudden gust of wind, her dragon wings unfurled. Then you should go take shelter. Because I won't let that thing fall. Before the dwarf could protest further, Rosvisser kicked off the ground. A streak of silver light shot into the sky, racing straight for the ice disk above. "687. Vol 6ch, 53. A silver streak cut through the frigid northern sky, leaving a brilliant trail behind. As Rosvisser approached the massive ice disk, a blazing inferno erupted around her. From a distance, she looked like a fire meteor, charging alone into a disaster as vast as a collapsing mountain range. Boom! The crimson flames clashed against the icy surface of the disk, only to vanish instantly upon contact. The extreme cold devoured the fire, snuffing it out like a candle in a storm. But Rosvisser wasn't done yet. She unleashed another surge of dragon flame, fueling it with every ounce of mana in her core. FWOSH. The once extinguished fire blazed back to life, burning even stronger than before. Go ahead and struggle. Drag it out, resist all you want. It'll only give you more time to reflect on your pointless life. Carl stood atop the floating ice disk, one hand behind his back, the other gripping his twisted crimson staff. His long white hair swayed in the firelight, and the reflected crimson glow in his eyes dripped with mockery. You primitive fools of Samuel always love these ridiculous last stands. He raised his staff, then slammed it down with force. The massive ice disk shuddered. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Chunks of frozen debris broke free, plummeting toward the city below. The entire structure began its descent, its weight pressing down harder than before. Deep within the dwarven shelter, Xiaoxu and the others watched in horror. That solitary silver figure stood alone against a catastrophe. But none of them could help. It's over. Even the envoy can't stop something this massive. I don't want to die. My husband is still out on patrol. I have to wait for him. Mama, I'm scared. Despair choked the underground shelter, its heavy silence more suffocating than the thickest ice. Just this morning, their lives had been peaceful, hopeful. Now, in just a few short minutes, everything had changed forever. No use, no matter how strong a dragon is, something like this can't be stopped. The envoy, she's done for. Survive. The voice was soft, yet firm. Its strange, disjointed rhythm cut through the hopeless murmurs. Rosvisser Auntie said to survive. Xiaoxu pressed her hands against the cold shelter walls, peering through a tiny gap to see the battle above. The solitary flame burned in the distance, reflected in her golden eyes. I believe in Auntie Rosvisser. She can do it. Boom, booms, boom. The ice disk descended, flattening several tall ice structures. Massive chunks of ice rained down, explosions of white snow scattering in every direction. Only dozens of meters remained before it would crush the entire city. Yet, Rosvisser didn't retreat. Because she knew, if she gave up for even a second, then Aju, Xiaoxu, and the dwarves would be buried beneath this icy grave. Hey, Carl. The other invader, Taros, called out lazily. Even after all this, the dwarves still haven't given up the key. Guess they really don't have it. Carl's expression darkened. Doesn't matter. Master ordered us to eliminate any witnesses to our abilities. Last time, I took care of the snow elves. This time, Taros grinned. It's your turn, Carl. Carl snorted. As if I need reminding, Taros. His gaze fell once more upon the dragon below. You heard him, dragon. No matter what, you and those weaklings will die here today. So farewell. Boom! Carl pushed his magic to the limit, pouring all his power into the ice disk. The weight multiplied tenfold. The crushing force intensified. But even as all seemed lost, even as the air itself seemed to collapse, the dragon flames refused to go out. So, before coming here, you already massacred another race. The cold voice rang out from beneath the ice, its tone carrying the weight of an unforgivable fury. "Ha, what's with that tone?" Carl's voice dripped with disdain. "And who gave you, Samuel Savages, the right to question us?" Cracked. A sharp, fracturing sound echoed through the battlefield. A spiderweb of cracks spread rapidly across the ice disk surface. Carl's confidence faltered. A cold sweat dripped down his temple. What? That's impossible. What do you take SAMAL for? A voice roared from below. The sheer ferocity behind it shook the air. Rosvisser's face twisted, her dragon blood surging in response to her emotions. Silver scales spread across her cheeks. A pair of horns began to rise from her forehead. Her dragon wings stretched wide, radiating power. The blazing fire surged violently, like a provoked beast. Howling and raging, tearing apart the ice disk from below. A dazzling light burst from beneath the ice. And in the next instant, a colossal silver dragon emerged, bathed in flame, raising one mighty arm to push the sky itself back upward. Damn it, she was still holding back this much power. Carl cursed under his breath, gripping his staff tightly. He slammed it into the ice, trying to reinforce the collapsing disk. But this time, it didn't work. The blazing fire beneath raged even hotter, and the cracks in the ice widened at an alarming rate. A single dragon holding off my full power? Impossible, impossible. The roar of a dragon split the sky. The flames expanded, as if granted a will of their own, spreading from Rosvisser's massive form, devouring everything in their path. The heat was so intense, it melted the frozen landscape in seconds, disintegrating the surrounding structures into mere steam. Then, the fire coalesced, shaping itself into something even larger. A dragon of pure flame, towering even higher than Rosvisser's own form. It reared back, then let out a deafening roar, its flames illuminating the entire northern sky, before obliterating the ice prison that held it down. Ultras-class fusion magic, Dragon Master's divine flame art. A wave of searing heat rushed outward. Carl staggered back, the force alone enough to repel him. But before he could react, the fire dragon faded, revealing Rosvisser herself, charging straight at him like a lightning bolt. What? She's so fast. Carl's eyes widened in shock. But there was no time to marvel at her speed. Because the next moment, bam! Rosvisser's strike connected, sending him flying backward. Before he could recover, she pursued mercilessly, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows, not giving him even a second to use his staff. Then, she grabbed his wrist, twisting it at an unnatural angle, forcing his body wide open for a final attack. With a swift turn, she delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, her foot colliding solidly with Carl's abdomen. Crash! His body shot downward, a streak of red against the snow, slamming into the ground with earth-shattering force. As Carl's crumpled form skidded through the ruins, he passed his companion, Taros, who merely watched with amusement, making no effort to help. Instead, Taros chuckled, arms still casually folded, as if enjoying a show. Boom! Carl crashed into a pile of rubble, struggling for a few moments before finally managing to stand. Wow, Carl, to think you'd get beaten this badly by a Samuel primitive. Taros sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Carl wiped the blood from his mouth, using his staff to steady himself. She's not an ordinary dragon. He gritted his teeth, then added, remember that arrogant fool from before, the one who tried to align with the dragons and still lost. Taros' amused expression stiffened. He narrowed his eyes. You mean, she's one of the warriors that defeated ultimate fear and shadow? Carl nodded. A dragon using fire magic and that divine aura. If that's primordial power, then yes, she's definitely one of them. Taro's smirk vanished. His playful demeanor faded, replaced by something colder, something deadly serious. With a flick of his wrist, a dark crimson glow erupted from his palm. In an instant, a massive scythe materialized in his grip. Its wicked, curved blade gleamed ominously, a weapon designed purely for slaughter. Taros rested the scythe against his shoulder, then turned to face Rosvisser, who had just landed gracefully on the snow. Well then, Carl. Looks like we'll have to team up to deal with this pain in the ass. (688). Vol 6ch, 54. Seeing that Taros had also drawn his weapon, Rosvisser realized that these two bastards intended to fight together. The magic stored in her dragon crest still had reserves. It should last a little longer. Rosvisser placed a hand lightly on her chest. Hopefully, he'll make it back before my magic runs out. If it were a one-on-one fight, she could confidently take down either of them. But against both at the same time, she wasn't sure she could win. She had a general grasp of their combat methods by now. They summoned surrounding materials to form weapons for their attacks. That wasn't difficult to counter. The northern wastelands, especially the far north, were covered in layers of snow and ice, and Rosvisser's fire magic had a natural advantage against them. But Taros, she still didn't know how he fought. Judging by his weapon, he was likely a close combat specialist. Wait. Rosvisser's gaze locked onto Taros' black great scythe, something suddenly clicking in her mind. 19 days ago, Xioxu had woken up from a nightmare, saying that she had been chased in her dream by a terrifying man. And just now, Taros had personally admitted that before reaching the Yiren tribe, they had already wiped out the snow elves. Could it be they were the ones who slaughtered Xioxu's parents and her people? Take this. Before Rosvisser could dwell on it any longer, Taros lunged forward, gripping his great scythe with both hands. His tremendous speed kicked up the snow beneath his feet, splitting it into towering walls of ice on either side. The howling wind whipped up a storm of snow, slightly obscuring Rosvisser's vision. Perfect! Seizing the opportunity, Taros swung his scythe in a powerful downward arc, aiming straight for Rosvisser's head. But as a silver dragon, even with her vision disrupted, Rosvisser's instincts and reflexes allowed her to evade such a straightforward attack. With a slight sidestep, the scythe's edge sliced past her face, missing her by a hair's breadth. In the same instant, she crushed the snow beneath her feet, adjusting her stance. Avoiding the strike, Rosvisser immediately summoned her dragon flames, launching them straight at Taros' face. However, a shield of pure ice materialized out of nowhere right in front of him. The dragon flames struck the shield head-on and were instantly extinguished. Rosvisser's eyes flickered as she glanced to the side. As expected, Carl had activated his staff's ability to block her attack for Taros. Don't get distracted, Samalian. Taros barked, his great scythe sweeping upward from below, slashing fiercely toward Rosvisser. Reacting instantly, she arched her back, bending low and barely dodging the devastating upward slash. Oh, not bad. You actually dodged that at such close range. Looks like I'll have to get serious. With that, Taros tightened his grip on the scythe and launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Rosvisser. Yet she continued to evade, retreating strategically without counterattacking. Even when small openings appeared in Taros' attacks, chances to strike back, Rosvisser held herself back. She knew why. Taros was attacking so recklessly because he wasn't worried about counterattacks. Carl was covering him. There was no fatal opening that an ice shield couldn't block, and if one wasn't enough, Carl could summon more. If she struck carelessly, she wouldn't take down Taros, and instead, he might seize an opportunity against her. When I counterattack, it has to be calculated. Not fighting back anymore. Just a moment ago, you were dodging like crazy. Or are you planning to just run the whole time? The two of them clashed repeatedly above the ice houses of the Yiren tribe, leaping and weaving through the frozen structures. Taros mocked her constantly, trying to pressure her into making a move. But Rosvicer's mental composure was flawless. There wasn't a single sign of her losing focus. Please, after being married to that bastard for so many years, what kind of bullshit haven't I dealt with? You think a few taunts are gonna get under my skin? Pathetic. Carl cut off her escape. Frustrated that he couldn't keep up with Rosvicer's agility, Taros called for Carl's assistance. Carl responded instantly, conjuring several sharp ice spears behind Rosvicer, cutting off her retreat. With a graceful backflip, she landed atop an ice wall. The moment she stabilized her footing, the ice spears shot toward her like a storm. Rosvicer raised her hand, summoning dragon flames, and in the same instant, she unfurled her wings. With a powerful wing beat, she amplified the flames, sending them surging outward. S-rank fire magic, blazing tempest. The ice spears melted instantly, clearing a path of escape. Seizing the chance, Rosvicer leapt into the air. A second later, Taros' great scythe slammed into the ice wall where she had just been standing. Damn it, Carl, what kind of cutting off her escape was that? You let her get away, Taros bellowed. Carl remained silent, his eyes locked onto Rosvicer's movements. High above, Rosvicer spread her dragon wings, hovering effortlessly in the air. She had caught every moment of the exchange between Taros and Carl. Her gaze landed on Taros, her thoughts shifting. Hot-tempered bastard. Then, a slow smirk curled at the queen's lips. Perfect. Come on. Taros charged once more, scythe howling through the air, his swings even more ferocious than before. At least your little partner has some skill. He can manipulate anything and everything. But you. Rosvicer dodged Taros' attacks, while casually returning all the trash talk he had thrown at her. You seem to be lacking a bit, huh? What? All you can do is swing that scythe around. If that counts as combat, then farmers cutting wheat might as well be valiant knights. You arrogant Samalian savage, I'm going to cut you to pieces. Taros completely lost it, his attacks growing more reckless and disordered, devoid of any form or technique. Earlier, when she had observed his interaction with Carl, Rosvicer had already noticed that he was short-tempered, easily provoked, and had a strong need to show off. Infuriating someone like that didn't take much effort at all, just a few words were enough. In battle, losing your temper was a fatal mistake, because no one could predict whether an enraged opponent would snap and self-destruct. But for Rosvicer, the angrier her opponent got, the better. I'll turn you into mincemeat. Shang. A silver blur wove through Taros' wildly swinging scythe. His erratic strikes failed to land a single hit, not even grazing a strand of her hair. Taros, you're overextending. Don't fall into her trap. Carl shouted from behind. But Taros was too far gone, completely blinded by rage, attacking like a man possessed. Rosvicer's gaze flicked past him and landed on Carl. Carl had erected so many ice walls that he might as well open a temple. Which meant, at this distance, his ability to control objects should be useless. Perfect in that case. Taros' black scythe came slashing sideways. Rosvicer bent low, the blade sweeping harmlessly over her head. In that instant, her right palm flared with 7-colored radiance. Primordial magic, soul judgment. Boom! The moment the soul judgment struck him at point-blank range, a massive explosion erupted. A pillar of snow and dust shot into the air. A second later, Taros was blasted out of the cloud, trailing a blackened streak of smoke through the sky before crashing to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a painful stop. Taros, are you all right? Carl rushed forward, checking on his partner's condition. Taros clutched his chest, where he had been struck, one hand gripping his scythe for support as he shakily pushed himself up. His gaze, now filled with caution, locked onto Rosvicer. So it really is the primordial force. If this continues, not only will we fail the mission, we might not even make it out of here alive. Carl's expression darkened. Looks like we can't hold back any longer. Taros, we need to retreat and report back. Our master specifically ordered that neither of us should expose the void weapon's power at the same time. But if we want to take down this dragon, there's no other choice. Having made their decision, the two men stood side by side, bracing themselves. From a distance, Rosvisser observed them warily, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Even after taking a point-blank soul judgment while enraged, he can still stand, and now it looks like they're about to use something even stronger. She clenched her fist tightly. Will I be able to withstand it? She had already used 3 consecutive high-tier magic attacks. Once when she attacked directly, another when she channeled Taros' energy into the Skyflame Judgment, and the last using his berserk state against him. What will it be this time? Taros slowly raised his great scythe, but no magic was activated. Rosvisser remained on guard, not daring to make a reckless move. But the next second, a chilling presence crept up behind her. She turned instinctively. A blade of ice shot toward her out of nowhere. Shit. Rosvisser twisted her body, but the sudden attack still sliced across her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. What? At this range, Karl's ability shouldn't work, so how? Before she could process it, another sharp whistling sound echoed from above. She looked up. More ice blades came raining down. One after another, they fell in precise, deadly arcs. Rosvisser dodged swiftly, weaving through the attacks. But these attacks were too bizarre. They weren't being thrown at her. They were just appearing out of thin air. She couldn't sense any magic fluctuations either. She was relying purely on instinct and reaction speed to evade them. I can't just keep dodging, I need to attack. With that, Rosvisser unfurled her wings, planted her foot firmly, and in an instant, she vanished. A flash of silver streaked toward Karl and Taros. But just as she closed the distance, a tear in space opened in front of her. She couldn't react in time. She plunged straight through the gap. And when she opened her eyes again, she was right back where she had started. This is... Her gaze darted around, her mind racing. Finally, she realized something. Her eyes locked onto Taros' great scythe. Spatial magic. Control over all matter, and now space manipulation as well. Just hearing that is a headache. Karl, she figured it out. Let's end this. No more wasting time. Agreed. With that, Taros raised his great scythe. Rosvisser watched his every movement, eyes narrowed. This time, where will the next spatial rift open? She scanned her surroundings, preparing for an attack. But the next second, dozens of spatial rifts ripped open around her. And this time, they weren't leading to frozen wastelands. Instead, Rosvisser's breath hitched. An abyss of chilling darkness. A void of deep purple, empty and silent, yet brimming with indescribable terror. From the depths of those rifts, colossal shadows slithered past. She couldn't see their full forms, but she could feel them. A presence that was deep, unfathomable, and alien. She could sense nothing from beyond those rifts. No magic fluctuations. No familiar energy signatures. It was like a world that had been severed from reality, then infested with things that shouldn't exist. Not awe-inspiring. Not overwhelming. But something far, far worse. What the hell is this? The oppressive darkness that engulfed Rosvisser lasted for only a moment. But in that instant, a formless pressure exploded from the dozens of rifts surrounding her. Verge. Rosvisser let out a low groan, dropping to one knee. A chilling, spectral voice echoed from the rifts. The power emanating from that twisted, chaotic world was so overwhelming that it pinned Rosvisser to the ground, making it impossible to move. At the same time, inside the underground shelter, Zioxu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the scene unfolding above. That scythe, it's that scythe. What scythe, Zioxu? Dorotin, standing beside her, asked. Zioxu's pupils trembled, an uncontrollable fear flooding into her expression. Her voice shook violently. If this goes on, Aunt Rosvisser will be killed. And in that moment, a buried memory resurfaced. Like a dam breaking, it rushed into her mind all at once. Hide here, Zioxu, don't let them find you. Mom and I will lure them away. No matter what happens, don't make a sound, Zioxu. Remember, do not make a sound. Live, Zioxu. No matter what, you must live. Mommy loves you, Mommy will always love you. No, I don't want Aunt Rosvisser to die. My parents, they were killed just like this. To protect me. I won't watch Aunt Rosvisser die in front of me too. Aunt Rosvisser. Zyaksu, don't go. A small white figure bolted out from the underground shelter, sprinting toward the battlefield without hesitation. At that moment, above, a massive spatial rift tore open over Rosvisser's head. This time, it didn't summon ice spears. It didn't bring blades of ice. It wasn't another piece of that eerie, unknown world. Instead, an entire mountain of ice. Rosvisser, standing below it, was so insignificant in comparison that she might as well not exist. There was no need to imagine what would happen if the entire mountain came crashing down. This is really bad. Aunt Rosvisser. Zyaksu. Rosvisser turned her head in shock, following the voice. She saw Zyaksu running toward her. Behind her, Abu and several Yiren warriors were chasing after her, trying to stop her. Zyaksu, stop, leave here, don't let them see you. No. What? Don't say those things to me ever again. Zyaksu kept running, ignoring the voices trying to hold her back. Don't let them see you, hide, I don't want to hear that anymore. Aunt Rosvisser, I don't have the power to save you. But I can stay with you. If you die, I'll die with you. She rushed beneath the falling ice mountain, reaching out her hand toward Rosvisser from afar. And Rosvisser reached back with all her might. A small hand and a larger hand, stretching toward each other. Just before their fingertips could touch, the ice mountain crashed down. The earth shook. Snow and ice erupted into the sky. The shockwave alone was enough to blast Abu and the Yiren warriors away, sending them tumbling across the ground. Finally, that damn dragon is dead. Taros let out a long breath, resting his scythe on his shoulder. If they hadn't given us void weapons sooner, this fight might have ended differently. Carl glanced at the staff in his hands, agreed. What else can you expect from Samalian savages? They don't even have weapons. Taros sneered, full of disdain for the Samalian race as always. Well then, next. We clean up the rest of this mess. With his scythe resting on his shoulder, Taros strode toward the surviving Yiren villagers alongside Carl. As they got closer, Taros suddenly paused, frowning. Behind one of the Yiren warriors, something was hiding. Something strange. Huh, what's that thing? Those long ears looks dumb as hell. Carl frowned. I don't know, the reports didn't mention any creatures like that in this region. Whatever, let's just kill it along with the rest. Taros advanced, his scythe dragging slightly across the snow. The Yiren warriors instinctively stepped back, but they knew. If even a dragon had fallen to these enemies, they didn't stand a chance. Taros raised his scythe high. Goodbye, Samalian savages. The blade swung down. The Yiren warriors braced themselves, shielding Abu with their bodies. But the pain never came. Dorotin opened his eyes, hesitated, and turned back. Taros and Carl weren't moving. Instead, they had slowly turned around. Their expressions stiffened, their eyes locked onto something far away. Carl, Taros murmured. Carl's grip tightened around his staff. Yes, I feel it too. The key of Chronos. The moment those words left his lips, cracks spread across the surface of the ice mountain. From within, brilliant golden light burst through the fractures, radiating outward. The next second, a thunderous explosion shattered the mountain apart. A shockwave of immense power roared across the battlefield, hurling snow and ice in all directions. Carl and Taros shielded their eyes, their vision completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of the energy. But as the light settled, as they forced their eyes open, at the very center of the explosion, a silver figure hovered silently in the air. In her hand, she held a golden spear. (689). Vol 6ch, 55. What is that weapon? No idea, I've never seen anything like it. Even the Yiren tribe, renowned as top-tier weapon forgers, knew little about the golden spear in Rosvisser's hands. But Taros and Carl recognized it instantly. It was the very thing their master had commanded them to find in Samuel. The key of Chronos, why is it in that dragon's hands? Taros tightened his grip on his black great scythe. Just moments ago, he had mocked Rosvisser for fighting without a weapon, calling her a primitive savage. But now, the aura emanating from that spear made even him uneasy. Karl's brows furrowed as he replayed the moment before the ice mountain had crashed down. Could it be that white-haired girl? What do you mean? Are you saying the key we've been desperately searching for is a secondary incarnated being? I'm not sure, but from what happened just now, that girl is definitely connected to the key of Chronos. Karl's eyes darkened as he turned toward Rosvisser. His voice grew heavier. But regardless of what it is, our mission just got a whole lot more complicated. From a distance, Rosvisser lowered her gaze to the golden spear in her hands. The silver shaft was etched with golden patterns, radiating a noble, divine presence. Even from a simple grip, Rosvisser could feel the immense power surging through it. This wasn't modern magic. It wasn't even primordial force. It was something completely different, a new kind of power entirely. Xiaoxu. No one else had noticed. But Rosvisser knew. This spear was Xiaoxu herself, transformed into a weapon. Everything ended here. Yet, just as their fingertips had been about to touch, the spear had changed in her grasp. She had called out Xiaoxu's name, but instead of a voice responding, the spear pulsed with a faint energy wave. Rosvisser's silver eyes flickered with hope. She let out a breath, relief washing over her. Thank you, Xiaoxu, now. She raised the golden spear, its radiance carving a perfect arc through the air. Taking her battle stance, she fixed her gaze on Karl and Taros. It's your turn now. Sensing Rosvisser's surging energy, Karl immediately shouted a warning. Be careful, Taros, she's moving. But before he even finished speaking, a silver streak flashed forward at a speed far beyond what Rosvisser had displayed before. Karl and Taros barely had time to react before. Rosvisser swung her spear in a sweeping arc. Karl retreated quickly, raising his staff to summon an ice shield for defense. The shield formed just in time, positioning itself perfectly between Rosvisser and the two men. But the golden spear sliced through it like paper, shattering it in an instant. Karl's burning dragon flame-infused ice shield destroyed in mere moments. Taros barely had time to process his shock before he manipulated the ice shards, reshaping them into razor-sharp blades and launching them toward Rosvisser. Big, sweeping attacks like that leave you wide open. No matter how fast you are, you won't dodge this at close range. Taros sneered. But Rosvisser let out a soft chuckle. Who said I was going to dodge? What? Before the ice blades could reach her, she poured her magic into the spear. The next second, golden flames erupted from the weapon, instantly disintegrating the ice shards. Karl retreated further, keeping a sharp eye on the spear. The key amplifies her magic output. Be careful, Taros. Karl was still analyzing how to counter her power. But Taros had his eyes elsewhere. He wasn't watching Rosvisser anymore. He was watching the Yiren villagers. With a smirk, he rested his scythe on his shoulder, his voice carrying a calculated menace. Karl, that dragon is protecting these people. So let's use that against her, shall we? Karl followed Taros' gaze. The Yiren women and children were huddled together behind the warriors. But they had no guardian beast with them. You're right. If she wants to protect them with her speed, she could retreat at any time. No problem then. They had already slaughtered entire tribes before. Karl wasn't as hot-tempered as Taros. But when it came to ruthlessness, the two of them were no different. You deal with the Yiren, I'll keep her occupied, Taros ordered. Karl nodded, understood. The Void Army duo split up. Karl turned away from the battlefield, heading straight for Abu and the Yiren villagers. The moment Rosvisser saw Karl break away, she realized their plan. Bastards! There was no time to curse them. Gripping her spear, she bent her knees, wings flaring open. Then, her right foot slammed into the ground. She shot forward like a bullet. The shockwave of her takeoff sent a blast of snow exploding into the air. A silver streak tore through the ruins of the ice mountain, heading straight for Carl. "Oi, Silver Dragon, don't forget about me." Taros leaped into the air, swinging his great black scythe, and once again, a spatial rift appeared in Rosvisser's path. Just like before, she charged right into the rift, and before she could react, she was teleported to the other side of the ice mountain ruins. Rosvisser gritted her teeth, frustration surging through her. "Twice, I let them pull me with the same damn trick." The queen seethed, but she wasted no time. Pouring her power into the golden spear, she swung down with full force at the massive wall of ice before her. Boom! A golden flash split the sky. The mountain of ice, large enough to bury an entire city, was cleaved apart in an instant. With a single blow, Rosvisser had carved a direct path through the wreckage. With a flap of her wings, she gripped her spear tightly and shot forward through the gap. "Ha, do you think just increasing your speed will stop me from teleporting you? You really underestimate me." Taros swung his scythe once more. Immediately, dozens of spatial rifts tore open around Rosvisser, completely trapping her within a maze of teleportation portals. No matter which way she moved, she would only be sent elsewhere. Hovering in the air, Rosvisser's grip tightened on her spear, anxiety creeping in. She could see it. Taros was moments away from striking down Abu and the remaining Yiren villagers. There was no time to hesitate. Rosvisser gripped her spear with both hands, the tip pointing toward the ground. This time, she poured the primordial force into the weapon. A surging magical force erupted from her, and even Taros felt the hair on his neck rise. "Shit, what kind of energy is that?" Rosvisser roared, slamming the spear into the ground. "Get out of my way." The instant the tip touched the earth, a massive golden energy wave exploded outward. The pure force of its impact devastated everything in its range. Buildings shattered, streets ruptured, the ruins behind her were obliterated. And most importantly, the spatial rifts around her were forcibly erased. That's impossible. She canceled my spatial magic with pure energy alone." Taros stood frozen in disbelief, his body momentarily stunned by the sheer power of her attack. Rosvisser didn't waste a second. With the rifts gone, she launched herself toward Carl. But she was too late. The Yiren patrol warriors, including Dorotin, were already lying on the ground, defeated. And now, Carl's next target was Abu. "They even built statues for you. How ridiculous. Guess now, we'll just use your corpse as a new monument." With that, Carl conjured a blade of ice and thrust it toward Abu's head. No. Even at full speed, Rosvisser wouldn't make it in time. Her mind raced. Then, without hesitation, she flipped her grip on her spear, preparing to throw it. And just as she committed to the motion, a thin, silver thread appeared in her vision. It stretched from the tip of her spear, straight to Carl's heart. There was no time to question it. She hurled the golden spear forward. The golden streak tore through the air, a blinding flash, cutting through the battlefield in a perfect line. Carl, just as his ice blade neared Abu's forehead, felt a chilling presence from his side. He turned. The golden spear was coming straight for him. "Shit, I can't dodge this." With no choice, Carl raised his staff, using it as a shield against the oncoming attack. But the moment the spear struck, cracked, Carl's staff, his void weapon, was split in two. And the force of the impact sent him flying backward, rolling across the snow-covered battlefield. Rosvisser, having exerted all her strength into that single throw, collapsed onto one knee, struggling to regain her breath. It had hit. Her body felt drained, momentarily unable to move. But Taros had snapped out of his shock. And now he was completely losing it. "You destroyed the void weapon that our master gave you us." Fury twisted his face as he lunged forward, gripping his great scythe with both hands. "You damn Samalian worm, I'm going to slaughter you." Rosvisser looked up at the approaching scythe, trying to force her body to move. But her muscles wouldn't respond. "Shit. Die." Taros leapt high into the air, his scythe raised overhead, preparing to bring it down with full force. Stop! The golden spear shimmered, shifting shape. Zioxu reappeared, stumbling forward in the snow, desperately reaching for Rosvisser. Aunt Rosvisser. She tripped, but kept crawling forward, reaching out. Go to hell, no one can save you now. Die. Taros swung down. Rosvisser closed her eyes, resigning herself to impact. But who gave you the fucking nerve to scream at my wife? A familiar voice cut through the battlefield. Rosvisser's eyes snapped open, and in the reflection of her silver irises, a blinding flash of blue lightning. "690. Vol 6ch, 56. Taros froze, his pupils contracting sharply. This man who had suddenly appeared. The crackling force of lightning surged around him, his body radiating an unfathomable magical presence. Just standing there, this newcomer's mere existence weighed down on Taros with an indescribable pressure. But the man, Leon Kazmod, didn't attack immediately. Instead, he simply turned away. Lowering himself, he wrapped Rosvisser's arm over his shoulder, his other hand gently supporting her waist, lifting her with careful ease. Can you walk? Leon asked in a quiet voice. Rosvisser nodded slightly. All right, I'll take you to the dwarves first. Emma. Without another word, Leon helped her walk toward the underground outpost in the distance. You arrogant bastard, you dare ignore me. Clang. With one hand still supporting Rosvisser, Leon drew the thundercloud blade in a single motion. The sharp glint of steel cut through the cold air. Its tip pointed directly at Taros. Stay still. Leon's voice was calm. He didn't even bother looking at Taros. His eyes never left Rosvisser. Like Taros wasn't even a worthy opponent. Or maybe Leon simply didn't consider him an opponent at all. The sheer indifference behind those words. That undeniable sense of superiority. It burned. Taros wanted to rage. Wanted to strike back. But he didn't dare move. With white-knuckled fingers, he gripped his scythe, yet his feet remained frozen, like a stuffed straw doll, standing in place uselessly. All he could do was watch helplessly as Leon walked past him, supporting Rosvisser without a care. At the entrance of the underground shelter, Leon handed Rosvisser over to two waiting dwarven attendants. Then he turned his attention to Aju. The black-furred donkey perked up instantly, rushing over with excitement, nuzzling against Leon's arm. Leon let out a small chuckle, running his hand through Aju's soft fur. It's been a while. But the moment was short-lived. As his fingers brushed lower, Leon's expression froze. His smile vanished. There, on Aju's legs and body, were small wounds. Not self-inflicted injuries. Someone had hurt him. Leon's gaze darkened. Remember those two bastards Dorotin mentioned harassing the iron? Rosvisser spoke casually, tilting her head toward Taros and Carl. It's them. Leon didn't respond immediately. He simply turned toward them. His grip on the thundercloud blade tightened ever so slightly. Rosvisser continued. Taros can open space rifts. Be careful not to let him play you. Carl, on the other hand, lost his void weapon earlier. I don't know if he can still use his ability, but he could control all sorts of materials before. Though it had been a month since they last saw each other. Now wasn't the time for sentimental reunions. Rosvisser quickly briefed him on their enemy's abilities. Leon nodded once. Got it. Rosvisser, Aju. A small figure came rushing in. Zioxu hurried to Rosvisser's side, her voice breathless with concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Rosvisser let out a weary smile, reaching out to ruffle Zioxu's hair. I'm fine, Aju's fine too. Leon glanced at the girl. And she is. Oh, right. Rosvisser gestured toward Zioxu, introducing her briefly. She's Zioxu, a war orphan the dwarves took in. Then, looking at Zioxu, she nodded toward Leon. Zioxu, this is the Leon uncle you've been wanting to meet. The girl's eyes widened, staring up at the man beside her. Black hair, dark eyes. a strong, commanding presence, and an overwhelming storm of lightning surrounding him. Wow, so cool. Leon barely reacted to the compliment. Instead, without another word, he turned and began walking, step by step, toward Taros and Carl. The dwarven chief and the others will be here soon. Leon spoke as he walked. His voice was low, steady, each word sinking into the cold air like a blade. And before they arrive, with a single, fluid motion, he raised the thundercloud blade, electricity snaking along its edge. I'll deal with these two first. Don't get ahead of yourself. Snapping out of his frozen state, Taros clenched his scythe, shifting into a battle stance. A damn Samalian primitive like you dares to talk big. I'll show you. Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of blue lightning flashed before his eyes. Too fast. Taros' body stiffened, his pupils dilating. A shadow had appeared directly in front of him. Without warning, his instincts screamed. But fear came first. That primal, gut-wrenching terror. The kind that erupts within weak prey when standing before an apex predator. Before Taros even registered what was happening, Leon was already there. No battle cry. No flourish. No fanfare. Just a man with a calm, emotionless gaze, staring through him like he was nothing. Taros, watch out. Carl's warning snapped Taros out of his daze. Just as Leon's thundercloud blade was about to cleave his forehead open, Taros raised his great scythe horizontally, blocking the strike at the last possible second. But even though he had managed to defend himself, the sheer force behind Leon's downward slash sent a violent shockwave reverberating through Taros' arms. A sharp, numbing pain shot through his limbs. His muscles trembled. The pressure forced him onto one knee, the only way to absorb the impact without having his arms snapped in half. Yet Leon didn't let up. His blade pressed down harder, forcing Taros to struggle just to hold his ground. With weapons locked, the battle had immediately devolved into a brutal contest of strength. But it wasn't a fair match. Taros was clearly overwhelmed. You bastard. Gritting his teeth, Taros glared up at Leon, his face twisted in frustration. But Leon, in contrast, remained calm, his expression unbothered. Looking down at Taros from his higher position, he spoke flatly. I was actually planning to test the new abilities of my upgraded thundercloud blade. Boom! A sudden surge of lightning erupted, sending the surrounding snow flying into the air. As the blinding white mist cleared, both Leon and Taros now stood in the middle of a deep crater, the snow having been completely blown away, exposing the bare ground beneath. Leon lowered his blade, tilting his head slightly. But now I see. His golden eyes sharpened. You're not even worth testing it on. Big talk for a dead man. Taros snarled, his fury igniting. Who's the one talking big? Leon interrupted, his tone still unbothered. Then, he sheathes his blade. Taking 2 confident steps back, Leon simply raises a hand, curling his fingers. A small, taunting beckon directed at Taros. The mockery in that gesture. Taros instantly snapped. Blood rushed to his head, drowning out all rational thought. He didn't care about the power gap anymore. Didn't care that Leon was stronger. Didn't care that he was falling right into the trap. He just wanted to kill him. With a furious roar, Taros raised his scythe high. I don't give a shit if you're a Samalian. Fire magic, lightning magic. You're all going to die today. That damn silver dragon was already as good as dead. If you want to die with her, then so be it. Boom! Taros swung his scythe down with full force. A dark red energy wave exploded from the blade, tearing through the snow, its impact demolishing what remained of the ice mountain ruins. Snow and debris erupted into the air, blotting out the battlefield in a white storm. But when the dust settled, Leon hadn't moved. Taros' scythe was buried deep into the ground, the force of his own attack having driven it downward. And directly in front of him, Leon's thundercloud blade was already pressing against his forehead. So what you're saying is, lightning snaked up Leon's arm, dancing along the edge of his blade. For the first time, his calm, golden eyes burned with thunderous rage. You not only dared to lay a hand on my wife, but you actually planned to kill her. Taros tensed. Even with his mind screaming in fear, he refused to back down. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to sneer. Yeah, and what if I did? Leon's lips curled slightly. Good. The moment those words left his mouth, the sky shifted. The clear blue expanse from earlier was gone. Instead, dark storm clouds rolled in, filling the heavens in an instant. Thunder rumbled behind the thick clouds, and streaks of lightning flickered ominously within them. What are you? Taro's voice shook. Leon didn't answer. A deep, thunderous roar echoed from within the clouds, a beastly growl that sent shivers down Taro's spine. Then, a bolt of pure lightning crashed into the ground behind Leon, its energy coalescing into a massive form. A thunder lion. A majestic, terrifying creature of lightning, its golden mane crackling with power. It prowled slowly around Leon, eyes fixed on Taros, as if gazing at nothing more than helpless prey. You idiot! Carl's panicked shout rang out from the distance. Run, Taros, if you take that hit you'll die. Even though Carl's magic system was different from the Samalians, even he could sense the overwhelming energy radiating from Leon. Even the dwarven warriors watching from afar felt it. To think the other emissary lord, Dorotin murmured, awestruck, had such power hidden all along. Earlier, Rosvisser fighting alone against two enemies had already left the dwarves speechless. But Leon's power, it shattered their previous expectations entirely. Leon Uncle is amazing. Zyoksu's golden eyes sparkled with pure admiration. Rosvisser, still leaning weakly against Aju, watched the man before her. The stormlight reflected in her silver irises, his thunderous aura illuminating her gaze. And she smiled. That's my husband. Battlefield, thundercloud execution. Leon let out a battle cry, his thundercloud blade swinging through the air. The howl of his blade blended with the deep, echoing roar of the thunder lion. The very pressure of his attack alone sent Carl flying backward, knocking him out of the fight. And then, lightning swallowed Taro's whole. The battlefield was completely consumed by blue thunder. Ultra S-rank lightning magic. Dragon extinction variant, Azure Thunder Lion Slash. $691. Vol 6CH, 57. The blinding lightning dissipated, and the ice wall collapsed, revealing a massive trench over 100 meters long before Leon. At the end of that trench lay Talos, nearly half his body blown apart. His flesh was scorched, and he knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his scythe. Leon slowly sheathed the thundercloud blade and murmured, "So you managed to escape at the last second through a spatial rift." Talos remained on one knee, gasping heavily. Just before Leon's Azure Thunder Lion's heart slash descended, he had barely managed to open a spatial rift. But the sheer intensity of Leon's magic wave was overwhelming. It had directly suppressed Talos's ability, making the rift unnaturally small. Because of that, he wasted a few milliseconds escaping. And in those brief milliseconds, he lost an arm and sustained severe injuries. Not bad. Leon casually ran his palm along the blade of the thundercloud, a flicker of electricity crackling along its edge. He lowered his gaze to the sleek surface of the weapon and murmured, "I just wonder, if we do this again, will you still be so lucky?" Talos struggled to stand, but the moment he tried, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His trembling fingers gripped the black great scythe, his remaining eye locked onto Leon with unyielding hatred. "My master will never let you go." Carl rushed forward immediately, not even sparing a moment to be shocked by his companion's grievous wounds. "We need to retreat, Talos. You can't throw your life away here." Talos gritted his teeth. No matter how much resentment he harbored toward the man standing before him, he had no choice. He tore his gaze away, swung his scythe, and opened another rift into that eerie, violet-hued dimension. Supported by Carl, he took slow, unsteady steps backward. If we survive, make sure nothing happens to the crown. With those final words, the three figures vanished into the rift. Leon moved to pursue, but just as he reached for his blade, Talos closed the rift in time. Their presence completely disappeared. Leon surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the ruins of the icy mountains and the destroyed Yuan streets, there was nothing left. Leon. Rosvisser's voice rang out from behind. Leon turned and quickly strode toward her. She was still weakened, and after just a few steps, she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Leon was fast. He caught her before she could fall. Did they leave? Rosvisser asked. Leon nodded. Yeah, that guy who can create spatial rifts seems only capable of opening connections to isolated, distant locations. I caught a glimpse just before they left. It looked strange. Something I've never seen before. Yes, when I was fighting them earlier, I was also suppressed by the power of that bizarre space, Rosvisser said. Your description is accurate. It was definitely an eerie place. Envoy. Their conversation was interrupted by Chief Yachai, who rushed over, panting heavily. Envoy, we have taken care of. Envoy, is there still danger? Is the threat not fully resolved? Yachai wheezed, barely able to catch his breath. It looks like those two troublemakers have been driven off, but... Leon glanced around at the battlefield. The shattered ice houses and streets, the ruins of the collapsed mountain. But we caused your people quite a bit of damage. I sincerely apologize. Not at all. I've already heard from the others. If not for the three envoys' intervention, those two would have slaughtered our entire tribe. Yachai's expression was one of relief and gratitude. Houses can always be rebuilt, but if lives are lost, then nothing else matters. Envoy, you have truly saved our people. At that moment, Leon leaned in toward Rosvisser, his breath warm against her ear. Rosvisser thought he was about to discuss something serious. But, that's great, we don't have to pay for the damages. Rosvisser rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Could you be serious for more than 3 seconds? Come on, prepare a livable ice house, and make sure the envoys are properly rewarded. Yes, Chief. Late at night, Leon, Rosvisser, Aju, and Zioxu lay together on the snow-covered ground, gazing up at the aurora that only the far north could offer. The deep night sky was illuminated by the northern lights, flowing like the hem of a goddess's dress, graceful, endless, and dazzling. So, the ones who killed Zioxu's parents and her people were those two. Based on what Zioxu described to me, it should be them. Rosvisser turned to the white-haired girl beside her. Lying in the thick snow, her golden eyes reflected the aurora, glowing like polished gemstones. Talos's scythe helped her recover a small portion of her memory, or rather, fragmented images rather than coherent recollections. Rosvisser shifted her gaze to Leon on the other side and continued. She doesn't have the best way with words, but that's the general idea. Leon nodded thoughtfully. In those fragments of memory, was there anything about where those two came from? No. Rosvisser shook her head. We don't even know why they're hunting Zioxu in the first place. Leon sat up slowly, lost in thought. Then he mused. If Zioxu really is what they call Kronos' key, then maybe we should investigate this god of time. There's a chance we'll uncover something useful. Rosvisser blinked, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Records about primordial gods like Kronos are extremely rare and often abstract, never specific. As far as I remember, no historical texts ever mention anything about a key. Leon frowned slightly. The two of them sat in silence, both thinking of how to uncover Zioxu's origins and the reason Talos and Carl were after her. Then suddenly, a light bulb went off in Leon's head. He clapped his hands together. Ah, doesn't Zioagwang know that memory retracing magic? We could try using it on Zioxu. Maybe we'll get some answers that way. Rosvisser's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. But almost immediately, her expression darkened a little. She hesitated, glancing at the girl beside her. Sensing Rosvisser's gaze, Zioxu also snapped out of her trance and turned to look at her. What's wrong, Rosvisser Auntie? Zioxu, do you remember the question I asked you earlier today? Zioxu blinked her striking golden eyes, thought for a moment, and then spoke with slight excitement. "Oh, Auntie, you mean when you asked if I wanted to go live with you?" Rosvisser lightly pressed her lips together and nodded, looking somewhat conflicted. Truthfully, she was a little afraid Zioxu would reject her. But at the same time, she really wanted to spend more time with this child. Aside from what Leon had just mentioned, using Zioagwang's memory retracing magic to uncover Zioxu's past, Rosvisser also felt some sympathy for her and simply wanted her to have a better life. The Yuan tribe, though small, represented the survival of an entire people. From the standpoint of balance, Rosvisser had to consider their well-being. If they ever encountered enemies like Karl and Talos again, they might not be able to protect Zioxu. All of this was why Rosvisser wanted to bring Zioxu to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Leon watched his wife from the side. Although he had already guessed that Rosvisser wanted to abduct Zioxu back home, did she really need to be this nervous? It wasn't hard to see that the kid also wanted to stay with Rosvisser. Yep, there really is a difference between having a child yourself and adopting one, General Leon thought to himself. Zioxu parted her lips. Rosvisser's heart nearly leaped into her throat. "I want to live with Rosvisser Auntie and Leon Uncle." "692. Vol 6ch, 58. Zioxu, when you get to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, make sure to listen to your uncle and aunt. Don't cause any trouble, okay?" "I know, Aunt Fira." For all the years Zioxu had spent with the dwarves, it was Fira who had always taken care of her. And now, as Zioxu was about to leave, the one she found hardest to part with was, of course, Fira. But Fira understood. Zioxu's identity was complicated. Besides those two enemies who had attacked recently, there would likely be more people after her in the future. The dwarves simply didn't have the strength to protect Zioxu, so sending her to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary was the best choice. It helped that both of those noble lords were very fond of Zioxu. So, while Fira felt reluctant about their parting, she was ultimately relieved. Zioxu had finally found a better home. "With respect, we bid farewell to the sacred beast and the three great envoys. May your journey be safe and smooth." Chief Yache and the dwarves behind him all bowed in farewell. Leon and Zioxu waved back at them. With Aju on board, the couple took Zioxu and left the dwarven territory, bringing their journey in the far north to an end. Wow, is this really Uncle and Auntie's home? It's so grand. After dropping Aju off with the Sea Dragon clan, Leon and Rosvisser took Zioxu straight to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. "I'm really going to live here from now on." Zioxu turned to look at Rosvisser, her voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Rosvisser chuckled, reaching out to pinch her soft little face. "Of course. Come on, I'll help you pick a room you like." "Thank you, Aunt Rosvisser." Rosvisser took Zioxu's hand and led her into the sanctuary. At that moment, the sunlight filtered through the gilded hall, casting intricate shadows that traced the outline of Zioxu's small frame. She blinked and stepped forward toward the main hall. Inside, Leon stood watching her from a distance, before he spoke in a low voice. "Your Highness, who is that?" "A newly born precious daughter." "Sherry." That fast? You and Her Majesty were only gone for a month, and you already." Sherry held up her hand, roughly gesturing a height of about 1.6 meters. "Gave birth to a child this big." She had already heard plenty of stories about how His Highness and Her Majesty had been very enthusiastic about the noble art of child-making, ever since their marriage. In less than 10 years, they had already given birth to 4 princesses, enough to form a full mahjong table. But now, after just a month-long trip, they came back with a nearly grown girl. Sherry felt her entire understanding of biological reproduction shatter. Leon, still holding Zioxu's hand, casually stuffed the other into his pocket. "Relax. Her name is Zioxu. She's a war orphan. We saw how pitiful she was and decided to take her in." Sherry let out a deep breath. "I see. By the way, when are the others coming back?" Having been away for so long, Leon had lost track of the dates. Sherry did a quick mental calculation before answering. Just in time, their highnesses are arriving home tonight, Your Highness. On a side note, after the battle at Sky Castle, Old Khan, under the intervention of the Tower Master and the Academy, had successfully shaken off the title of Mad Dragon King. Hefei and the surviving Red Flame Dragon students had also returned to school, continuing their studies as usual. Naturally, Muse was no longer at home either. That's good. Shall I inform Milan and the others to set another place at the table? Your Highness. Sherry left. Leon led Xiaoxu deeper into the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. By the time they reached the upper floors, Xiaoxu had already picked out her room. Right next to his daughters. Given the age difference, Xiaoxu was already a young girl, someone who valued her personal space. Unlike the others, who had grown up together, sharing a room wouldn't be a problem for them, but Xiaoxu had just arrived. Letting her have her own room was the better option. Leon walked over to Rosvisser's side and stood with her, watching as Xiaoxu settled in. She was rolling around on a properly sized, normal bed, testing it out. Noah and the others will be back soon. Are you ready to introduce them to their new sister? Leon asked with a smile. Actually, I'm a little worried. Worried about what? What if the girls don't get along with Xiaoxu? With 3 little princesses in the house, seeing each other every day meant there were bound to be all sorts of little conflicts. And considering that Xiaoxu had never really made any friends before, she had no experience in this area. So Rosvisser was worried about whether she would get along with Noah and the others. I don't think there's anything to worry about, Leon said. The kids are mature, they'll make sure Xiaoxu feels included. After a pause, Leon added, oh, and when introducing Xiaoxu, it's best not to mention in front of her that she's a war orphan. Rosvisser nodded, I know. Older children tended to be more sensitive. If they emphasized Xiaoxu's status as a war orphan too much, even without meaning to, it might make her develop insecurities. It was better to explain that privately to the other kids. Xiaoxu. What is it, Auntie? Xiaoxu ran over barefoot across the wooden floor. Rosvisser crouched down, gently pinching her soft cheeks as she looked up at her. Do you remember what I told you? That uncle and I have 4 daughters. Xiaoxu nodded. I remember, Auntie. Well, they'll be home soon. Are you ready to meet them? Her golden eyes flickered with excitement, but in the next moment, nervousness took over. Xiaoxu bit her lip. I'm a little scared. What if Auntie's daughters don't like me? Rosvisser smiled, brushing aside a stray strand of Xiaoxu's hair and speaking softly. That won't happen. They're all wonderful girls. They'll definitely like you. Then can Auntie tell me what my sisters are like? Of course. Your Majesty, Your Highness, their highnesses have returned. They're just outside the door. Before Rosvisser could finish her sentence, the maid Milan arrived with the report. Weren't they supposed to be back later? Why so soon? Leon asked. Noah said that next week is the Academy's anniversary festival, so they got an early dismissal this Friday to give students more time to prepare, Milan replied. Oh, Tilda, I see. All right, we'll head down now. You guys go ahead and prepare dinner. Yes. Rosvisser stood up and took Xiaoxu's hand. Looks like we don't have any time to ease into this. Xiaoxu smiled helplessly, clutching Rosvisser's hand in one of her own while balling the other into a nervous fist. I'll do my best. All right, Auntie will do her best with you. Memo. One big, one small, their spirits were high, ready for battle. Leon, on the other hand, had an internal monologue. Isn't this just introducing my daughter to her new sister? Why are they acting like they're walking to their execution? Before they even reached the door, Moon's voice rang through the hall. Sis, what are we selling at the festival next week? How about grilled steak? It sells out in seconds every year, because you eat all of it, second sister. I won't this time, Aurora, I swear. You said the same thing last year, Moon. Sis, OTTO. As the sisters chatted, a familiar voice echoed through the sanctuary's grand hall. Moon. Mommy. The little Moon immediately forgot all about the festival at the sound of her mother's voice. Her tail wagged as she dashed forward. Throwing herself into Rosvicer's soft, fragrant embrace, Moon's big eyes filled with tears as she asked, "Mommy, why were you and Daddy gone for so long? Moon missed you so much." Leon stepped forward, cupping his daughter's chubby little cheeks. "How much did you miss us?" Moon blinked and looked up at him, her expression turning deadly serious. "The summoning ritual is happening soon." Yeah, she definitely missed them a lot. Moon had been about to continue her spoiled act with her dad, but then she suddenly noticed something. There was a stranger standing behind her mom. She jumped down from Rosvicer's arms, tilting her little head as she stared at the unfamiliar white-haired girl. "Mommy." Now that Moon had noticed Zioxu, Rosvicer was already preparing the introduction in her head. "Emma." Moon shifted her gaze from Zioxu back to her parents, and then, with a dead serious expression, she asked, "You guys really did have a new big sister for me, didn't you?" Zioxu. Leon and Rosvicer. Noah and Muse, equals. Aurora, watching from the back, second sister's usual performance. $693. Vol 6ch, 59. It took Rosvicer a full 5 minutes to finally explain to Moon why no matter how hard Mom and Dad tried, they couldn't possibly give birth to a big sister who was 1,000 years older than her. Then it was time for introductions. Though Moon's little mix-up had lightened the tension just a bit, Zioxu still felt a little nervous. She mustered her courage, stepped forward, clasping the hem of her clothes, and lowered her eyes to look at Moon. The little one had a round, adorable face, which made Zioxu feel less stiff. Pressing her lips together, she spoke. "Hello, my name is Zioxu. It's very nice to meet you." Moon blinked her big, beautiful eyes and politely responded. "Hello, my name is Moon. It's very nice to meet." "Hey, sis, why are you grabbing my tail?" Noah withdrew her hand, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes as she corrected Moon. "Don't imitate how others speak. It's rude." Okay, Moon understands." With just a few words, Noah had already noticed that Zioxu's way of speaking had an odd rhythm. And it wasn't just nervousness causing it. Maybe she was naturally like this, or maybe it was something else. But either way, mimicking an unusual speech pattern could come off as offensive. That was why Noah corrected Moon right away. "I'm Moon. It's very nice to meet you, Zioxu. Memo." Moon then turned to look at her other sisters, before taking the initiative to introduce them. First was Muse. "This is Muse. She's our younger sister. She likes playing the piano and flute. Lately, she's been practicing a lot because it's important for the summoning ritual." Zioxu blinked in confusion and tilted her head. "What summoning ritual?" "Oh, it's..." That's something you'll find out later," Rosvicer quickly interjected, then turned to Moon. "Moon, introduce the next one." Oh, okay." Next, Moon jumped over to Noah, striking a "if you think nothing in the world is perfect, then just take a look" pose. "This is our eldest sister, Noah, the most amazing sister in the whole world. A perfect balance of beauty and wisdom, with both skill and strength to match. She successfully ambushed several dragon kings as a young dragon, all confirmed by battle records." Then, Moon leaned in closer to Zioxu's ear and whispered conspiratorially. "Also, just between us, her favorite little sister is me." Zioxu covered her mouth and giggled. "All right, I understand." And last, our third sister, Xiaoguang. Because Moon had never been particularly meticulous about order, she hadn't introduced them by age, from oldest to youngest, or vice versa. She had simply introduced whoever she felt like first. Xiaoguang, that's her real name. Zioxu had thought the dwarves gave pretty rough names, but could it be that Uncle and Auntie's family had even lazier naming habits? Well, actually, that's not her real name. Moon was visibly awkward. Xiaoguang raised an eyebrow and, ever the troublemaker, poked at the situation. "Second sis, why didn't you say my real name? Do you not want to?" I didn't mean that." "Oh, then go ahead and introduce me properly to our new friend." "Xiaoguang, you're so annoying." Xiaoguang chuckled, then turned to Zioxu and properly introduced herself. "My name is Aurora. Nice to meet you, Zyoksu-jie. Zyoksu's expression turned serious. Ow, Erluo la. Aurora. Aerliu la. Aurora. Aerliu la. Aurora, say it together. Ow, Erluo la. Just call me Zyogwang. As Zyogwang stood in stunned silence, Moon hopped over to Zyoksu's side, grinning mischievously as she shared her personal secret trick. Zyoksu-jie, I'll teach you a method. I guarantee you'll be able to say Zyogwang's full name properly. What is it? Call her Ururigwa-gwa. Ururigwa-gwa. Yes, that's it. Zyogwang turned to look at their parents. The fun dragon had an expression that clearly read, Dad's mom, we already have one little fool in the family. Why did you have to bring back another one? Leon and Rosvisser covered their faces in silent exasperation. Who would have thought that the nickname they had originally given just to simplify her name would come in handy today? Fortunately, Zyoksu's speech rhythm issue seemed to improve with practice. After silently repeating it twice, she finally pronounced it correctly. Aurora. Zyogwang's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of pride over someone being able to say her full name properly. What a bizarre feeling. Aurora. No need to say it so many times. Zyoksu looked at the fun dragon, unintentionally stepping forward, now standing directly in front of Zyogwang. The two girls stared at each other, one taller, one shorter. Zyogwang wasn't sure what this new big sister was up to. But Zyoksu, on the other hand, found herself staring at those pink eyes, lost in thought, like she was recalling something from the past. Have we met before, Aurora? Zyogwang blinked, scratching her head in confusion. No, I don't think so. Your hair and eye color are so unique. If I'd seen you before, I'd definitely remember. Besides Zyoksu's striking features, there was also the simple fact that it was impossible for them to have met. The Snow Elf clan was located far from the Silver Dragon territory, and when Zyoksu was adopted by the dwarves, Zyogwang had only just been born. There was simply no way. Zyoksu pulled her gaze away. Maybe I was mistaken. With introductions finished, Moon eagerly pulled Zyoksu into an excited conversation about all sorts of things that had happened at school. She also invited Zyoksu to attend the anniversary festival next week. It was the perfect chance for Zyoksu to bond with her new sisters, so of course, she agreed. During dinner, Moon did something unheard of. She didn't squeeze next to Noah. Instead, she sat beside Zyoksu, enthusiastically piling food onto her plate, pouring her water, and making sure she had plenty to eat. A warm and affectionate little sister, Zyoksu didn't feel awkward or out of place at all. Thankfully, Moon was there. Otherwise, with how the other three were, one a stoic face, one an entertainment-seeking troublemaker, and one too young, Zyogwang alone probably wouldn't have been able to smooth things over this quickly. After dinner, the girls dragged Zyoksu off to the courtyard to play games together. Meanwhile, the couple returned to their bedroom and stood on the balcony, watching their daughters laugh and run around below. Leon sighed lazily. Let's give Zyoksu some time to settle in before having Zyogwang use memory retracing magic on her. Rosvisser nodded. I think so too. If we make her go through it right away, she might feel uncomfortable. Of course, she didn't mean physically uncomfortable, but rather mentally. She didn't want Zyoksu to feel like they had brought her to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary for some ulterior motive. The couple chatted idly for a while longer. Then, Rosvisser rubbed her arms and said, It's getting cold. I'm heading inside. All right. Leon lingered on the balcony a little longer, watching the children play before finally heading inside. By the time he entered the bedroom, Rosvisser had already changed into her sleepwear. That familiar white camisole nightdress, its delicate straps barely clinging to her soft, flushed shoulders, the dragon pattern swirling across her chest, extending deep into that alluring valley. She leaned against the wardrobe, arms crossed, her gaze sultry. Zyoksu's situation can wait, but our situation? Her voice was a slow, teasing purr. That cannot wait any longer. Leon smirked as he casually unfastened the buttons of his shirt. Little dragon, tonight you will taste true defeat. Otter's note. Tomorrow we write smut, take note. $694. Vol 6ch, 60. Thinking back, the last time they had done it in Veyron felt like ages ago. At the very least, for the past month, the couple had not engaged in any physical intimacy. So the only way to make up for more than 30 days of built-up longing in a single night was to perfectly combine intensity and repetition. Of course, before officially starting, Leon and Rosvisser had a long-standing habit of beginning with the first wave of intimacy. Thud. Rosvisser's head gently pressed against the wardrobe door. Her hands cupped Leon's face, kissing him fervently, passionately. Leon's hands wrapped around Rosvisser's delicate waist. It was soft and slender, fitting perfectly in his grasp, like a sinuous, seductive serpent writhing against his palms. Tasting each other's breath, they kissed all the way from the living room to the bedroom. Along the way, they knocked over quite a few bottles and trinkets, but that could be cleaned up in the morning. Right now, nothing could be allowed to break their focus. By the time they reached the bed, they both instinctively paused. Rosvisser let out a soft breath, her flushed, alluring face tinged with anticipation. Her arms rested loosely on Leon's shoulders, her warm, quickened breaths brushing against his face. Her silver eyes shimmered, gazing deeply at him. "Do you love me? What do you think?" Rosvisser pressed forward and kissed him again before pulling back with a teasing smile. "If you love me, then lie down on the bed." Whoever lay down first would inevitably lose all control during the first half of the lesson. Leon wasn't about to let her win so easily. "Then do you love me, Rosvisser?" Excitement flickered in Rosvisser's gaze as she lightly pressed the softness of her chest against Leon's firm muscles beneath his shirt. "Lie down, and I'll love you, Leon." She had attached a condition to her words, but they both knew this was just part of the game. And even though their teasing words hadn't yet escalated into more, their bodies had never once separated. They remained tightly entangled, locked in each other's embrace. Rosvisser's voice trembled as she spoke, her breath ragged, clearly affected by the dragon markings flaring to life. Leon wasn't faring much better. Tasting each other's bodies, at this moment it was like moths drawn to flame. Even if they burned, they had to reach for it. Yet, both of them were still using the last shreds of their reason to hold back. Because this was the battle for dominance. "Please, Leon, lie down. No matter what you ask, I'll say yes." Rosvisser didn't even wait for his reply. Her dragon markings pulsed, urging her instincts forward. She kissed him again, deeper this time. At this stage, kissing was no longer just an expression of affection. It was the only way to quench the fire smoldering inside, to delay the moment of complete surrender just a little longer. Leon murmured against her lips. "Really, you'll agree to anything?" Rosvisser closed her eyes slightly, using every ounce of restraint left in her body to savor the teasing caress of his voice. "Really, I promise. Even if it means using my tail, it's fine. As long as you lie down right now, Leon." "All right, then grant me my first request." "What is it? Hurry and say it." "You lie down first." "Go to hell, you stubborn bastard." The moment the words left her lips, the queen's soul awakened. Her nimble tail suddenly coiled around Leon's ankle. And with a sharp tug, she yanked him off balance. Leon had no time to react before he fell backward, the sensation of weightlessness hitting him instantly. By the time he processed what had happened, Rosvisser had already taken the dragon rider's seat. She sat straddled atop Leon's abdomen, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, its tips grazing against his bare chest, sending shivers down his spine. The glow of the dragon markings cast a deep violet hue over their eyes. That light was burning away the last remnants of their restraint. Rosvisser pressed one hand against Leon's shoulder, while the other hovered near her lips. Her silver teeth bit gently on her fingertip, as if struggling to suppress the waves of desire crashing inside her. "Wouldn't it be easier if you just behaved?" Her voice was sultry, her breath hot. Why must you force me to take matters into my own hands? Leon smirked, challenging her. Is that all, Rosvisser? Surely, you don't think this is enough to make me surrender? With that, he made a move to sit up. Rosvisser didn't stop him. She watched as Leon sat upright. And in the next moment, their bodies pressed flush against each other once more. Since Rosvisser was currently sitting on top of Leon, her gaze naturally fell from above. She lowered her silver eyes, admiring the man beneath her with satisfaction, and murmured, I never get tired of looking at your face. Leon had known for a long time that dragons were suckers for good looks, ever since his time in the Silver Dragon dungeon 10 years ago. But just looking at your face won't satisfy my deeper needs, Leon. Leon quietly slid his hand onto Rosvisser's thigh, fingers brushing against her delicate skin as they slowly crept beneath her skirt. Then what else do you want, Tesk? What are you doing? Zai. Rosvisser chuckled seductively, lifting her hand to gently grasp Leon's wrist, pulling his wandering fingers away from her leg and up to her waist. Beneath his palm, Leon distinctly felt something slithering and coiling at the base of her spine. At some point, her flexible silver tail had slipped down between them. And now, it was teasingly stroking against his already very eager reaction. From Leon's perspective, the sensation was incredibly strange. As a pure-blooded human, no matter how long he had been with Rosvisser, he still hadn't completely adjusted to the existence of her tail, or what it was capable of. Take right now, for example. He could clearly see her hands and legs in front of him, so in his subconscious mind, she shouldn't have any other limbs available to reach that place. And yet, the sharp contrast between what he saw and what he felt sent his brain into a momentary disarray. It was like being blindfolded and having one's ears plugged, stripping away sight and sound, leaving one's body at the mercy of unknown touches. Arousing, unnerving, electrifying, laced with just a hint of dangerous mystery. And Rosvisser could see it. She could see Leon savoring every bit of the experience. Smirking, she straightened her back, puffing out her ample chest with a victorious glint in her eyes. Do you like it? Leon remained silent, unsure how to respond. Not answering means you do. Rosvisser had him right where she wanted him. Leaning down, she whispered into his ear, her breath warm and sweet. If you don't like it, I'll stop immediately, Tilda. Zai. His body twitched. It was a clear answer. Rosvisser chuckled, biting down lightly on the burning hot tip of his ear. Say it so you like my tail, or else I'll pull it away. I like your tail. Well, of course you do, just admit it like a man. That's more like it, hubby Tilda. The moment she uttered those words, Rosvisser could feel the way Leon responded, leaning into her touch just a little more, surrendering just a little deeper. Oh, it's been 10 years since we got married, and you're still this sensitive to being called that. If that was the case. Hubby Tilda, do you like it when I call you hubby? That trick again. Leon wasn't about to fall for the same move twice. Lifting his head, he locked eyes with her, his dark gaze tracing the exquisite curve of her jawline, an absolute masterpiece of a face. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Tilda? A soft moan slipped from Rosvisser's lips as Leon suddenly grabbed the base of her tail. Her body immediately weakened, collapsing onto his shoulder. Dear wife, did you think you were the only one who knew how to use your hands? Just since you're already saying that. Rosvisser lifted her head slowly. The flames of desire in her dragon-like pupils were no longer concealed. She kissed him deeply, pressing him down beneath her. Embracing. Kissing. Passion boiling over, leading to the most natural outcome. Rosvisser's dragon eyes sharpened. Her tail curled upward. That familiar sensation coursed through her body, spreading from her lower abdomen to every nerve, utterly intoxicating. With each rhythmic motion, the couple climbed higher, closer to that unspoken peak. It was painful, Rosvisser's brows knit together, a sensation raging inside her, like energy trapped with nowhere to go. Leon, meanwhile, was focused solely on breaking that final barrier for her. Together, in perfect harmony, their bodies moved in unison. And finally, at the moment of release, Rosvisser's tensed brows relaxed, her entire body melting into blissful exhaustion. Her thighs trembled slightly, and from between her soft, flushed legs, the evidence of their passion trickled down, staining the sheets, marking the night with the scent of heated desire. "695. Vol 6ch, 61. The next morning, when Leon woke up, Rosvisser was no longer beside him. On the nightstand, there was breakfast and a note. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up against the headboard and picked up the note. It was written in Rosvisser's neat and elegant handwriting. "Sleep in and rest properly. I have a ton of work to handle. Spend the day with the kids and meet me in the library tonight." Leon scratched his messy hair and muttered, "She must really be busy if we're communicating through notes now." After setting the note aside, he got out of bed, freshened up, ate his breakfast, and got dressed before heading to the backyard. Leon wasn't exactly a pro when it came to entertaining children. It's not like having one more kid makes it any harder. After all, Zioxu and the others were much older than the younger ones, so they didn't need much supervision. As long as the kids were getting along, that was enough. About 10 minutes later, Leon sat on the backyard lawn, the gentle breeze ruffling his hair as he relaxed comfortably. Meanwhile, his daughters and Zioxu were playing a classic blindfolded ghost-catching game. After one round, Aurora lost interest and stepped away. "Morning, Dad." The pink-haired girl strolled over, yawning as she greeted him. "Morning, Aurora. How's it going with Zioxu?" Aurora stretched, let out a long breath, and settled beside Leon before responding. "Pretty good, Big Sis and the others all like her. I like her too." That was a rare statement from Aurora. As a fun-loving troublemaker, her usual way of evaluating people was either interesting or boring. Other than her sisters, there weren't many people at school who met her standards for fun. But when it came to Zioxu, she had skipped over the whole interesting or boring assessment and simply said, "I like her." Leon knew his third daughter well. She wouldn't casually say something like that just to be polite. If she said she liked Zioxu, then she truly did. That was reassuring. "But..." Leon raised an eyebrow. "But what?" "But there's one thing I find really weird." "What is it?" Aurora tilted her head, pink eyes glancing at Zioxu's back as she spoke. "She keeps staring at me for no reason." Leon blinked, staring at you. "Yeah." Pausing, Aurora added, "She even said yesterday that she felt like she had seen me somewhere before. Dad, is there any chance Zioxu and I actually met before? You kids grew up in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary and went straight to the academy when you were old enough, while Zioxu spent her childhood before the war among the elves and later the dwarves, both far away from here. There's no way you could have met." Leon frowned slightly. "Maybe you two just click." "Click." Aurora lifted her arms and ruffled her fluffy pink hair with both hands. "My head is pretty round, but Dad, why is your head so pointy? Ow." A flick to the forehead cut off her nonsense. "Clicking means having a natural bond, not that your head is round." After a pause, Leon added seriously, "And for the record, my head is not pointy." Aurora giggled, rubbing her forehead where he had flicked her. "I was just joking, Dad. Then I guess we just click." "Emma, I'm gonna go play with the others again." "All right, be careful, don't trip." Aurora attempted a kip up. Failed. Tried again. Failed again. Leon sighed, covering his face with one hand while using the other to gently support Aurora's back, helping her complete the high-difficulty move. "If you help me, it doesn't count. I was this close to doing it myself, Dad." Sure. It was hard to imagine that this little one, who couldn't even do a proper kip-up, was somehow a martial arts prodigy in a reverse timeline. As the children continued playing, Leon stretched out on the grass, enjoying the cool morning breeze. That night, as promised, Leon made his way to the sanctuary's library. Rosvisser was already waiting for him. "So, Your Majesty, did you miss me today?" Seated at the central table, Rosvisser had several thick ancient books spread before her. She didn't even bother lifting her head as she replied, "Of course, every single moment." Leon pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Next time you're saying sweet words, could you at least look at me while saying them, Your Majesty? Rosvisser let out a soft humph before finally raising her gaze to meet his. I missed you the most in the world. Happy now. Leon narrowed his eyes with a playful grin before shifting his focus to the books in front of her. These are history books. Documents on the primordial gods. Rosvisser picked up one of the books inside. As I feared, everything recorded about the primordial gods is far too abstract. There are no concrete descriptions whatsoever. Trying to find anything useful about Zioxu in here is going to be difficult. Leon's eyes flicked to the notebook beside her, which had notes written down in neat handwriting. Is this what you and the scholars compiled earlier? Rosvisser nodded. Yes. She pushed the notebook toward him and continued. Kronos, the god of time, who was born in the same era as Beshiyama, did create a key. But this key isn't like what we'd typically think of as a tool for unlocking doors. It does open something, but as for what it actually looks like, none of the historical texts provide a description. Leon flipped through the notes as he listened. And Zioxu is that key, or at least a disguise of the key. A disguise? I don't think so. Rosvisser leaned back, her silver eyes deep in thought. I think Zioxu is the true form of the key. If Kronos created a key that doesn't conform to conventional understanding, then isn't it completely possible that the key is alive? Leon nodded slowly, considering her logic. That makes sense, but then why did Kronos's key end up among the Snow Elf clan? Did Kronos originally create it as a snow elf, or does the key automatically mimic the race of wherever it was left behind? The latter is more likely, Rosvisser answered. The last recorded mention of Kronos was over 10,000 years ago, so it's impossible that the original form of the key was Zioxu as we know her today. She then glanced at him and added, Remember what we discussed earlier, about the 5-spirit crown, the relic left behind by Zeus, the god of elements. Leon nodded. Yeah, I remember. The 5-spirit crown has detailed records. Various races fought over it multiple times throughout history. Rosvisser leaned forward slightly. So, what if the key of Kronos was the same? What if it was constantly fought over, passed from hand to hand across the lands of Meldor, until eventually, about a decade ago, it ended up among the snow elves and took on the form of Zioxu? That actually makes a lot of sense. Leon exhaled slowly. That would mean Zioxu most likely wasn't her biological parents' child at all. Yes, that's what I think as well, Rosvisser confirmed. And based on that, we can infer something else. Every time the key mimics a new form, it completely erases its past memories and then manifests as a young child of the local race. It's a defensive mechanism Kronos created to protect the key. And compared to Zeus' crown, this method is far more effective. Leon smirked. Yeah, no argument there. The 5-spirit crown is still missing, and the key. Rosvisser crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. The key is now part of the Silver Dragon kindergarten. Leon chuckled. All right, so that's everything you managed to gather from the historical texts. Rosvisser sighed, stretching her back slightly. Yes, but if our theory is correct, then Zioxu's past memories have been wiped every time she changed forms. That means Aurora's memory retracing magic probably won't work. Leon eyed the stacks of thick, dusty tomes spread across the table. After a moment of thought, he said, These are just old, rigid history books. It's normal that they don't give us much to go on. At that, Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, smiling slyly. Books are always rigid, aren't they? What, do you have a living history book or something? Leon grinned. I do, wife. In fact, we really do have one at home. (696). Vol 6ch, 62. Ask away. From the creation of the dragon god to the birth of the first hatchling, there is no historical event in all of Samil that this king has not witnessed. Especially if it's something ancient, something few remember, then that is truly my specialty. Go on, ask whatever you want. The three of them exchanged bright-eyed glances. Really, we can ask you anything, Elder Noah. The old ancestor patted her chest, raised a thumbs up, and even flicked her tiny tail. But of course, it was clear that the old ancestor was quite excited this time. After all, ever since the final battle of ultimate terror, she hadn't had a chance to come out for fresh air. Finally getting to stretch my legs again, even if it's just as a living encyclopedia, is better than nothing. Staying cooped up in that brat's head all the time, I was starting to rust. All right then, Elder, we'd like to ask you about the god of time, Kronos. Seeing Noah's confidence, Rosvisser didn't bother with pretense and got straight to the point. However, the moment Rosvisser uttered the name Kronos, Noah, who had been so full of herself a second ago, suddenly froze. She blinked. Instead of answering immediately, she asked, "What did you just say?" The god of time, Kronos. We'd like to know more about TA." No, not that question, the one before it. Rosvisser was caught off guard. She didn't understand why Noah had suddenly turned so serious, but she still answered honestly. "Really, we can ask you anything." The second Noah heard that, she began to vibrate. Xiong and Rosvisser hurriedly stepped forward, each grabbing one of her shoulders to hold her down. "Anyway, since you said Noah can come and go as she pleases, she can always just dive back into the bookworm's consciousness space whenever she wants." But at that very moment, the bookworm inside the consciousness space was actively blocking Noah from returning. "You little brat, you dare defy the heavens. This is my territory." "My consciousness space, my rules," Noah replied flatly. Her attempt to flee had failed. Her usual high-end mighty ancestor act wasn't working. Faced with this situation, Noah had no choice but to turn back to Aurora and Rosvisser. Under the combined pressure of the three of them, Noah finally spoke the truth. "I assumed you'd be asking about the history after the dragon god Tiamat's creation of the world. I didn't expect you to bring up someone like Kronos, one of the primordial gods." Aurora raised an eyebrow. "Even you don't know much about this, Elder." Noah nodded. "Kronos, Zeus, Apollo, they're all gods from the same era as the dragon god. But I was born after the dragon god's fall. By the time I had the power to travel across the continent, these gods had either gone into seclusion or had already merged into the very fabric of the world itself. So, yes, I don't know much about them." After a brief pause, Noah offered a simpler analogy. "It's like how you might know a lot about your peers, your siblings, your friends, but when it comes to your parents or grandparents, your knowledge is much more limited." Aurora nodded in understanding. There's no such thing as a truly omniscient being. No matter how much of a walking history book Noah may be, she only rose to power in the post-dragon god era. Rather than saying she was well-versed in that era, it would be more accurate to say she was that era's defining symbol. But everything before that belonged to the dragon god and the primordial gods. Unless the dragon god had personally recounted their past to Noah in full detail before their fall, she truly had no way of peering into the splendor and events of that distant era. "All right, we understand, Elder." Noah nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "So I can't tell you much, but I'll try my best to answer your questions." "That's already more than enough. Thank you, Elder." Rosvisser raised her hand slightly, then immediately asked, "I'd like to know, do you have any knowledge of a key that Kronos created?" "A key?" Noah muttered under her breath, her thoughts racing. She absent-mindedly clapped her fists together, as if something had clicked in her mind. "Oh, you mean that spear?" At those words, Rosvisser couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. "Yes, a golden spear." During the battle between the dwarves and Karl's group, Xioxu had transformed into that very spear. And based on Leon and Rosvisser's deductions, that spear was likely the true form of Kronos's key. The dragon god once told me, after creation, every god would do their part to fill the missing aspects of Samuel's world. For example, Apollo, the god of light, used his own body as kindling to ignite the sun. Or Zeus, the god of elements. Aside from the primordial essence, all fundamental magic in this era originates from TA. And as for Kronos, TA granted the world the very concept of time, giving everything its order and place. After fulfilling these duties, most gods would ultimately fall, having exhausted their power. However, before that happened, they would find a way to preserve their existence. As for the other gods, I don't know what methods they used, because their influence on the world unfolded gradually over time. By the time their deeds were recorded in history books, I had already sealed ultimate terror and put myself into a deep slumber in the far north. But time is different. It had to be defined the moment creation began, and that was Kronos' duty. In other words, before the dragon god's fall, Kronos had already prepared an escape route. And that golden spear is. Leon and Rosvisser slowly processed the weight of the concepts being revealed. They had already learned bits and pieces about the great feats of the primordial gods, but this was the first time they had heard that time itself was established from the very beginning of creation. So that means, Rosvisser mused, Kronos is fundamentally different from the other primordial gods. Unlike Zeus, Apollo, or Athena, TA's power was not divided among living beings, because the power of time directly affects the entire world of Samil. It's more like a crucial component in the operation of an intricate machine. Leon narrowed his eyes and asked, Elder, did the dragon god ever mention what this key is meant to open? The Palace of Time. Noah's voice was firm. After creating the concept of time, Kronos further structured the flow of everything in Samil with absolute precision. As for TA, Kronos has forever remained seated upon the throne of time, maintaining the stability of the web of time. And all of it, including Kronos themselves, is stored within the Palace of Time. That golden spear is the key to unlocking the palace. The dragon god said that Kronos left behind the key because, in the web of time, TA foresaw that one day, far in the future, a rebellious fool would arrive. This fool would use the key to open the Palace of Time, and then. Noah suddenly paused. Leon and Rosvisser, hanging on to every word, immediately pressed further. And then what? Then. Noah's voice grew solemn. They would take Kronos' place and be eternally imprisoned upon the throne of time. (697). Vol 6ch, 63. Eternally imprisoned. Leon thought for a moment, then asked, Then who is this rebellious fool that Kronos saw in the web of time? Noah shook her head. That I have no way of knowing, and even the dragon god would not have had the answer. The web of time may record the past, present, and future, but even its creator, Kronos, could not interfere too much. Besides, if someone has already stepped half a foot into the forbidden realm, how could it be possible to openly declare their identity? Back then, Kronos feared eternal imprisonment, which is why TA ultimately chose to close their eyes to the vision of their own fate. Rosvisser pursed her lips, realizing the deeper meaning behind Noah's words. Elder, are you saying that everything throughout history is recorded within the web of time? Yes. Then, does that mean everything is predetermined, that nothing happens by chance or accident? Faced with such a grand, philosophical question, Noah hesitated. She scratched her temple. That's a rather complicated thing to explain. The dragon god did tell me something about it before falling, but... Then, Elder, could you explain it to us now? The thing is, I wasn't really paying attention at the time. The whole family. Aurora, how could you zone out during something that important? Leon, truly, dragons have their own way of doing things. Rosvisser, wait, Elder, are you serious? Degrees. All right. Look, I may not know if everything truly happens exactly as recorded in the web of time, but I do know this. Noah finally set aside her playful attitude, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Leon and Rosvisser. The rebellious fool is fated to become the next god of time. This is the result of Kronos peering into the forbidden, and it cannot be wrong. The next god of time, though called a god, will be eternally imprisoned upon the throne of time. Hearing this, Leon recalled a past conversation with Rosvisser. Back then, he had asked her, What does the throne mean to you? And Rosvisser's answer had been, a cage. Leon had understood what she meant. When one becomes a king, a leader worshipped by the masses, their life is no longer their own. It belongs to those who follow them, to those who place their faith in them. It was not a choice, but a duty, a state of mind one had to embrace. And the throne of time was the same. To possess the power to command time itself, one had to bear the chains of fate and be forever bound to that cold, divine prison. Noah turned toward the window, gazing out at the deep blue sky, her mind wandering toward the traces left behind by the old gods. She, too, was curious about the rebellious fool. Who could it be? Aurora, are you ready? We're about to leave. Monday, Silver Dragon Sanctuary, front courtyard. Noah, carrying a backpack stuffed with snacks, called toward the front of the sanctuary. Coming, coming. Aurora walked over, carrying a cup of coffee in one hand. Sorry, I was just preparing some memory recollection magic tools. Noah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Memory recollection magic. Today is the Academy Anniversary Festival. Why are you preparing something like that? According to dragon tradition, on this day, students would bring special food or unique keepsakes from home to share at the festival. But Noah had never heard of someone bringing magic tools to an event like this. It's because our families got way too many people attending the academy. Aurora explained in detail. Big Sis is planning to buy logic puzzles from Helena. Second Sis is cooking grilled steak. Muse is just straight up performing. Saying this, Aurora shrugged her fluffy arms. At this rate, we'll have food, entertainment, and brain games covered, so I figured I'd take a different route. Hearing Aurora's reasoning, Noah chuckled. All right, I get it now. Let's go, we're heading out. Ahem. Leon stood beside the massive silver dragon, lifting his daughters one by one onto her back. Zioxu was also joining them for this family outing to the Academy's anniversary festival. Just as Leon and Rosvisser had hoped, attending the event would help her integrate into the crowd. I can climb up myself, Uncle Leon. All right, be careful. Zioxu nodded, then nimbly climbed up onto Rosvisser's dragon scales, settling in cross-legged alongside the little dragon girls. Leon was the last to climb aboard. Once he was seated, he patted the scales beneath him and said, All right, driver, let's go. Since dragons in their full form couldn't make expressive facial gestures, Leon didn't get to see it. But internally, Rosvisser had already rolled her eyes to the heavens. Childish. Muttering to herself, the silver dragon queen spread her wings and soared into the clouds. A few hours later, arrival at St. Heath Academy. When the Melkveh family landed at the entrance to St. Heath Academy, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. The entire area was packed with dragons. This is insane. Not even when we visited Sky City was it this crowded. Rosvisser, now back in her human form, bent down to pick up Muse, carrying her in her arms. She stepped forward to stand beside Leon, gazing at the bustling crowd as she replied. It's the 700th anniversary of the Academy. It's a significant event, so they also invited alumni from past generations. Over 7 centuries, the Academy had produced countless remarkable dragons, so naturally, the turnout was massive. But speaking of distinguished alumni, Leon glanced sideways at Rosvisser. Did you get an invitation, or were you not an outstanding alum? Whack! Rosvisser's tail lashed across his backside. Of course I got an invitation. I'm giving a speech later. Whoa, really? And what's the speech about? I'll be sharing my growth experiences over the years. And wishing all the students luck in finding a partner as outstanding as your husband. Rosvisser == Leon, hash. Us, if there weren't so many people here, I'd be bullying you right now. Laughing, the couple held their children's hands and stepped into the academy. Inside the academy, the festival atmosphere. The moment they entered, the vibrant festival energy hit them like a wave. Booths selling academy-themed souvenirs lined the walkways. Ribbons, flower baskets, and decorations of every kind filled the space. Even the usually strict professors and instructors had dressed down for the occasion, mingling with students in a rare display of informality. Noah-chan. A soft, sweet voice called out. Noah turned to see her blue-haired friend, waving excitedly as she ran toward them. Helena's hey. Helena Nissan, hello Tilda. Helena Nissan, hi. My name is Zyoxu. Nice to meet you. Ah, a new friend? Helena smiled warmly. Hello, I'm Helena from the Sea Dragon clan. The dragon girls bonded quickly. After a brief round of introductions, they scattered off to their booths, getting ready to welcome more students. A familiar presence. Since Helena had arrived, that could only mean. So, any news on the girls' origins? A rich, mature voice cut through the air. Leon and Rosvisser turned to see a striking woman with long, deep blue hair. With her arms crossed over her chest, she elegantly approached them. Claudia. Rosvisser nodded politely in greeting. Not yet, she admitted, but one thing is certain, Zyoxu is indeed the key left behind by Kronos. And that key is meant to open the Palace of Time. The Palace of Time, Claudia raised an eyebrow. That's the first I've heard of it. Just goes to show how ancient the primordial gods' influence really is, she mused. Even dragon kings like us don't know everything. Leon shrugged. We don't know much either. We're figuring it out as we go. Claudia nodded in understanding. I'll see what I can uncover on my end as well. Much appreciated, Elder. Oh, by the way, Claudia added with a smirk, I just spotted a redhead a little ways back. She raised her arm and gestured behind her. Not sure if it's your eldest daughter or that fire-breathing lizard. Leon grinned. Shall we go find out? $698. Vol 6CH, 64. Are you sure she's not from your Red Flame Dragon clan? Of course, she doesn't have our clan's emblem. She doesn't have ours either. Tusk, that's odd. Aside from your Red Flame Dragons and my Crimson Dragons, is there a third dragon tribe with a red theme? Hey sis, you're here too. Isha turned around at the voice, and seeing familiar faces, she smiled and greeted them. Hey, little Lo, brother-in-law and senior Claudia. Looking past the adults, she asked, where are the kids? They've already gone to set up their stall. They're really excited about it. Isha chuckled. All right then, I'll have to stop by my little darlings, shop later. Claudia crossed her arms, glancing at old Kang before shifting her gaze back to Isha. After a brief pause, she spoke. I could have sworn I saw just one red figure earlier. How did the two of you show up all of a sudden? Leon also looked at Constantine. The two childish men didn't bother with warm greetings, they simply exchanged nods. Isha blinked, thinking for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something. She pointed to the other side of the academy's corridor. Senior, the one you saw might be over there. Who? Following Isha's direction, Claudia looked over. Sure enough, amidst the crowd stood a slender red figure, glancing around hesitantly, looking rather flustered. Is she from your Crimson Dragon clan? Claudia asked. Isha shook her head. Her clothing doesn't have our Crimson Dragon emblem, and she doesn't belong to the fire-breathing dragon clan either. Because dragon clans are complex, and as time passes, new color-themed tribes naturally emerge. For example, at first glance, the Crimson Dragon clan of Isha and the Red Flame Dragon clan of Constantine look almost identical. That's why when dragons travel, they wear distinctive clan emblems on their attire to indicate their identity. These emblems are crafted with unique magical energy, making them impossible to forge or impersonate. Oh, so that's how it works. Rosvisser found the topic interesting and turned to observe the red-clad figure. But from what I know, only you and Constantine lead purely red dragon clans. No third tribe should have such an unblemished red color. Among dragon branches, many were named after colors. This naming system was straightforward, serving both as identification and misdirection regarding their abilities. For example, when you hear Black Dragon Clan, do you immediately think of them as land tanks with unmatched physical endurance? But when you hear Red Flame Dragon Clan, two things instantly come to mind. 1. These giant scorpions play with fire. 2. Their leader is famous for winning 3 revival matches in a row. Although the explanation wasn't perfect, the general idea wasn't wrong. Naming based on color or ability was common. However, this mysterious red figure didn't fit either category. Constantine withdrew his gaze from the unknown figure. There was no need to dwell on it too much. After a brief exchange, the topic shifted. "Hefe didn't come?" Leon asked. "She went off to find your muse." Constantine paused before adding, something about hanging out with her classmates. Muse's classmates, Muse's classmates. Leon furrowed his brows and rubbed his chin. "Wait, let me guess, she's buying food." As they chatted, a staff member approached. "Miss Isha, Miss Rossvisser, and Sir Constantine, the outstanding alumni speech is about to begin. Please follow me." Isha and Rossvisser nodded. Leon, on the other hand, was stunned, looking at Constantine in disbelief. "You're actually an outstanding alumnus." "Why not?" "How?" Leon rubbed his nose, muttering, "Your graduating class must have been full of wild lunatics." Too lazy to bicker with Leon, Constantine flicked his sleeve and followed the staff member away. As for the incident where Constantine lost control at the academy back then, although the principal and Terran handled things behind the scenes among the dragons and cleared his name, Constantine never made a public appearance to explain it himself. So, they're probably planning to use this outstanding alumni speech as a way to finally settle the matter, huh? Come on, Rose, let's go. All right. The Dragon Queen took 2 steps forward, following after Isha. But before they got too far, she turned back to Leon and reminded him. "Make sure to find the girls. Don't let them run off too far." Leon waved her off. Yeah, I got it." The Milkvey sisters, figures gradually disappeared into the crowd. Lowering his arm, Leon turned to Claudia and smirked. "You know, more than Constantine being an outstanding alumnus, what surprises me more is that you are. We see dragons, just don't like being in the spotlight." The blue-haired beauty folded her arms, smiling faintly. "Our clan rarely participates in public events like this. Only dragons like Rossvisser and the others, who need to maintain connections between different clans, frequently attend these gatherings. The Sea Dragon clan, with its deep heritage and long-standing isolationist tendencies, had no real need for social maneuvering." Leon understood. "You all go catch up with your old friends first. I'll wander around a bit on my own," Claudia suggested. "All right." And with that, Claudia left as well. Suddenly, the area around him became eerily quiet. For the first time in a while, Leon was alone. He scratched his head and looked around, but didn't see anyone familiar. "Guess I should go find Noah and the others first." However, just as he was about to take a step, a voice called out to him from behind. "Excuse me, hello." Leon turned around, only to find himself face to face with the mysterious red-haired dragon woman that Rossvisser and the others had been discussing earlier. She was wearing an elegant yet striking red dress, with a shorter hem in the front reaching her knees and a longer back trailing to her ankles. The off-the-shoulder design exposed her smooth, fair shoulders and slender neckline. Her waist-length crimson hair was vibrant like flames, and though her face carried the maturity of age, her beauty was undeniable. Her aura held a level of depth and sophistication that even Claudia couldn't match. But despite her overwhelming presence, at this moment, her expression was flustered and uneasy. "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" Leon responded politely. I'd like to ask. Could you tell me how to get to the academic building?" the red-clad woman asked. "Oh, just follow this road straight, and when you see a statue, turn right. Walk a little further and you'll find it." "Ah, thank you, you just saved my life." "Is it really that urgent? And is it really that dramatic?" The red-haired woman didn't stay long. After thanking him, she quickly hurried into the crowd. Leon stood there for a few seconds, speechless, then shrugged and moved on, not thinking much of it. But just as he was about to take another step, the same red-haired woman suddenly came running back. "Wait a second, kind-hearted, tailless gentleman. What the hell kind of nickname is that?" Leon was dumbfounded. The beautiful woman furrowed her brows and gave an embarrassed chuckle, awkwardly scratching her head. "Aha, well, I didn't know your name, so." "My name is Leon." "Leon." The woman softly repeated his name. "How do you know me?" No, not at all." She quickly denied it, then immediately introduced herself. "My name is Cecilia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Leon." With that, Cecilia extended her right hand. Leon shook it politely, though he couldn't help but chuckle. You might be getting ahead of yourself, Miss Cecilia. You're a hopeless case when it comes to directions, aren't you? You caught on that fast, huh? Cecilia laughed awkwardly. Come on, was it that obvious? Leon scoffed. Only a directionally challenged person would have that exact mix of embarrassment, confusion, and sheer existential crisis on their face. $699. Vol 6CH, 65. So, Mr. Leon, if you have time, could you take me to the academic building? Leon casually shoved one hand into his pocket and scratched his head with the other. I've got time, but we might have to take a detour. Why's that? My wife asked me to check on the kids and make sure they're not running around too much. At his words, a flicker of light flashed across Cecilia's red eyes. Oh, so Mr. Leon is already married. Leon grinned, been married for 10 years now. Cecilia clasped her hands together, her expression filled with admiration. Wow, that sounds so wonderful. In that case, I don't mind taking a longer route at all. That bright-eyed, trusting expression was way too mismatched with her mature and elegant face. Leon found the contrast amusing, though he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the dragon race was full of weirdos. A big sister with this kind of contrast, not even close to the strangest thing he'd seen. Then follow me, Miss Cecilia. All right, all right. Cecilia folded her hands neatly in front of her, obediently following behind Leon as they made their way into the crowd. The closest stop was Muse and Hefei's performance stall. Even from a few rows of people away, Leon could already hear Muse playing the harmonica. Unlike the usual loud and rowdy atmosphere at the other stalls, the crowd here was quiet and attentive, fully immersed in Muse's performance. Leon didn't get too close. He didn't want to disrupt his daughter's flow. Instead, he peeked through the gaps in the crowd, making sure Hefei wasn't running around. Once he confirmed everything was fine, he relaxed. That's my youngest daughter over there. Her name's Muse, she loves music. The little black-haired, red-eyed dragon girl. Cecilia studied Muse for a moment, then tilted her head toward Leon and glanced at his silver hair. Then that means your wife must have red eyes. Nope, she's silver-themed. Leon rubbed his nose. But if you're looking for warm colors, I've got those in the family too. Cecilia's eyes lit up. Really? MHMM. With that, Leon led Cecilia toward Aurora's stall. This translation is the intellectual property of Novelite. There was a longer line here compared to the other stalls. Unlike gambling with stone slabs, you can just spend more like me and roll as much as you want. It was the ultimate gacha experience. People were lining up to use memory recall magic, watching snippets of their own past experiences. Sure enough, Aurora sat there smugly, arms crossed, looking like she owned the world. With this many people's memories, aka blackmail material, she's got entertainment for days. Since the stall was too crowded, Zioxu was also there helping out. That's Aurora, full name Aurora Melkve. She's a really smart one. Leon introduced her. Oh, Tilda, she does look sharp, pink and fluffy too, so cute. Hey, Dad, you're here. Years of honing her sixth sense for entertainment had sharpened Aurora's awareness. The moment her eyes scanned the crowd, she immediately spotted her father. By now, several of her close friends had already started using the memory magic, so she wasn't too busy. She and Zioxu stepped out from behind the stall and walked over to Leon and Cecilia. Seeing the striking woman, Aurora tilted her head. This pretty big sister is. She totally meant to say auntie. But she remembered what her dad taught her. When talking to women, always call them big sister instead of auntie for max favorability. What do you mean, big sister? I'm actually quite old, little one. Cecilia bent down and reached out, ruffling Aurora's soft, fluffy pink hair. She smiled with squinted eyes and introduced herself. My name is Cecilia. Nice to meet you. I'm Aurora. Nice to meet you too, Aunt Cecilia. Aunt, huh? That still doesn't feel quite right. Hi. It's nothing. After that, Cecilia turned her gaze to Zioxu. The moment their golden eyes met, Cecilia's smile suddenly stiffened. For just a split second, an unusual expression flashed across her face. But it was gone in an instant. She politely extended her hand. "Hello, young lady, how should I address you?" Xiaoxu quickly recovered, extending her hand and lightly shaking Cecilia's. "My name is Xiaoxu. Nice to meet you, Aunt Cecilia." The moment their hands touched, Cecilia's expression subtly changed again. But Xiaoxu, keeping her head slightly lowered and her gaze modestly lowered, didn't notice. Leon, standing behind Cecilia, didn't see it either. "Dad, where are you taking Aunt Cecilia?" Aurora asked. "Oh, she got lost. I'm taking her to the academic building." "Okay, then let's meet at the entrance later and go eat together." Leon nodded. "Sounds good." "All right, see you later." "Yeah." Leon waved his hand and led Cecilia toward Dane District, where Noah and Moon were. On the way, Cecilia asked, "Mr. Leon, with so many children, you and your wife must be very much in love, right?" Leon didn't answer immediately. Instead, he casually glanced around, making sure there were no female dragons or their spies nearby before grinning and admitting openly, "Of course, my wife and I are the model couple of our clan." "Wow, tilde a model couple." Cecilia's admiration wasn't just for show. Her eyes were filled with genuine envy and astonishment. "Miss Cecilia, are you married?" Leon asked casually. "I am, and we have children too." But as she spoke, her voice suddenly turned somber. Leon instantly noticed the shift in her tone. He probed gently. "Is there something troubling you when it comes to your children?" "Troubling?" Cecilia let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "If only I could actually spend time with them. Since the day they were born, neither my husband nor I have been able to raise them properly. We were never there for them, so where would the bonding time even come from?" "Ah, were you both away a lot?" "You could say that." After a pause, Cecilia put on her warm, radiant smile again. "But I believe that my children must be living happily." "Maybe." Leon raised an eyebrow. "Maybe. Maybe they've already built their own families and have many, many little ones of their own." "Huh? Miss Cecilia, you sure love to dream. Do you think all dragons breed like me and Rosvisser? 4 kids in 10 years. That requires not just dragon stamina, but also dragon-level wealth." Still, Leon didn't shoot her down. He simply nodded and replied, "Yeah, maybe." As they chatted, Leon took Cecilia to where Noah and Moon were. After confirming that both of his eldest daughters weren't running off anywhere, he continued escorting Cecilia to the academic building. Most of the crowd was still gathered at the academy's central field, so the area near the academic building wasn't too crowded. Cecilia started another conversation. "By the way, Mr. Leon, how did you and your wife meet?" Why does every single person I meet for the first time ask me that? If you don't know, go read Shut Up, Malevolent Dragon Chapter 1, you bastards. All you people do is ask, ask, ask. "We met at a victory banquet," Leon finally answered, recycling his usual PR-friendly version of the story. "That night I was incredibly handsome, and my wife came up to talk to me. That's how we well met." As the eras changed, so did Leon and Rosvisser's origin story. But no matter how much the details changed, the core never did. Was there a victory banquet? Did the queen make the first move? Yes and yes. Art imitates life. So it wasn't like Leon was just making things up. "That's a very romantic way to meet," Cecilia commented. "Yeah, what about you? How did you and your husband meet?" "Oh, back in school, he was an expressionless block of wood, so I used to mess with him all the time." As Cecilia reminisced about the past, a small smile tugged at her lips. "After graduation, we often worked together on missions, and I still loved teasing him. But one time I pushed him too far, and he got really mad. No matter what I did, I couldn't cheer him up." Leon raised an eyebrow, and then I told him, "I'll marry you, so don't be mad anymore, okay?" Leon. And he said okay. Leon. So we got married. The next year we had a child. Leon. What the hell? Leon had always thought that he and Rosvisser were the biggest anomaly in dragon society. But there's always a higher peak. This was some next-level nonsense. Leon completely failed to comprehend. What the hell is with dragon relationships? A fusion of innocent mischief, strategic manipulation, and overwhelming curiosity. Cecilia tilted her head. Doesn't it sound kind of simple and peaceful? Leon twitched his lips. He had no idea what to say. I should just hurry up and take you to the academic building. Oh, okay. If he kept talking, his entire understanding of the world was about to get rewritten. Upon arriving at the academic building's entrance, Leon said, "All right, here we are." Am I? Cecilia looked up at the towering structure, her expression troubled. Leon noticed and asked, "Don't tell me you get lost inside buildings too." You figured it out again, huh? Ahahas. Leon pressed his lips together and sighed. But as a man of principle, he followed through. "Fine, where do you need to go? I'll take you." The headmaster's office. The headmaster's office. So she's a guest of Vice Principal Wilson and Headmaster Olette. Leon was surprised, but he didn't pry. He simply gestured. "All right, this way." The two of them entered the building. Leon was no stranger to the headmaster's office. After climbing a few floors, they reached their destination. Standing to the side of the corridor, Leon pointed toward a specific room. "The headmaster's office is right there. The sign's on the door, so you can't miss it." All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Leon, for guiding me." "Don't mention it." "Then I'll be heading in now. Goodbye, Mr. Leon." "Yeah." Cecilia strode toward the headmaster's office. Leon watched her tall, graceful figure, finally feeling relieved. But just in case the directionally challenged lady got lost again, he stayed put. Only after seeing her knock on the door did he turn to leave. Click. The office door slowly opened. Then came a voice. "It's been a while, Olette." Hearing Headmaster Olette's name, Leon finally felt at ease. But just as he turned to go, a voice from inside the office called out, "It's been a while, Melkve." Leon froze. "700. Vol 6ch, 66. The moment Leon heard the name, Melkve, his entire body visibly tensed up. He stood frozen in place, mechanically turning his head back toward the headmaster's office. At the doorway, the elegant, dignified red-haired woman had just finished greeting Headmaster Olette. And now, she turned her sharp, fox-like gaze toward Leon. She smiled. But this smile was completely different from her previous air of absent-minded innocence. At this moment, she was smiling like a cunning fox. Leon had only ever seen two other women smile like that. Rosvisser and Isha. When those two smiled like that, they looked like they had come straight out of the same damn mold. Leon's mouth opened, but no words came out. Cecilia, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow and winked playfully, as if to say, "Yep, you guessed right." Then, without another word, she turned and followed Headmaster Olette into the office. Click. The door slowly shut, sealing off the room. The heavy echo of that final sound lingered in the hallway. Leon swallowed. Steadying himself, he hurriedly turned and sprinted out of the building. Meanwhile, at the Academy's central field, the outstanding alumni speech had reached its halfway point. Leon marched straight onto the stage, where Rosvisser, Isha, and Constantine stood. Just as the speeches were wrapping up, he immediately approached them. "Hey, Leon, what are you doing here?" Rosvisser asked. Leon strode up to the three of them and solemnly announced, "I have something to tell you, but whatever you do, don't be afraid." The three dragons exchanged confused glances. Constantine crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Isha, serious as ever, folded her arms and asked, "We are dragon kings, we don't get afraid. What is it?" Leon took a deep breath, then spoke with extreme gravity, enunciating each word carefully. "I just saw another woman with the surname Melkve." At his words, both Rosvisser and Isha instinctively leaned back slightly, exchanged glances, then. Isha, matching his serious tone, replied, "It was Noah, right? She's also a Melkve." "Ah, no, not Noah. She's still over there selling toys with Helena." "Muse." "No, older than Muse." Oh, Tilda, I got it, it's Moon. This. Rossvisser raised a hand. I know, it must be grandmother Veronica. She came back for the anniversary festival since she's friends with headmaster Olette. Leon nearly lost it. A red-haired woman with the surname Melkve. The three siblings stared at him blankly. Leon gritted his teeth. She was fully grown, beautiful, dressed in red, looked just like Isha, and while she seemed a little absent-minded at first, she was actually terrifyingly cunning. Isha snickered. Leon snapped his head toward her. Why are you laughing? Isha raised her hand, her voice dripping with amusement. I just thought of something funny. What's funny? My surname is Melkve. PFFFD. Leon's gaze slowly shifted to Rossvisser, who was also grinning. Why are you laughing? Rossvisser smirked. I also have the surname Melkve. You're the same. Kanada Conchoinus, Chinese letter Kanada Conchoinus, Chinese letter. Constantine, who had been quietly listening this whole time, finally couldn't take it anymore. Reorganize your words properly and start from the beginning. Leon took another deep breath, then recounted everything from start to finish. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. After listening to the whole story, Rossvisser and Isha were clearly surprised. You're saying the red-haired woman we saw on the field earlier also had the surname Melkve? Isha rubbed her chin, frowning in thought. Now that's interesting. Leon furrowed his brow. Is Melkve a common surname among dragons? Rossvisser shook her head. Not at all. Normally, when dragon couples marry, the wife takes the husband's surname. Huh, wait. Leon paused, his expression shifting. Then why don't Noah and the others have my surname Kazmod? Rossvisser smiled. Because we are a proper, traditional dragon couple. Rossvisser rolled her eyes at Leon before saying. Say that again. If your wife is the one marrying you, then obviously the children take my surname. All right, fine. She's the queen, she makes the rules. General Leon won't argue with her. Leon let it slide. There was no winning against her anyway. But that woman, Cecilia, do you think she might actually be your mother? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted. After all, Rossvisser and Isha had never once seen their parents in hundreds of years. Even their grandmother, Veronica, had never told them much about them. So even if they did reunite, it wasn't as if they would instantly recognize each other. If she is, Rossvisser said, then judging by the color of her tail, she should be from Isha's Crimson Dragon clan. But neither of us saw a Crimson Dragon emblem on her clothes. Constantine added, think about it. Didn't your brother-in-law and grandmother both say that your parents were always traveling, working on some kind of intelligence operation? If it's intelligence work, then naturally, they'd have to conceal their identities. So any decorations on her clothing could be deliberate disguises to avoid attracting trouble. Leon knew this was plausible. He had seen glimpses of it before in Rossvisser's memories. Her parents had indeed been searching for a certain crown, something tied to the survival of an entire legacy. If that were true, then they would have needed to stay hidden to avoid enemies tracking them down, or worse, targeting Rossvisser and Isha. We're not going to figure this out just by guessing here, Leon said, rubbing his chin. He glanced at Rossvisser and Isha, noting their complicated expressions. A mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Even battle-hardened warriors like them couldn't help but feel a little shaken by something like this. Cecilia just entered the headmaster's office, Leon pointed out. Olette definitely knows something. We can just wait for them to finish talking, then go and ask her ourselves. After a moment of silence, Isha, being the eldest, was the first to respond. I think that's a good idea. She turned to Rossvisser, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. But Rose, after all these years, don't you want to see them? Rossvisser glanced toward the office door, her expression hesitant. After a brief internal struggle, she let out a small smirk and nodded. All right, let's go. Yeah, let's go. And with that, the Melkve siblings set off for the academic building. Constantine, realizing he was now the only one left behind, sighed. Well, I guess that means I'm on babysitting duty. Arriving at the headmaster's office, the three pressed themselves against the door, trying to listen in. Can't hear too well, Leon whispered, crouching slightly. From what little they could hear, the conversation inside seemed to be mostly catching up, nothing too significant yet. Could it be, Rosvisser murmured, that this whole Melkve surname thing is just a coincidence? Isha, the only one standing upright, furrowed her brows. Let's listen a bit more. And so, the three of them continued their eavesdropping. But suddenly, Leon felt something tap his shoulder. Hey babe, quit messing around. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, Tilda. Rosvisser rolled her eyes, ignoring him. But then she felt someone tap her arm. Hey Isha, knock it off. I'm not doing anything either. Leon and Rosvisser instantly turned toward each other. Wait, you weren't tapping me. Isha shrugged. Do I look like someone with that much free time? Then, a voice spoke behind them. That would be me. The three of them whipped around, and their eyes went wide. Gee, grandmother Veronica. $701. Vol 6CH, 67. You three, what are you sneaking around here for? Veronica rose from the table, her pale silver eyes sweeping over the three of them before finally settling on Leon. The matter of Leon's human identity had been revealed long ago when Isha had laid out the cards. In truth, both she and grandmother had already suspected as much, though they had never explicitly pointed it out. And now, this meeting with grandmother Veronica was also a moment of reckoning for Leon's identity. Adding to that, the fact that the old lady was staring straight at him from the start made him inevitably nervous. Grandmother, we were just... Veronica slowly closed her eyes, her stern face softening as a helpless smile appeared. She let out a quiet sigh, stepped forward, and walked toward the door of the headmaster's office. With her back turned to the three of them, she spoke unhurriedly. You're already here, so you might as well go in and listen. With that, grandmother Veronica knocked on the door of the headmaster's office. It's me, Veronica Melkve. Olette the headmaster promptly responded, coming. The door slowly opened. The headmaster had assumed that only grandmother was outside, but the moment he saw who was standing there, his tone faltered slightly. Oh, you're here as well. Perfect, that saves me the trouble of sending someone to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Leon furrowed his brows slightly. Saves the trouble of sending someone to fetch you. So the headmaster had originally intended to invite them here anyway. Even stranger was the fact that, aside from the three of them, the one who had claimed her surname was also Melkve, Cecilia, was already inside the office. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. Leon pressed his lips together and glanced at Rosvisser beside him. The queen looked equally puzzled. The husband and wife exchanged an almost imperceptible nod, before withdrawing their gazes and following grandmother Veronica into the headmaster's office. Upon entering, Leon immediately saw Cecilia sitting in front of the headmaster's desk. She sat with her back to them, her posture elegant. Upon hearing movement, Cecilia rose from her chair and slowly turned to face them. The moment they saw her face, Isha and Rosvisser were clearly stunned. Her striking, ruby-like eyes were almost identical to Isha's. However, perhaps due to differences in temperament, Cecilia's gaze lacked Isha's sharp cleverness. Instead, it resembled a clear spring, gentle and tranquil. Headmaster Olette glanced at Cecilia, then at the Melkve sisters, who were still frozen in place, before smiling and clapping his hands to snap them out of their daze. Well, now that everyone's here, even if it wasn't exactly as planned and no one was fully prepared for this, isn't life always full of surprises? The headmaster was as adept as ever at lightening the mood. Now then, given the circumstances, Cecilia, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Cecilia nodded at Olette. Thank you, Olette. Then she turned her gaze back to the Melkve sisters. Actually, on my way back, I thought for a long time about how to introduce myself to you. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't come up with anything. In the end, I figured that rather than introducing myself first, I should start by apologizing. As her words fell, Cecilia placed both hands before her abdomen and bowed, slightly toward Isha and Rosvisser. It wasn't an exaggerated 90-degree bow, but the sincerity of her apology was evident, along with a deep-seated guilt toward her daughters. Rosvisser instinctively stepped forward, as if intending to stop Cecilia from being so formal. But before she could take more than half a step, Isha raised a hand to stop her. Rosvisser looked toward her elder sister, but Isha simply shook her head. Cecilia straightened and continued speaking. As for who I really am, she smiled faintly, her gaze shifting toward Leon. I suppose my little Lo's husband has already told you what just happened. In the entire dragon race, only our family carries the surname Melkve. Even though they had already expected this, hearing it directly from the woman herself still carried an undeniable weight. In other words, this woman, Cecilia Melkve, was Isha and Rosvisser's mother. The mother who had only ever existed in grandmother Veronica's stories. The mother who had spent hundreds of years pursuing a great mission without ever once returning to see her daughters. Their silver and red eyes trembled. Even though dragons were known for their longevity, which supposedly dulled their attachments to those around them, when it came to the very few parental bonds they had, emotions still surged uncontrollably. Surprise, warmth, hesitation, uncertainty, along with a trace of anger and a touch of resentment. A whirlwind of emotions churned within the sisters' hearts, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Grandmother Veronica and Headmaster Olette all remained silent. Because they all understood, this was a standoff between mother and daughters. And only they could resolve it. After a brief silence, it was Rosvisser who spoke first. Her voice trembled slightly, and the emotions in her gaze, once complicated, gradually gave way to yearning. A misty layer seemed to settle over her silver eyes as she took a step forward, slowly raising a hand, her voice hoarse. Mother. Compared to Isha's relatively composed reaction, Rosvisser was much more emotional. After all, she was already a mother of 4 children and had lived with Leon for so long. Naturally, she was more sensitive when it came to emotions. Even as the Silver Dragon Queen, she could not withstand a century's worth of longing for her kin. And this time, Isha did not stop her. Rosvisser clutched the fabric of her dress and walked up to Cecilia. After a brief moment of hesitation, Isha followed suit. They were both significantly taller than Cecilia. So when they stood face to face, Cecilia had to tilt her head slightly to meet their eyes. You too have grown so tall and so beautiful. Cecilia reached out with both hands and gently cupped their faces. All these years, I've dreamed of what it would feel like to touch you. And today, I finally know. A foolish sentiment, isn't it? May I hold you? The sisters didn't speak. They simply leaned in slightly, closing the distance. Cecilia opened her arms and pulled her daughters into a warm embrace. I've missed you both so much, Isha, little Lo, I've missed you so much. They held onto one another, basking in the warmth of a long-overdue reunion. I imagine they have a lot to talk about, Olette murmured, moving toward the door. Let's take a walk outside and give them some time. With that, she stepped out. Grandmother Veronica followed her. Olette glanced at Rosvisser's back and noticed how her shoulders were trembling ever so slightly. Seeing this, she smiled in quiet satisfaction. Then she withdrew her gaze, stepped out of the headmaster's office, and gently closed the door behind her. (702). Vol 6ch, 68. While Cecilia and her daughters were reuniting and catching up, Headmaster Olette took the opportunity to organize an event and delivered a speech. Meanwhile, Leon took Grandmother Veronica to see the little ones. However, Olette chose not to discuss Cecilia's situation with the children. He felt that such an important matter should be explained personally by Rosvisser. Grandmother Veronica shared the same opinion as Leon. About half an hour later, the 3 of them returned to the headmaster's office. By then, Rosvisser and the others were already seated across from Cecilia, their emotions much more stable. Still, Leon keenly noticed that his wife's eyes were slightly red, and the delicate makeup she had applied in the morning had been smudged. He stepped forward to stand beside Rosvisser, silently pulling a tissue from his pocket and handing it to her. Rosvisser took it and nodded at Leon. The three of them shared an unspoken understanding. Words were unnecessary. Grandmother and the headmaster also took their seats. Leon remained standing beside Rosvisser, knowing that his presence would bring her a sense of security, especially after such an intense emotional moment. "Cecilia, now that you've returned, you should tell the children why you're here," Grandmother Veronica said. Cecilia gave a slight nod. "All right, Mother." With that, she turned to face the three members of the Melkve family seated across from her, and slowly began to speak. "All these years, your father and I have not returned home because we have been searching for something of great importance. It is one of the primordial artifacts of the female continent, Zeus. The relic left behind at the end of a god's life, the spirit crown." So it really was the spirit crown. Leon's eyes narrowed as he met Rosvisser's gaze. The two exchanged a glance, but did not comment further. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. Leon had indeed seen something about Rosvisser's parents and a certain crown in her memories. Later, while researching ancient texts, the two had come to the conclusion that Cecilia and her husband must have left to search for the lost spirit crown. Now, hearing it directly from Cecilia confirmed their suspicions. "Primordial gods?" Isha asked. "You mean the deities who, along with the dragon god Tiamat, created and shaped the female continent?" Cecilia nodded. "Yes, Isha. I thought they had long since faded into the annals of history. I never imagined they left behind weapons." Cecilia chuckled and shook her head. "The spirit crown is not a weapon. It embodies the power of Zeus. That is the 5 fundamental elements: earth, water, wind, fire, and lightning. All elemental magic in existence today originates from these 5. Before his fall, Zeus forged this crown and divided his power into 5 crystals, each representing one of the elements, embedding them into the crown. In a practical sense, Zeus is indeed gone. But the spirit crown carries his divine power. And along with the relics of other gods, it continues to seal the gateway to another world." The gateway to another world. Upon hearing Cecilia's words, Leon and Rosvisser were visibly startled. Nothing they had read in ancient records had ever mentioned this. If anything, they had only encountered the concept of another world twice before. Once, during the battle of the ruins of Sky King's Hollow, when the dying shadow had told Leon, "The last god of this world has fallen, the ruler of the other world is coming." And once more, when they had encountered Karl and his group in the Dwarven territory. One of them had the ability to open spatial rifts, and during their battle, Rosvisser had glimpsed through the rift into another realm. A twisted, hollow, fragmented world. Could this other world that Cecilia spoke of be the same one? Leon fell into thought. He did not immediately bring up the Dwarven encounter, but instead started with what Shadow had said. "When we fought against the ultimate fear at the gate, Shadow also mentioned another world. Is there a connection between what he said and what you just told us?" Leon asked. Cecilia pondered for a moment before answering. "After that battle, Olette sent a report to Mother, who then passed the details on to me. From a divine perspective, cognition is of utmost importance. The last god of Female, just before his own demise, chose to speak about another world. That is because before the dragon god created this world, there already existed a world that predated the birth of the female continent. A world of chaos, disorder, and darkness. In that place, time, space, and life itself are meaningless. Even the creatures that dwell there are constantly trying to escape. That place is known as the Void Realm." Hearing this, Leon and Rosvisser immediately connected the dots. The eerie world they had glimpsed in the Dwarven territory was the Void Realm that Cecilia was talking about. No wonder Karl and his group's abilities had felt so unnatural. They truly did not belong to Female. With this new information, Leon quickly pieced things together and spoke again. "So the inhabitants of the Void Realm have set their sights on Female, And the primordial gods used their power to seal the gateway that connects the two worlds, correct? Cecilia nodded, her gaze carrying a hint of approval as she looked at Leon. But instead of praising him outright, she turned to Rosvisser with a playful smile. Little Lo, you married a very smart husband. Rosvisser's face turned slightly red. She pinched Leon's sleeve, lowering her gaze as she muttered. That's not true. While the couple had their little moment, Isha remained focused on the serious discussion. Without wasting time, she pressed on. So, because Zeus has fallen, the gate to the Void Realm is losing its seal. And if left unchecked, it will open and allow an invasion from the other world. Exactly. Cecilia continued. Even before the dragon god created the world, the ruler of the Void Realm had already set its sights on our land. Chaos is synonymous with destruction. Their ultimate goal is to cleanse this fragile newborn world in chaos. If not for Tiamat sacrificing herself to shape this world, humanity would have long since become its puppets. For tens of thousands of years after that, the Void Realm remained dormant. But once the gods began to fall, the power sealing the Void Gate began to weaken. That was when they started to stir from the shadows. Isha's mind worked just as quickly as Leon's. At this point, she had already anticipated where this was going. So, for all these years, you and Father have been searching for the 5 spirit crystals of Zeus, crown in order to reinforce the seal on the Void Gate and prevent an invasion from the Void Realm. Yes, Isha. At that, Cecilia suddenly asked, You're so intelligent, why aren't you married yet? Isha. How was that relevant to the conversation, Mother? (703). Vol 6ch, 69. The Red Dragon Queen never imagined that on the very first day of reuniting with her mother after hundreds of years, she would be urged to get married. Isha lowered her head, slightly embarrassed as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I don't believe in marriage. Oh, Tilda, is that so? You know, before I married your father, I also didn't believe in marriage. Isha silently lifted her head. Let's get back to discussing the Void Realm. Cecilia chuckled but didn't continue teasing her daughter. Instead, she returned to a serious tone. Isha was right just now. We have been searching for the 5 spirit crown to reinforce the seal on the Void Gate. But of course, the spirit crown alone is not enough. In addition to it, the gods of light and wisdom also left behind relics powerful enough to suppress the Void Gate. Miss Claudia's father, the sea dragon King Bodin, is leading another group to search for those relics. The god of light, Apollo, ignited the sun of the Samel continent with his own divine flame, restoring light to the world. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, dispelled ignorance and spread civilization across the once barren lands. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. These 2 deities had come up in Leon and Rosvisser's conversations before. But what caught their attention even more was the one god Cecilia had yet to mention. Mother, then what about the god of time? As Rosvisser asked this question, her mind immediately turned to Zioxu. She and Carl had struggled to understand why Carl's group had gone to such great lengths, even sacrificing an entire elf soul to rescue Zioxu. Now it seemed obvious. They were after the final artifact needed to seal the Void Gate. The god of time, Kronos, is a rather special deity. Cecilia explained. Unlike the other gods, Kronos never perished. For thousands of years, he has remained at the net of time, maintaining the flow of time itself. However, he did leave behind a relic. Oh, but rather than calling it a relic, it would be more accurate to call it a key. Without even thinking, Rosvisser instinctively whispered those 2 words. Cecilia and Elder Olette both looked stunned. After a few seconds of silence, Cecilia asked, Little Lo, how do you know about this key? If one listened carefully, it almost seemed as though Cecilia had already guessed the answer, but she was still uncertain. Rosvisser pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment before turning toward Leon. Leon met her gaze and gave her a small nod. Rosvisser then returned her attention forward and slowly spoke. We don't know exactly what kind of form the key left by Kronos takes, but she is living with us right now. Cecilia finished Rosvisser's sentence for her. This time, even Cecilia herself fell silent. Just a moment ago, Leon and Rosvisser had been the ones caught off guard. Now, the shock had reversed. Mother, how did you know? Oh, tilde, so I guessed right after all. The red-haired noblewoman smiled meaningfully, looking far too smug for someone of her age. As expected, the terrifying instincts of the Melkve family were truly hereditary. Even Leon felt a chill down his spine. While I was just talking about husbands, I happened to glance at your daughters. By the way, I must say, my granddaughters are so adorable, ahem. Cecilia coughed lightly before continuing. I happened to come into brief contact with that girl named Zioxu, and I could vaguely sense the power of a primordial god within her. Among all the relics left by the gods, the one left by Kronos is the most unique. Firstly, unlike the other gods, Kronos did not fade away or perish. Kronos still exists, but he is eternally imprisoned upon the throne of time, ensuring the continued flow of time across Samil. As a result, he had far more time to plan and leave behind a key capable of altering the future's course. Secondly, although Kronos has not fallen, his power has weakened over time. There will inevitably come a day when Kronos' power runs out. At that point, he will no longer be able to maintain the net of time, nor suppress the void gate. And that key is meant to open the palace of time. The one who unlocks that palace will inevitably inherit the mantle of the next god of time. To put it simply, Kronos is currently using his own power to barely keep the void gate sealed. But when his strength is completely exhausted, someone must take his place and assume the mission of the god of time. After listening to Cecilia's explanation, Leon pondered for a moment before asking, couldn't Kronos have his key actively search for the right person to inherit his position? Instead of making the successor rely on luck or coincidence to find the key and open the palace of time, wouldn't that be unnecessarily complicated? Leon's question was one that had also been lingering in Rosvisser and Isha's minds. Exactly, and what if the key falls into the hands of someone from the Void Realm? Wouldn't that put Kronos in danger? Isha added. Cecilia took her time in responding, speaking calmly as she looked at them. Before I answer that question, let me ask you something. Little Lo, Isha, Leon, did you notice something peculiar about what I just described? I mentioned that we are searching for the 5-spirit crown, and I also mentioned that Poseidon and his group are searching for the other 2 relics. But I never once said that we were searching for Kronos' key. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged glances. It was true, Cecilia had never mentioned that they were actively searching for the key. Otherwise, given that the Myron clan and the Snow Elves weren't particularly hard to locate, there was no way the key could have remained hidden for hundreds of years. Rosvisser carefully reflected on what Cecilia had said and recalled something Noah had once mentioned to her and Leon, a savior known as the Fool. After a moment of thought, the Queen spoke. It's because within the net of time, the successor of Kronos has already been predetermined. No matter what happens in between, the one who finds the key will be that person. The one who opens the palace of time will be that person. The one who becomes the next god of time will be that person. Cecilia smiled in satisfaction, nodding. Exactly, Kronos once broke his own taboo. He peered into the future, woven within the net of time, and saw the existence of his successor. In that moment, Kronos knew that his role was not to find the successor himself, but rather to leave behind a key, throwing it into the net of time, ensuring that the future would unfold as he had foreseen. That is why there is no need to worry about the key falling into the hands of the Void Realm. That girl named Zioxu, she will help the destined successor become the next god of time. Upon hearing this, Leon scratched his head and muttered under his breath. Well, that's what you say, but we already encountered Void Realm people in the Dwarven territory, and they were after Zioxu. Cecilia raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've already clashed with the Void Realm. Leon nodded. Yes, one of them had an ability similar to plant corruption magic, while the other wielded a weapon that could open spatial rifts, allowing them to travel to the Void Realm. Cecilia thought for a moment, then slowly said, That sounds like Carl and Talos. Mother, you've encountered them before. Yes, Carl's ability is not object manipulation magic, as you might assume. He can grant temporary life to any material and command it as he pleases. Cecilia continued, and Talos' scythe can be thought of as a weakened version of the Void Gate. Although the portals it creates are neither stable nor long-lasting, they are sufficient for allowing a few elite warriors from the Void Realm to infiltrate our world. A few. Leon caught onto a key detail. You mean Carl and Talos weren't the only ones who crossed over? That's right, Leon, and that is precisely why I had to return and seek your help. Cecilia looked directly into Leon's dark eyes, her expression serious. There is one other. He calls himself Kaiser, and he is the strongest warrior under the Void Sovereign's command. (704) Vol 6ch 70. A few days ago, while your father and I were searching for the 5-spirit crown, we encountered this Void Realm warrior named Kaiser. Cecilia continued. He's incredibly strong, to the point where he almost defies our understanding. Even when we gave it our all, we couldn't stop him from taking the Wind Spirit Crystal. For Leon and Rosvisser, who had dared to search for the 5-spirit crown and the crystals alone over the past few centuries, this was an indication of their considerable strength. If they had no ability to handle such crises, how could they possibly protect the Samel continent? Yet even so, when faced with Kaiser, Cecilia and her husband couldn't win. The Wind Spirit Crystal was taken from them. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. This made it clear that Kaiser, the so-called strongest Void Realm warrior, was no empty title. Leon was silently analyzing Kaiser's strength. But Isha was more concerned with another matter. Then, what about father? Was he injured during the battle with Kaiser? The sisters had only seen Cecilia during this call for help, but had yet to see their father. This naturally made them worry and feel uncertain. Seeing her daughter's anxious expressions, Cecilia quickly reassured them. Don't worry, he's fine, very safe. Although we lost to Kaiser, at least we managed to secure the Earth Spirit and Water Spirit crystals. Your father is currently relocating them to a safer and more secure place. Hearing this, the Melkveh sisters let out a sigh of relief. As long as their father was safe, they could relax. So, what you're saying is, we now have 2 crystals. One is in the hands of the Void Realm, and there are 2 others scattered around? Leon asked. Cecilia nodded. Yes, the lightning and fire spirits have not been found yet. She paused before continuing. And the crown itself is still missing. At this point she sighed. For these past few centuries, our search for the crown and crystals has been slow, and the Wind Spirit Crystal we finally found was taken from us. Now, with the Void Gate on the verge of collapse, they've sent many elite warriors to stop us, forcing us to come back and seek help. Isha's mind started turning, and she asked, Why didn't you come for help sooner, Mother? This is a very long-term task. It can't be completed in just one day. Cecilia replied, You're Dragon Kings. You can't simply abandon your duties to go around the world helping us. Also, the fewer people who know about the gods' relics, the better. After all, these powerful artifacts have caused disputes across many continents and have entangled numerous factions. Not all races share the same unity when it comes to defending against external threats. There are plenty who are eager to claim the rewards for themselves. Cecilia's explanation aligned closely with what Leon and Rosvisser had discussed before. Powerful divine artifacts like the 5-spirit crown could easily cause chaos if they fell into the wrong hands. Instead of letting that happen, it's better to work from the shadows, becoming a savior quietly completing this monumental task that must not be made public. However, things always seem to take unexpected turns. The Void Realm has already started moving. If Cecilia and her husband continue relying solely on their own strength, it's likely that more relics will be taken before the end. Eventually, Sama will lose the power to suppress the Void Gate. Therefore, Cecilia's decision to come back and seek help was the right one. If we had waited any longer, the consequences could have been irreversible. Another sigh escaped her lips. "What's wrong, Mother?" Rosvisser asked. "Actually, it's because I had no other choice that I came back to ask for your help. That Void Realm warrior, Kaiser, is just so strong. Strong to an exaggerated degree. So, asking you to help me, I'm afraid it might cause even more damage." That's a completely understandable mindset, Mother. The surrounding environment had forced her to seek help from her family. Yet she was still concerned about the overwhelming strength of the enemy and the potential harm to her loved ones. It was indeed a difficult position to be in. "Cecilia, you and your husband both possess the strength of top dragon kings. Even so, when facing Kaiser, you couldn't fight back?" Alette asked. Cecilia nodded. "Yes, we didn't want to linger in battle. We did everything we could just to barely escape, and we had to give up the wind spirit crystal." Upon hearing this, Olette couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He really is that strong. So, Cecilia looked up and glanced at her daughters across from her. "I'm truly sorry, but the only reinforcements I can rely on are you two." "There's no need to apologize, Mother." Isha smiled, her tone relaxed. "You might not realize it, but over the years you've been gone, Little Lo and I have grown to a level you might not have expected. And even if Kaiser's strength exceeds ours, we still have our trump card." Cecilia's eyes lit up. "What trump card?" Isha didn't respond directly. Instead, she looked toward the man beside her sister. Rosvisser also raised her head and looked at him. "Isha really is like you, calm, sharp, and brave." Cecilia couldn't help but smile quietly to herself, then asked, "So, Little Lo isn't like that?" "Well, let's not talk about other things. When it comes to picking a husband, she's just like you." Cecilia smiled a little. "Mother, you've gained a sense of humor over the years." "Really, maybe it's because of Little Lo's husband," she replied. "Huh, but you and Leon haven't spent much time together. How could you be influenced by him?" Grandmother Veronica shook her head and looked down at the campus. On the grassy field, Leon and Rosvisser had already found the children. The family sat together, lying back, enjoying the peaceful midday moment. "I'm not sure, but that guy seems to have a special knack for affecting everyone who tries to understand him. He can leave an impression with his distinctive personality in a short amount of time." Cecilia took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, her gaze shifting between Rosvisser and her granddaughters. Eventually, her eyes settled on Leon. "I hope he can really save our world once again." 705. Vol 6ch, 71. After much discussion, it was finally decided that they would set out in 10 days. Isha and Rosvisser remained in the palace, on standby at all times, while Leon accompanied Cecilia to reunite with the sisters' father, resuming their journey to search for the crown and the crystal core. During this time, Saint Nanita temporarily stayed with Isha's Red Dragon clan, so she didn't rush to reunite with Noah and the others. In this situation, now was not exactly the best time. At the same time, since Aurora was the key to King Nanita, she had already been placed under the protection of the Silver Dragon clan. Cecilia also pulled Isha into working overtime, digging through archives and reaching out to contacts to uncover more secrets about Zioxu. Of course, while their mother and older sister were busy beyond measure, Rosvisser and Leon weren't idle either. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. Saint Nanita and Aurora stood on either side of their father. Earlier, Rosvisser had given Zioxu a brief explanation of her origins, but Isha hadn't gone too deeply into it. Because, in Aurora's current understanding, her biological parents were murdered by outsiders, and she was the last surviving member of the Snow Elf tribe. If Aurora were to suddenly be confronted with the concept of the primordial gods, not only would it be difficult for Zioxu to fully process and accept it, but it would also shatter all the beliefs she had grown up with. So Rosvisser had no intention of rushing it. She would reveal the secret to Zioxu slowly, little by little. "Aunt Rosvisser, will this magic really help me regain my lost memories?" Zioxu lowered her head. her voice a little nervous yet filled with anticipation as she stared at the memory recall artifact in her hands. Rosvisor placed her hand gently on Zioxu's shoulder, her voice soft. "Whether or not we can retrieve your memories, we will do everything we can." Zioxu pursed her lips, then nodded firmly. "I understand, Aunt Rosvisor. Then let's begin." "All right." Rosvisor then looked over at the pink-haired girl. "Aurora, you can begin." "Got it, Mom." Rosvisor and Zioxu lay down on the bed and slowly closed their eyes. With the help of a special hypnotic powder, the two of them quickly entered a deep sleep. Aurora channeled her magic, activating the memory recall spell. As the spell took effect, the thunder shadow stone beside them gradually began to project Zioxu's memories. The images flickered like a slideshow, rewinding continuously. Everyone held their breath, watching the unfolding memories with unwavering focus. First, Zioxu being taken in by the dwarven chief, Yachai, and brought to live among his people. Then, further back, Zioxu wandering alone in the frozen wastelands. With nowhere to go, barely surviving, nearly killed by the deadly creatures of the north. The images continued to rewind, until they finally reached the night of the massacre that had caused Zioxu's memory loss. That night, Talos and Karl, from the Void Realm, slaughtered the Snow Elf tribe in their quest for the key left behind by Kranas. The screams of the Snow Elves echoed beneath the night sky. Flames spread wildly, and under Karl's puppet sorcery, the fire took the shape of merciless demons, reducing the Snow Elf village to ashes. "Hey, hand over the key already, or I'll kill every last one of you primitives." Within the memory world, Talos was as arrogant and conceited as ever, resting his massive scythe on his shoulder, his foot pressing down on the chest of a dying Snow Elf. I don't know what you're talking about, please. Let my wife and child go." "You do know? Too bad. None of you will be leaving alive." Talos raised his scythe, aiming for the man's throat. Just as the blade was about to slice through his skin, a sudden fireball struck Talos head-on, sending him flying. He tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before scrambling back to his feet. Gripping his scythe, he turned toward the direction the fireball had come from. His voice laced with fury. "Who dares attack me?" From within the blazing inferno, a silver silhouette emerged, stepping forward. She toyed with dragon flame in her hand, a sharp killing intent flashing in her dragon gold eyes. "Leon said that in the memory world, there's no limit to magic power." "Then I suppose I'll test that theory." The moment she finished speaking, the dragon queen spread the wings on her back and shot into the sky. As she ascended, she shifted into her dragon form. A resounding dragon's roar shook the sky as Rosvisor, in her silver dragon form, hovered above the battlefield. She threw her head back and let out a deafening roar, gathering a searing energy orb within her maw. The raging flames on the ground seemed to respond to her call, swirling upwards, and converging upon the blazing dragon flame sphere forming in her mouth. The fire coiled around her enormous silver-scaled body, taking the shape of a colossal flame dragon behind her. By infusing primordial energy into fire magic, combined with Rosvisor's mastery of body transformation techniques, she had evolved an original technique that only she and Leon had ever used in battle, one that could unleash devastating destruction upon impact. Compared to ordinary fire magic, this attack was incomparably more powerful. Back in the Dwarven lands, Rosvisor had used this technique to blast Karl away and create a massive ice disk, preventing the dwarves from being buried alive. However, Heavenly Flame Judgment consumed a tremendous amount of mana. At that time, after using it once, Rosvisor had been left with barely enough strength to fight using only martial arts. But this was the memory world. And within the memory world, those who entered through magical artifacts possessed infinite mana and stamina. So, spamming big attacks repeatedly wasn't just something only General Leon could do here. The colossal flame dragon hurtled down toward Talos. Talos sneered, gripping his scythe, his arrogance and contempt for non-mages compelling him to take the attack head-on. However, in the next moment, a frantic shout came from the other side of the battlefield. "Dodge it, Talos." Talos stiffened for a split second, but reacted quickly. With a flick of his wrist, he spun his scythe, slicing open a rift in space. And in the next instant, he vanished through the spatial tier, escaping to another location. Although Talos managed to avoid being completely buried by Rosvicer's heavenly flame judgment, the extreme heat still burned one of his arms. "Damn it, you actually managed to hurt me. Are you insane? We don't even know each other, and you immediately unleash a large-scale annihilation spell." Carl held his staff and stood next to Talos, both of them staring at Rosvicer in the air. "HMPH, ignorant primitive, what will you do when your magic power runs out?" Talos raised his scythe again, preparing to attack. Even in the Void Realm, there was a concept of mana limits. And after witnessing the sheer destructive power of Rosvicer's heavenly flame judgment, Carl and Talos judged by common sense that her fighting style simply didn't make sense. "Run out." Rosvicer scoffed coldly and immediately began gathering fire again. In an instant, an even larger flame dragon took shape. The crimson glow reflected in the Void Brothers' eyes. Carl's pupils dilated. "Since when were Melmarians this terrifying? I've never seen anyone use such a large-scale spell twice in a row." "Well, now you have. Unlimited firepower, boy." "We're retreating, Talos." For once, Carl and Talos chose to flee instead of fight. Even if their pride wouldn't allow them to admit defeat, they still chose to back away. After chasing them off, Rosvicer slowly landed and reverted to her human form. She looked around, searching for Zioxu. However, instead of finding Zioxu, she found herself surrounded by surviving snow elves. "It's the Snow Angel. The Snow Angel has come to save us." The legend of the Snow Angel, it's real. The snow elves murmured in gratitude, repeating "Snow Angel" over and over again. Rosvicer was momentarily stunned, but she quickly understood what had happened. Aurora had likely used the memory recall spell to integrate her into the memory world, making Rosvicer appear as the legendary Snow Angel. "No need to thank me. I'm looking for a girl named Zioxu." She got straight to the point. "Zioxu, oh, yes, we know her." One of the snow elves called over a family of 3. Rosvicer turned, and sure enough, it was Zioxu and her parents. Rosvicer quickly rushed over. After exchanging a brief greeting with Zioxu's mother and father, she knelt before the girl, raising her gaze to meet those brilliant golden eyes. With a soft smile, she said, "It's all right now. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Zioxu's pupils trembled. Fear still lingered in her eyes, but her emotions gradually settled. She looked at the silver-haired woman before her, steadied herself, and softly whispered, "Thank you, Snow Angel." Rosvicer smiled. According to her original plan, if Zioxu could relive this past event without the trauma of the massacre, perhaps it would awaken her lost memories. Now that Carl and Talos had been chased away before the genocide, Rosvicer had managed to save most of the snow elves, including Zioxu's parents. Would this be enough to restore her memory? After comforting Zioxu, Rosvicer stood up. In the next instant, her surroundings began to change. Reality, Silver Dragon Sanctuary. "All right, Aurora. From now on, block Zioxu's ability to perceive the rest of these memories." Rosvicer's voice rang out in the real world. Aurora blinked. "Why, Mom?" "Because there are things that Zioxu shouldn't know. At least not yet." Aurora hesitated for a moment before nodding. Without questioning further, she activated the spell, blocking Zioxu's awareness of the remaining memory world. Now only Rosvicer continued deeper. Memory world, the hidden truth. Fragments of memories flickered before Rosvicer's eyes. They showed Zioxu's childhood among the snow elves. Until the images froze on a particular snowy night. A soft golden light descended upon the snow elf village, slowly taking the form of an infant. "Zioxu." Rosvicer whispered her name as she stepped forward. But before she could reach the infant Zioxu, the entire world shifted, like gears beginning to turn. Now the memories changed even faster, flashing by in a blur of countless faces. Rosvicer held her breath, watching carefully. There were no detailed scenes, only faces. Some were infants. Some were young girls. Some were grown women. They belonged to different races, stood in different time periods, and wore different styles of clothing from entirely different eras. But there was one common trait among all of them, a pair of dazzling golden eyes. All of these are Xiaoxu. Standing amidst the shifting fragments, Rosvisser felt as if she were traveling through an unknown history. For tens of thousands of years, Xiaoxu had lived under countless different identities, taking on different forms and races, wandering across every corner of St. Melga's continents. This was the mission Kronos had given her to wait for the one destined to appear. To aid them, to help them become the next god of time. Suddenly, the memory fragments came to a halt. Rosvisser's breath caught. Is it over? As the final image shattered, a familiar golden light shone once more. Unlike before, it was formless and unbound, free and untamed. But gradually, the golden light began to take shape. It coalesced into a long spear. It was the same spear Xiaoxu had transformed into when she lived among the dwarven clan. In the next moment, a deep, ancient voice echoed from within the sacred presence. From this day forward, you shall drift through time, carried by the currents of history. You will wait for the fool who defied the web of fate. Bring them here, so they may inherit my power and my shackles. I grant you your true name. A name that shall twist fate, overturn destiny. Your name is the Holy Spear, Gungnir. (706). Vol 6ch, 72. TL note, was someone recently worried that the chapters were getting shorter? Looks like the author heard you. The memory surge magic turned out to be a crucial tool in uncovering Xiaoxu's origins. And as for the silver thread of fate that Kronos had mentioned at the end, Rosvisser had some recollection of it as well. During the second half of her fight with Karl, he and Talos had attempted to use Xiaoxu, Aju, and innocent civilians as hostages to threaten her. Just as Karl was about to harm Aju, Rosvisser had instinctively drawn her spear. At that moment, she vaguely saw a silver thread connecting the tip of the spear to Karl's chest. That must have been the thread of fate that Kronos spoke of. And another thing she had noticed. At the time, the situation had been too chaotic for her to aim precisely at Talos's heart. She had simply thrown the spear toward the most fatal spot. Yet the spear had somehow curved midair, slicing through space at an eerie angle before striking directly at Karl's heart. If Karl hadn't blocked it with his staff, Rosvisser's spear would have impaled him clean through. After the battle, Rosvisser had asked Xiaoxu if she had manipulated the spear's trajectory herself. But Xiaoxu had denied it. Now, after hearing Kronos's words, invert cause and effect, reverse the heavens and earth, it wasn't hard to guess that Xiaoxu's transformed spear not only amplified Rosvisser's magic power, but also possessed some kind of mysterious ability. A direct lock-on mechanic. Or something else entirely. She wasn't sure yet, but knowing this much already was enough for now. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. There was still plenty of time ahead to unravel Xiaoxu's full past. Xiaoxu slowly regained consciousness. Noah and Aurora immediately rushed to her bedside. The first thing Xiaoxu saw in her blurry vision was a tuft of pink hair. "You're awake, Xiaoxujai, how are you feeling?" Aurora asked. My head hurts a little." Still drowsy, Xiaoxu sat up, leaned against the headboard and rubbed her aching temples. "But I think I remember a lot now, about my parents and my people." Hearing this, the father and daughters all sighed in relief. It seemed like some of Xiaoxu's memories had returned. Even if they couldn't be sure whether everything had come back, this at least proved that Rosvisser's approach was correct. As long as they helped Xiaoxu heal from her trauma, she would gradually recover her past. And Leon had also noticed something else. But instead of saying it out loud, he decided to test it first. "Xiaoxu, what did you see in your dream?" Leon asked. "Dad, Xiaoxu saw everything in the memory projection, so why?" SHHH tilde. Before Aurora could finish, Noah pressed a finger to her lips, stopping her from speaking further. Aurora blinked, confused, but obediently shut her mouth. What did I see? Zyoksu lowered her gaze, trying to recall. I dreamed about that night. That man with the scythe was hurting my people. He was about to kill the chief grandpa, but at the last moment, the snow angel appeared. She drove the scythe man away and saved us. She paused, then turned her eyes toward Rosvisser, who was still asleep beside her. The snow angel looked exactly like Rosvisser. To Zyoksu, the memory surge magic felt like a dream, so she described it as such. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, Zyoksu-jai, you're not speaking in broken sentences anymore. Aurora immediately caught on to Leon's intent. Her dad had wanted to test whether Zyoksu's speech impairment had been healed along with her memory recovery. And from how fluidly Zyoksu had just spoken, it seemed like her speech issue was gone as well. Really? Zyoksu herself was stunned. Wow, I can talk normally again. Hee, not to brag, but I, Aurora, played a crucial role in healing both Zyoksu-jai's mind and body. The little troublemaker crossed her arms proudly and wagged her small tail in triumph. Zyoksu let out a soft chuckle. Yes, thank you, Aurora. After a brief pause, Aurora suddenly remembered something and asked. Oh, right, Zyoksu-jai. You said before that you felt like you'd seen me somewhere before. Now that your memory is coming back, do you remember anything? Hearing this, Zyoksu carefully examined Aurora's soft, round face. But after staring for a long moment, she shook her head. I don't remember. Oh, I see. So it really was just a misunderstanding then. Forget about whether Zyoksu-jai saw you before or not. A quiet voice suddenly interrupted them. Aurora turned toward the source. What is it, Noah-jai? Noah was looking at Rosvisser, who was still trapped inside the memory world. Zyoksu has been awake for a while now, so why hasn't Mom woken up yet? Wait, what? Could it be that my special hypnotic powder had a problem? Noah raised an eyebrow. Mom isn't in danger, is she? No, at most, she's just sleeping a little longer. Then that's fine. But since the host of the memory world is gone, Mom's consciousness is probably going to be wandering alone for a while. Noah froze. You mean? For Mom, it could feel like a few hours at best, but at worst, it's hard to say. Noah. Hard to say? What are we supposed to do, just leave her trapped in there for days? Aurora waved her arms dramatically. Don't panic, Noah-jai, I have a plan. What? Hey, Tilda. Aurora suddenly jumped onto Leon's lap, grinning excitedly. We just need to get another host to create a new memory world and pull Mom's consciousness into it. Leon folded his arms, his face completely expressionless. That sounded reasonable. But for some reason, why did it feel so wrong? Noah immediately exposed Aurora's little scheme. You just want to take this chance to spy on Mom while she's inside Dad's memory world, don't you? Aurora whipped around dramatically. Leon, so that really was your plan. Zyoksu, does your family always scheme against each other like this? How interesting. Rosvisser, zzz. So basically, Mom's consciousness won't actually be drifting alone for several days. Now that her intentions had been laid bare, Aurora decided not to keep up the act and admitted honestly. Yeah, right now Mom is just in a deep sleep. She'll wake up by tonight. She's not actually trapped anywhere. But, Aurora suddenly switched gears. Dad said he's going on a trip in a few days, right? I just wanted to take a peek into his memory world before he leaves Tilda Noah-jai. Don't you want to see too? No. Are you Sura? Yes. Are you really sure Tilda? Okay, maybe just a little. Dad, Noah-jai wants to see too. Leon was speechless. But in the end, he sighed and gave in to his daughter's request. Fine, Aurora Zyoksu, go get Moon and Muse as well. Got it, Tilda. Aurora dragged Zyoksu out of the room excitedly. After they left, Noah lowered her voice. They still don't know who you really are, Dad. After the Battle of Sky City had completely destroyed Leon's identity, Noah had come to understand that her father was not a pureblood dragon. She had always suspected something even before the truth came out, so when she finally learned the full story, she had accepted it faster than even Leon had expected. To her, it didn't matter where he came from. He was her father. He had loved her deeply. And in the face of that love, racial differences simply didn't hold any weight to Noah. But that was her. She had already had time to process and come to terms with it. Her younger sisters, however, might not be able to accept it so easily. Leon had never found the right opportunity to tell them. Now that Noah had brought it up, he instantly regretted his decision. Shit, I got carried away and agreed without thinking. Noah remained much calmer. She glanced at Zioxu's magic tool on the bed, then at the memory projection stone nearby. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, Aurora told me before how the memory recall magic works. The memory world seen by the participants and outsiders is constructed from the host's memories and consciousness, but since both of those are abstract and unstable, the structure depends on the host's mental state at the time. So I was thinking, if you, Dad, don't fall into too deep a sleep when the magic starts, you might be able to retain partial awareness and subtly tweak certain details without changing the memory itself. For example, like making sure that the people around you are all dragons so that Moon and Muse won't start questioning anything. Hearing Noah's idea, Leon's eyes lit up. That could work. All right, let's do it your way. And no need to be too cautious, Dad. I'll handle things from outside. Leon was moved to tears. A father's little cotton padded jacket, indeed. Dad, Noajai, we're back. Noah looked toward the door. The little dragons rushed into the room. That was fast, Noah remarked. Of course, the moment they heard Mom was going into Dad's memory world, the sisters abandoned their spot in the line and came running. Just as Aurora said, Moon rushed over with sparkling eyes, grabbing Leon's sleeve and shaking it eagerly. Really, Daddy, it's finally Mom's turn to enter your memory world. Leon chuckled and ruffled her hair. Yeah, looking forward to it. Super excited. Then let's get started. Okay. Leon nodded, then walked over to the bed and prepared himself for the memory recall magic. All right, time to wait. Where's the hypnotic powder? Oh, here it is. Aurora picked up the small powder container, ready to put her father into deep sleep. I'll do it, Aurora. I don't trust your tiny hands. If you mess up the dose, Dad might never wake up. Noah smoothly took the container from Aurora's hands. Aurora didn't suspect anything and nodded. Okay, Noajai. Noah walked over, dipped her fingers into the powder, and gently applied a small amount under Leon's nose. I'm using less than the usual dose, so you should be able to retain enough awareness to tweak the memory world. She kept her voice low. Leon squinted slightly and raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. All right, it's ready, Aurora. Noah withdrew her hand. Aurora immediately activated the spell. Memory world. Rosvisser had just exited Zioxu's memories and was expecting to finally get some rest. But as the scenery gradually became clearer, she sensed that something was off. She was now standing in a school courtyard, surrounded by students walking back and forth. However, this was not St. Heath Academy. She glanced down at her own attire. A neatly tailored teacher's outfit. A dark-colored knee-length skirt, revealing well-proportioned legs. Her long silver hair was elegantly tied into a high ponytail. There were even black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Whose memory am I in? She muttered to herself. Just then, she overheard some students gossiping nearby. They're confessing. That third-year senior Alusha is finally going to confess to that guy. I'm shaking. I couldn't get close to him, so I settled for watching from afar, but now she's making a move. Same, he's rejected so many girls before, but there's no way he'll reject Alusha-senpai. Rosvisser watched their excited backs as more and more students ran toward some unknown commotion. She blinked, curiosity sparking in her mind. Might as well take a look. The queen stepped forward, heading toward the scene. "707. Vol 6ch, 73. I like you. This isn't just an impulsive confession. I've liked you for a long time, so can I invite you to dinner?" At the entrance of the school building, calling it a crowd would be an exaggeration. But the number of students who had come to watch the scene unfold was by no means small. In the midst of the gathered students, a silver-haired girl, dressed elegantly in her school uniform, gazed at the young man in front of her with shining eyes, filled with deep emotion. She was nervous yet hopeful, waiting for his answer. I've never seen Alusha-senpai confess to anyone before. Yeah, for her to be this straightforward. Did that guy save the entire Samil continent in his past life? That look in her eyes, if it were me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Hey, stop staring at just Alusha-senpai. Don't forget, that guy is famous for being completely immune to romance. He's rejected countless girls before, and every time it's been instant. That's true, and his excuse is always the same. I wonder if even Alusha-senpai will lose to the legendary, sacred beast excuse. The surrounding students whispered amongst themselves. And yet, for the person being confessed to, the waiting period before answering was pure agony. A single second stretched like an eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. She made it to 3 seconds. No girl has ever lasted this long without being rejected. I think she might have a chance. No, damn it, don't accept her confession. They're a perfect match. What's wrong with you? 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Just as everyone, including Alusha herself, felt their hearts in their throats, the guy finally opened his mouth. Sorry, I have to go home and take care of my donkey tonight. Silence. The entire crowd fell into a dead hush. TCH tilde that stupid excuse again. Can't he be a little more serious? No, wait, he actually looked serious this time. And did you notice? This time, he took way longer to reject her. Yeah, senpai lasted a full 5 seconds. That's gotta be a school record. And so, the school beauty's confession ended in failure. The students gradually dispersed. Alusha clenched her skirt hem in frustration, biting her lower lip so hard it turned pale. I won't give up, Leon. Leaving those words behind, she turned and hurried away. Or rather, judging by her posture, she practically fled. In no time, the entrance was empty, save for Leon and a few passing students. With a deep sigh, he finally felt relief. His gaze lingered on Alusha's retreating figure, her brilliant silver hair glimmering in the sunlight. But then he murmured, "It still doesn't feel right. What's missing?" Ah, whatever. His master had always told him, if you haven't met the right girl for love and marriage, then your fate simply hasn't arrived yet. And when fate arrives, no matter how unlikely it seems, even if the other person was a silver-colored slime, he'd fall for them. Leon highly doubted he'd ever marry a slime, but he couldn't deny that his master's words held some truth. After all, aside from casual flirtations, he'd never truly fallen for anyone. So far, there wasn't a single girl in this academy who had caught his attention. Just as he turned away, another dazzling silver presence entered his vision. Her waist-length silver hair shimmered under the light. A well-fitted teacher's uniform hugged her figure, accentuating her perfectly curved silhouette. Her face was bright and elegant, charming without being seductive. Her dark-rimmed glasses added a touch of sharpness to her already piercing gaze, which carried a hint of playfulness and amusement. She held a work journal in one arm. And when Leon took a closer look at her attire, he finally realized. She was a teacher. You've been staring at me for a while, Leon-kun. The new teacher's voice interrupted his thoughts. Leon snapped back to reality, shaking his head. Nothing, sorry, sensei. He paused, then asked, I don't think I've seen you around campus before. I'm the new biology teacher. You can call me Melkvei. Oh, I see, apologies, Melkvei-sensei. It's fine. Then, with a teasing smile, she asked, You just rejected a confession, didn't you? Yeah. Why do you not like her? I have to take care of my donkey. I don't have the time or energy to spend on a relationship. Bullshit, Kazmad. A sudden voice interrupted. Melkvei turned to Leon and asked, Back then, when you rejected girls using your donkey as an excuse, did you actually mean it? Leon immediately denied it. Of course not. He just didn't feel like coming up with a better excuse. No wonder Aju likes you. You've been using him as a scapegoat since day one. But there's one thing he wasn't lying about. He really was insanely popular with girls back in school. Oh, really? Ahem. Leon, who rarely spoke much with others, had somehow chatted quite a bit with this nosy teacher. But he figured it was just curiosity on both their parts. Well then, I'm heading to class, sensei. All right. Leon gave a small nod and walked into the teaching building. Rosvisser watched his retreating figure, narrowing her eyes slightly. So, this is your memory, huh? Hess, now I'm really going to enjoy playing with you, idiot. Thursday, last period. Leon pulled out his textbook and flipped to the last section the teacher had covered. His notebook was filled with dense notes, some written in his own words to better understand the concepts, others emphasizing key points the teacher had stressed. Several lines were highlighted in red, marking the parts he still struggled with, ones he planned to review again tonight. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. The teacher for alchemical mechanics, Professor Robert, is on leave today. This period is biology, the class president announced. The students casually referred to it as biology, but the full course name was Ecology of Dangerous Species, one of the core subjects in their curriculum. Biology. Upon hearing the subject name, Leon's thoughts instantly drifted to the nosy teacher he met at noon in front of the school building. And in that split second, as her silver-haired image flickered in his mind, Leon suddenly blinked forcefully and shook his head. Too weird. He wasn't the kind of person to randomly daydream about pretty girls. To be precise, he never thought about things like that. So why had he just thought about the new teacher, Melkve? As he was momentarily lost in thought, the classroom door slowly opened. The sharp sound of heels tapping against the tile floor echoed, with rhythmic precision. Leon had his head down, flipping through his book, when he suddenly heard gasps from the other students. Wow, she's gorgeous. Is she really a teacher? She looks like an upperclassman from our school. Hey, does anyone know if teachers are allowed to enter the school beauty contest? If they are, I think she's secured the top spot this year. Hearing his classmates' excited murmurs, Leon couldn't help but glance toward the podium. Melkve-sensei. The moment he blurted out her name, he immediately felt sharp stares from every male student in class. You already rejected a Lucia-senpai. Fine, but now you know the new teacher too. Sign up if you want to bash Kazmud with a spiked club on the rooftop. Leon covered his face, resisting the urge to slap himself. His mouth. Why the hell did his mouth suddenly act on its own? What was he trying to prove, shouting out her name like that? All right, class. If you have something to discuss, save it for after school. Rosvisser, now playing the role of Melkve-sense, lightly knocked on the blackboard. If Leon Kun says so, you may call me Melkve. I am your new Ecology of Dangerous Species instructor. Open your textbooks and class president, tell me where you last left off. For the entirety of that lesson, one person was on edge. Leon, who was usually the academic star and top scorer, for the first time in his life, desperately wished class would end faster. Not for any reason, other than the fact that he wanted to get as far away from this Melkve teacher as possible. Leon had no idea why he felt that way. But something in his subconscious was screaming at him. Being near that woman was dangerous. The last 30 seconds of class. Leon was no longer paying attention to the lecture. His eyes were locked on the classroom clock, silently counting down. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Finally, the dismissal bell rang. Leon snatched his bag, ready to make a run for it. But then from the podium, a calm voice rang out. Leon Kun. His movements froze mid-step. You spent the entire class staring at the clock, Melkve said, her tone light yet teasing. Do you find my teaching methods unsatisfactory? Leon whipped around instantly. No, sensei, that's not. Come to my office after class, let's have a proper chat. Leon. A sudden, ominous feeling washed over him. Why? Why did he suddenly have a very, very bad premonition? 708. Vol 6ch, 74. Leon stood in front of the office door, feeling oddly uneasy. For all his years as a student, he had never once been called to a teacher's office for zoning out in class. And yet, this new teacher had singled him out. Was she planning to set an example on her second day here? If so, then Leon's luck was just fantastic. But there was no way out now. Taking 2 deep breaths, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." Leon pushed the door open. The other faculty members had already gone home, leaving only the new teacher, Melkve. She was seated at the desk by the window, her legs elegantly crossed, the heel of her high-heeled shoe swaying gently. The evening sun hung low, its golden-red glow spilling through the glass, casting a warm, dreamy light over her silhouetted figure. Her silver hair glowed faintly in the sunset's reflection. Rosvisser, who had fully assumed her role as Melkve, kept her gaze lowered, flipping through a few teaching materials. Even in such a simple act, her posture was exquisitely graceful, exuding a pressure that was both intimidating and mesmerizing. Hearing Leon's footsteps, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear before lifting her gaze toward him. "Take a seat." Leon nodded stiffly, hesitating for a second before sitting down opposite her desk. Oddly, there was no chair directly in front of her, only one at the corner of the four-sided table, meaning that they were much closer than expected. Leon gripped the hem of his uniform, feeling an unfamiliar sense of unease. His back was straight as a board, sitting in a textbook-perfect posture, yet the soft cushion beneath him felt uncomfortably unstable. Like there was a needle beneath him, making it impossible to relax. His eyes flicked downward, and immediately he froze. The pointed tip of her high heel hovered barely 10 centimeters from the hem of his pants. Smooth, delicate ankles. Skin as soft as polished porcelain. Completely exposed in his line of sight. Why did it feel like something long buried in the depths of his soul was starting to stir? "Why won't you look at me, Leon-kun?" Leon snapped out of his daze. He hurriedly lifted his gaze, stealing a quick glance at Melkve's face before immediately looking away again. Sorry, Melkve-sensei, I shouldn't have let my mind wander during class. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to your teaching." Technically speaking, Rosvisser had used this exact excuse to make him stay after class. And technically, Leon had no argument against it, because he had spaced out during the lecture. So getting straight to the point, and admitting his mistake might just speed up his escape. Yes. His instincts were still warning him, telling him to stay as far away from this woman as possible. Melkve tilted her head slightly. "Do you really think I called you in just because you zoned out during class?" Leon blinked. He was still far from the power level of 10-second Dragon Slayer, so at best, he could be called Little General Leon, but at this moment, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Then, Sensei, why did you call me here?" Rosvisser leaned back slightly, reclining into her chair with a lazy, unbothered elegance. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, Net or Silk Road TL, it has been stolen. Her silver eyes locked onto him, slow and deliberate. "I'm still curious about what happened at noon." "Noon?" "Yes, your rejection of a Lucia senpai." "You're kidding me, Sensei. You called me in for this nonsense." Leon was thoroughly speechless, but still answered truthfully. "I already told you my reason, Sensei. I have to take care of my donk." "I'm asking for the real reason." Leon froze. Back at noon, Rosvisser hadn't stayed too long near the school entrance. She had only briefly observed the scene without fully immersing herself in the memory. Now, however, with plenty of time and understanding of her surroundings, she had all the leisure in the world to pry into Leon's past. After all, she was genuinely curious. If he was really such a hopeless idiot in school, how the hell had he managed to maintain top grades? "Sensei, that was my real reason." "Don't waste your breath lying to me, Leon-kun." Rosvisser smiled lightly, resting her chin in her palm. "I'm simply asking because I'm curious. So how about you humor me a little and tell me something more personal?" Something about her voice, about her gaze, felt off. For a first meeting, it sure felt like this teacher knew him well. Yet at the same time, She seemed genuinely curious about his real thoughts. And oddly enough, she was fixated on breaking through his usual responses. But the strangest part, Leon didn't find her persistence annoying. If it had been anyone else, he would have waved his sleeve, made a sharp exit, and never looked back. So why wasn't he bothered by it now? Was it because of the way she spoke? Or was it something else? All right, fine, sensei. Leon sighed, adjusting his posture slightly. To be honest, I have zero interest in relationships. His tone was firm, serious, and absolute. Melkve raised an eyebrow. Oh, not even a little. You should know, someone as outstanding as you could have any girl he wanted. That's exactly the issue, sensei. Leon didn't hesitate to explain his perspective on relationships. Just because I can have something doesn't mean I should thoughtlessly take it. I hate when people assume that just because someone likes me, I should automatically owe them something in return. I believe that a relationship should be built on mutual respect and equal standing. Both people should push each other forward, challenge each other, not change themselves just to please the other. That's my philosophy. Hearing Leon's words, Melkve Rosvisser smirked in satisfaction. Good. Everything lined up perfectly with what he had said after they got married. If even a single sentence had been off, oh ho ho tilde, he would not have had a good time later. Interesting. Rosvisser propped her chin against her hand, her silver gaze twinkling with amusement. She hadn't meant to look at him like that on purpose. It was just that she had spent so much time with the real Leon in the present, she was too used to it. She had completely forgotten that this was still young Leon. Seriously, woman. You're testing your younger husband's resolve. What husband in the world could pass that test? Young Leon, unaware of the danger he was in, found himself strangely affected. Why? Why was this new teacher making him feel this way? He had been at school for years. He had seen all kinds of beautiful girls. Not a single one had ever made him feel this way. And yet this Melkve, whom he had just met, was different. Thankfully, the setting sun masked the slight red tint on his fair skin. Leon averted his gaze, forcing himself not to meet Rosvisser's eyes directly. Then, have you ever thought about something even more serious than dating? Rosvisser's voice carried a teasing edge. Leon frowned slightly. More serious? What exactly do you mean? Marriage. Marriage. Leon nearly choked. I don't even want to date, sensei. Marriage is out of the question. Rosvisser couldn't hold back the corners of her lips from curling up. Oh, are you sure? You've never considered getting married? Never, not once. Leon paused, then firmly repeated himself. I even have a bit of a fear of marriage. Oh no. She was going to lose it. Hold it in, don't laugh. Fear of marriage? Rosvisser asked, barely keeping a straight face. You afraid of marriage? Why? Leon crossed his arms. My master told me that the thing he regrets the most in life is also the thing he's most grateful for. Marrying my master's wife. I don't understand what he meant by that, but because of those words, I can't not take marriage seriously. How seriously? Extremely, extremely, extremely seriously. Leon's face was completely deadpan. At the very least, I would never marry someone I just met on the spot. (709) Vol 6ch, 75. It is impossible to marry a woman you've only met once on the spot. This statement applies to any single young man with personality and ambition. Except for you, Kazmod. What to do? She really wanted to spoil the future for Leon right now. Urgent, urgent, urgent. The queen suppressed her desire to spoil events, still maintaining a smile as she lazily looked at Leon, and said, Good boys should be as disciplined as you. Leon rubbed his forehead and responded with a simple, feeling that there wasn't much left to talk about with Rosvisser, so he said, Then, teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Aju at home hasn't been fed yet. Go ahead. Goodbye, teacher. Leon had just started to get up when Rosvisser suddenly spoke again. Wait a moment. Is there something else, teacher? You just mentioned your master and mistress. Are you living with them? Yes, teacher, why? Rosvisser's silver eyes flickered slightly, and the cunning thoughts swirling in her mind were impossible to suppress. She smiled faintly and said, Tomorrow night, I'm going to visit your home. A home visit? Why? Leon put himself in her shoes and felt that this new teacher was specifically targeting him. Because I just started teaching at this academy, I don't know much about the students here yet. That would be detrimental to my teaching progress and efficiency. So, I want to quickly understand my students through home visits. As the top student in the entire class, even the whole academic year, I think choosing you as my first home visit is quite reasonable, isn't it? Rosvisser's reasoning was flawless. She narrowed her beautiful eyes as she smiled at Leon. That smile carried just a hint more depth, as if saying, What are you looking at? I'm messing with you today, deal with it. Leon opened his mouth slightly, as if wanting to say something, but the words reached the tip of his tongue and then were swallowed back down. It was strange. Even though he internally wanted to keep his distance from this woman, even felt some resistance toward her, in actual actions, he always ended up going along with her ideas. Whatever she asked, Leon answered, just like before. And when she said she was coming over for a home visit, logically, he should have been able to come up with all kinds of reasons to refuse. But for some reason, the words of refusal simply wouldn't come out. After hesitating for a few seconds, Leon nodded and replied in a muffled voice. I understand, teacher. Rosvisser smiled in satisfaction. Good, then tomorrow night, don't be late. Emma. He responded, and then escaped from the office as if running for his life. Watching someone's back as they fled in panic, the queen stretched lazily with pleasure and couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really fun. Back then in my memories, you played rough with me. Now it's my turn. The footsteps outside gradually faded, and Rosvisser quietly waited for the world around her to change. Since this scene was created based on Leon's memories, and once Leon left, he would no longer produce memories related to this moment. The surrounding scenery should start collapsing and blurring. However, after waiting for a while, everything before Rosvisser's eyes remained unchanged. She frowned in confusion, thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Almost forgot? Aurora told me yesterday that this newly improved memory recall magic not only allows participants to naturally immerse themselves in the memory world, but also enables everything within it to continue developing according to the host's impressions and subconscious. So, even after Leon leaves, this scene will continue to exist. This makes it feel more like a real world. If the world were built only around the host's current memories, it would inevitably affect the sense of immersion for participants. Just like back then, when she adjusted this memory and had young Rosvisser leave with Veronica, the surrounding scenery, all blurred and collapsed, which greatly impacted Leon's experience. Aurora's update to the memory spell, this time was indeed a perfect improvement. Rosvisser stood up, stepped forward in her high heels, and walked out of the office. Since this was a real world, she would take this opportunity to personally experience Leon's past. It was, in a way, an opportunity to understand him from a different perspective. She wasn't in a hurry. She draped a long black trench coat over her uniform dress, looking elegant and poised. With the cool evening breeze brushing past, Rosvisser strolled slowly along the academy's sports field. Even though classes were over, the academy was still bustling with students. Some lay on the grass chatting, some sat around the field in idle conversation, while others were engaged in various sports activities. Rosvisser didn't know if Leon had any after-school hobbies at this time, but going home to feed Aju definitely didn't count as one. Give that back to me. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of a commotion. She turned her gaze toward the noise. A group of male students was messing around on the sports field, passing a few books among themselves. They had formed a circle, tossing the books back and forth. At the center of the group stood a relatively thin boy. His face was filled with urgency as he jumped around, trying to snatch the books back. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, it has been stolen. Jump higher, Martin, just a little higher and you might reach it. If you really can't, why don't you ask your great noble father to help you get it back? His noble father, he's busy marrying Martin's stepmother Tilda. A blatant case of bullying, both verbal and physical. Rossvisser recognized the boy named Martin. He was one of Leon's longtime teammates, someone who had admired Leon since their school days. Later, through his own efforts, he successfully joined Leon's Kanglong squad after graduation. Martin's personality was relatively timid, and boys like him were indeed easy targets for bullying during school. Without thinking twice, Rossvisser took quick steps toward them. But someone else acted even faster. A figure in blue leaped from the nearby corridor, back slightly curved but still executing a perfect flying kick. In the next second, her foot sent one of the bullies flying. "Tisk, what the hell is wrong with you?" The twin-tailed girl landed steadily, bent down to pick up the books that had fallen to the ground, and handed them back to Martin. She stepped forward, placing herself in front of Martin, using her small frame, barely reaching his shoulders, to shield him behind her. In broad daylight, under a clear sky, what the hell are you doing with this schoolyard bullying? Are you guys mentally ill or something? The boy who had been kicked to the ground got up awkwardly, patted the dust off his clothes, and snorted coldly. "Rebecca, what are you butting in for? Oh, Tilda, I get it now. You and this little loser are dating, aren't you?" Tuh. Rebecca's tuh wasn't just an insult, it was a literal spit right on his face. First of all, Martin is not a loser. Secondly, we are not dating. And lastly, Rebecca narrowed her blue-green eyes slightly, scanning the burly bullies cracking their knuckles around her. She quietly reached out and grabbed Martin's wrist. "Run." Rebecca, who had a habit of throwing herself into trouble when she saw injustice, knew better than to stick around when she was outnumbered. She had grabbed the books for Martin, so now it was time to run. Impulsive as she was, her instincts were at least logical. The two of them sprinted across the sports field. Get them, if we don't teach them a lesson today, they'll really start thinking they can walk all over us. Of course, bullies took pleasure in this kind of thing. The more spectators gathered to watch, the faster Rossvisser moved to follow. Even if this was just a world built from Leon's memories, and Rebecca and Martin were essentially just NPCs, Rossvisser had spent years with them. How could she stand by and watch them suffer? Over there, cut them off. In the end, Martin and Rebecca found themselves trapped in a dead-end alley. Go on, keep running. Let's see where you can run to now. Their backs were pressed tightly against the wall as the bullies closed in. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I dragged you into this," Martin murmured. "I'm just saying, after we get beaten up, can't you at least get your dad to do something about this? My relationship with my family isn't as good as you think. Get them, make sure they came in standing and leave face down." At the leader's command, the group lunged forward. But even now, Rebecca's first thought was to protect the fragile boy behind her. She quickly blinked, stretched out her not-so-long arms, and shielded Martin. "Ah. Ouch, ouch, damn, that hurts. Who the hell?" Her coat fluttered as Rebecca hesitantly opened her eyes. The bullies were no longer in front of her. Instead, Leon Senpai. Martin's eyes lit up. "You're that third-year Leon Senpai." "That's Leon." Rebecca was still dazed. Why is he helping us? The bullies that Leon had kicked to the ground scrambled back to their feet. "Leon, you mean this guy? He doesn't look like anything special." "Boss, his hand-to-hand combat ranks first in the entire academy." "Okay, we're out." Turning and running at the first sign of trouble was, admittedly, a great survival tactic. But before these punks could even take 3 steps, Leon's voice rang from behind them. "Oi, you think you can just leave after bullying someone?" The boys froze in place, slowly turning back. "Apologize," Leon said flatly, stepping aside so that Martin and Rebecca were visible behind him. "Apologize? Apologize my ass, what's wrong with you?" "Boss, I'm serious. His combat ranking isn't just first, it's leagues ahead of second place." Zai. The leader took a deep breath, forced by Leon's presence, and begrudgingly muttered. "Fine, sorry, happy now." "Bo. You." Grumbling, the leader had no choice but to lower his head. His followers followed suit, bowing with gritted teeth as they mumbled. Sorry. Leon didn't say anything more. The bullies fled immediately. Leon pulled back his gaze and turned toward Rebecca and Martin. You guys okay? We're fine. Thank you for helping us, Senpai, Martin said, his voice full of gratitude. Leon nodded. Good, as long as you're okay. My name is Leon Kazmod. Senpai, just call me Martin. Rebecca Clement. All right, if those guys come after you again, just come find me. Wow, Senpai, you're really loyal, Rebecca remarked. Leon adjusted his collar, which wasn't even that messy to begin with, and replied calmly. Helping the weak is a man's duty. Rebecca blinked her pretty eyes, then turned to Martin with a serious expression. Martin, not only does he love acting cool, he's kind of a chunibyo too. Why, yeah, I think he kinda is. Want me to walk you home? Leon asked. No need, Senpai, we can head back ourselves. But thanks again for standing up for us. We owe you a meal, Rebecca grinned. Leon chuckled and waved them off. After they left, he too was about to leave. Until a familiar voice suddenly spoke beside his ear. That was fast. We meet again, Leon. Leon's steps halted, and he slowly turned his head. A black trench coat, a white shirt, and that damn uniform skirt that barely contained the sheer allure of a mature woman, paired with high heels. Melkve-sensei. Rosvisser leaned against the wall, arms crossed, smiling as she asked. Weren't you in a rush to get home and feed Aju? What are you still doing here, playing hero? This time, her smirk was completely unrestrained. Anyone could see the pure satisfaction of having caught him red-handed. It was obvious. Leon had used feeding Aju as an excuse to avoid her. But the next second, Rosvisser's smug smile completely froze. Leon slowly led a long-eared donkey out from behind the bushes. I really was feeding Aju, Melkve-sensei. I just happened to see Rebecca and Martin along the way. Rosvisser equals. She had assumed Leon's absurdity was something nurtured over time. Turns out it was a damn natural talent. $710. Vol 6ch, 76. One time, it secretly followed me to school. My master thought it got lost and searched for it everywhere, only to finally find it munching on grass behind the academy. Leon held onto Aju's reins while explaining in a completely serious tone. Since then, it's taken a liking to the grass here. I even asked the academy's officials about it. This area doesn't belong to any designated department, so Aju is free to come here for a meal now and then. That sounds like the most abstract reasoning I've ever heard. But when it comes to you and your donkey, nothing seems too abstract anymore. Rosvisser let out a long breath, stabilizing her emotions before replying. All right, I understand. In any case, your heroic actions earlier were commendable. Heroic, huh? Leon hesitated for a moment. Instead of responding to Rosvisser's compliment, he turned the conversation around. When I knocked those thugs down just now, I noticed, Professor, you also. You wanted to step in and help too, didn't you? Just a little slower than me. Rosvisser chuckled softly, slipping both hands into her trench coat pockets and nodding slightly. What, you don't think I was just here for the spectacle? Her tone was light-hearted and teasing, clearly admitting to Leon's observation while also making a joke to keep the atmosphere relaxed. But Leon remained serious as he answered. That never even crossed my mind. Professor Melkve, the way you look at people when you want to help, it's something you can't fake. Even though you tried to act indifferent, there's no way you just stand by in a situation like that. Good answer, kid, very straightforward. But next time, when you're trying to praise someone, don't start with even though or but. And don't use abstract to describe me, all right? I'm your wife, dumbass, only I get to call you abstract. Of course, even though Leon's choice of words wasn't exactly smooth, the queen still felt a little pleased inside. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, it has been stolen. At the very least, the impression she had left on this era's Leon was a good one. Oh wait. This era. Could it be that they really were destined for each other? Nope, no way, that was way too cheesy. She was already cringing at herself. Rosvisser shook her head, shoving away the ridiculous thought. She turned back to Leon and said, "Thanks for the compliment, but even so, I'm still coming over for your home visit tonight." "Leon." Rosvisser smiled, completely satisfied. She pulled one hand out of her coat pocket and waved, her soft pink nails shimmering under the fading sunlight. "Well then, bye-bye, Leon." With that, she adjusted her posture, tucked her delicate chin into her trench coat collar to keep the chilly evening wind from sneaking into her neck, and began walking toward the main road outside the academy, admiring the way the moon had begun to rise over the sky. Leon stood in place, watching her disappear into the distance, somewhat absent-mindedly. It wasn't until Aju nudged free from his grasp and wandered off to munch on some grass nearby that he snapped out of it completely. His mind kept replaying that last moment, when Rosvisser had waved at him so casually and playfully. Under the sunset, this version of strict, composed professor had seemed so lively and adorable. Leon shook himself, unconsciously rubbing his chest. For some reason, something right here had just twitched. What a weird feeling. The next day, when Rosvisser saw Leon at the academy gates, sporting a massive bump on his forehead, for a moment she thought she had accidentally stepped into a memory fragment where he got beaten up. What happened to you? In her memory, there were only two people capable of knocking Leon flat: Aju and Aurora. The former, by virtue of being his first love, and having once kicked him in the nose with a well-placed hoof. The latter, a newborn infant, had exploited his tactical baby protection immunity to land plenty of solid uppercuts on her supposedly invincible father. But never before had Rosvisser seen anyone manage to leave such a massive bump on Leon's head. "Last night I got home a little late after feeding Aju. My master thought both Aju and I had gone missing. When he finally saw us come back, he got a bit emotional, and then..." "That still doesn't mean he should hit you on the head." Leon shook his head lightly, as if defending his master. Originally, he was going to hit Aju, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, so his hand landed on me instead. Small ones are weird, old ones are weird. The only person in Leon's entire household who still barely maintained the dignity and elegance of a dragon was Charlotte. "And why were you out so late? Were you messing around somewhere?" Rosvisser obviously knew Leon wasn't that kind of person, especially not when he had Aju with him. She was just asking in a way that suited her role as a teacher. "What? I'm just concerned about my student. If my student has lifestyle issues, I have to step in and discipline them properly, Tilda." No, I was just thinking about something and I lost track of time." Rosvisser watched him stammer and hesitate, and suddenly she really wanted to laugh. "Thinking about something? What could be so important that you spent that much time thinking about it, so much that you forgot to go home?" If she found out that he had spent 4 or 5 whole hours on the field just thinking, she'd probably call him insane. After all, he had only met Rosvisser yesterday, and yet he had been distracted by thoughts of her for that long. The truth was, he was afraid. Afraid that his master would read him like an open book. Afraid that his master would call him out for having thoughts about his new, beautiful teacher. Because that would be a betrayal of his ancestors. It would be a reckless, forbidden thought, a bold yet thoroughly discouraged act. And yet, even Leon himself didn't think he felt that way about Professor Melkve. But he just couldn't stop thinking about her. It was so damn weird. Nothing important. I'll be heading to class now, Professor." Leon parted ways with Rosvisser, following the rest of the students into the academy. Rosvisser watched his retreating back, at first trying to hold it in, but eventually. She couldn't. She laughed. Not mockingly. Just. She had never seen Leon like this before. A Leon who had to answer to a master if he came home too late. A Leon who had his own little thoughts and worries. A Leon who, at this very moment, was just an ordinary teenage boy, so different from the future, unstoppable warrior who would dominate battlefields. Oh, I know cute is supposed to be an insult. But I really can't think of a better word. Still smiling, she stepped forward into the academy. With a better mood than ever, thanks to Leon, She welcomed a brand new day in this world of memory. Otter's note. A family member underwent surgery. Today I needed to accompany him. This chapter I had planned to write in the hospital corridor, but the corridor was not really suitable to continue writing. (711). Vol 6ch, 77. It was evening when Leon arrived at the academy gates as promised. By now, more than an hour had passed since classes had ended, and most of the students had already left. However, he still spotted that familiar silver figure at the entrance. Leon scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and then, after some internal struggle, slowly made his way over. Tonight, Rosvisser's outfit was quite understated. Although she was still wearing a dark trench coat, the clothes underneath had changed from her usual academy teacher's uniform to something more casual and homey. Her long silver hair, which was usually left loose, was tied up in a high ponytail at the back of her head, streamlining her upper body's silhouette and giving her a sharp, professional look. At the end of her ponytail, the black-framed glasses perched on her nose only served to enhance her mature aura. Her makeup, too, wasn't as refined as it had been yesterday, just a few light touches, giving her a soft, approachable girl-next-door vibe. Hearing footsteps, Rosvisser turned around. "Good evening, Leon." At this point in time, Leon was still very much a clueless straight guy, but even he couldn't help but give her outfit a once-over. Weird, aren't home visits supposed to be done in a teacher's formal dress? Why does she look more like a refined housewife now? Leon was confused, but also thoroughly shaken. Rosvisser tilted her head slightly, her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat. She gave the hem of her coat a little flick and spoke again. "What's wrong? You don't like my new outfit?" And no, that's not it." "Then that means you do like it." Leon wasn't sure if he should say yes. In his understanding, commenting on someone's outfit was the kind of thing friends did. Not something between a teacher and a student. He pressed his lips together, finally forcing his gaze away from Rosvisser's face. His throat tightened, and after a moment of struggle, he muttered, "It looks nice." After spending just 2 short days with her, Leon still wasn't entirely sure what kind of person Rosvisser was, but there was one thing he had figured out. Whenever he said something that benefited her, Rosvisser would always smile. Which meant, yes, Rosvisser's outfit tonight really did look good. But if he avoided answering or gave some half-hearted response just because of their teacher-student dynamic, who knew how much more she'd end up toying with him? Leon had no intention of being treated like a child again. Hearing his response, Rosvisser clearly looked satisfied as she gave him a small smile. "Then take me to your house." "All right." The two of them walked off, heading in the direction of Leon's farm. However, neither of them noticed the 2 little heads peeking out from behind the school gate. One slightly above the other, they were both staring intently at the backs of Leon and Rosvisser as they disappeared into the distance. "Rebecca, are we really supposed to be following Senior Leon like this?" "Wrong, we're not following Leon." "Martin, you're saying." "We're following Leon and that gorgeous new teacher." Martin let out a sigh and asked, "Do you seriously think Senior Leon is dating that teacher?" "Senior Leon?" Sure, everyone knew Senior Leon's grades were ridiculously good, almost inhumanly good, but being so good that he could ask out a newly arrived teacher? That was a bit too much, wasn't it? Martin, you're so slow," Rebecca sighed. Martin frowned. "What do you mean?" "You didn't notice Leon's expression when he was talking to that gorgeous teacher." "Expression, what about it?" "Tisk, it's the classic little boy look. When a guy talks to the girl he likes, he wants to look at her but doesn't dare to, and the moment their eyes meet, he panics and quickly looks away, pretending nothing happened." Martin tried to recall what he had seen, but he still didn't quite get it. I don't have any experience with that." "You don't lack experience, Martin. You just can't see what's right in front of you." "I can't see what's in front of me." As the two of them chatted, they walked out from behind the school gate. Rebecca lifted her head and glanced at him, looking him straight in the eye. If you are reading this translation anywhere other than Novelite, it has been stolen. And the moment their gazes met, Martin immediately turned away, acting as if he'd just been caught doing something wrong. Seeing this, Rebecca let out a light snort, as if saying, "I knew it." She spread her hands and then turned the conversation back to Leon. "So, as I was saying, Leon is definitely crushing on that teacher. But even if that's true, what does that have to do with us?" Rebecca smacked her own forehead, sighing dramatically once again. Martin, you've been living in a bubble for too long. You have absolutely no gossip instincts. Leon's about to leave for training soon, and he won't be back for months." Rebecca continued. "A guy like him, such a legend at the academy, other than him snatching away every girl's top academic ranking, when else do we get a chance to dig up some juicy rumors about him? Don't you think it's a shame?" "Should I think it's a shame?" "You have to think it's a shame. That's why we need to gather as much gossip as possible before Leon leaves and then analyze it in detail later." Martin scratched his head. "Rebecca, what's the point of doing all that?" "It's fun." Rebecca grabbed Martin by the wrist and took off running. "Hurry up, they're getting too far ahead." That evening, at Leon's farm, Aju lay comfortably in his little nest, relishing the rare joy of not having to work. After a while, the lights from inside the wooden house caught his attention. All the lamps were on tonight. Did that mean there was a guest? Just as Aju was about to get up and sneak over to the window for a peek, two dark figures tumbled over the short wall behind him and landed squarely on his back. "Aju, XOX. Rebecca, I think we landed on something." "A dog." "It's Aju." "It's fine, you're lucky, it was just a temporary setback. Now let's go check how far their date has progressed." Martin frowned, muttered a quick sorry to Aju, and then followed Rebecca toward the window of the wooden house. Through the glass, they had a clear view of what was happening inside. The table was set with a hearty dinner. Leon and Rossvisser sat on one side, while the elder sat across from them. "Professor Melkve, I didn't expect someone so young to already be a lecturer at the academy. That's quite impressive," Elder praised. "Oh no, not at all. If we're talking about talent, Leon is the one who truly stands out. With his current grades, I'm certain he'll have a bright future ahead of him." Leon had a sinking feeling. Was this woman setting him up? Wasn't this visit supposed to be about getting to know her student better? How did it turn into a flattery session? Listening to his stepmother and Rossvisser chat away, Leon sat up straight, not daring to move a muscle. If he said the wrong thing, if he let his guard down for even a second, Rossvisser would undoubtedly find a way to use it against him. Then he glanced at his master, who had his arms crossed and eyes shut, looking as if he was deep in thought. "But old man, could you say something? Did you seriously not notice this woman digging a pit for your disciple to fall into?" "Oh, then I'll have to trouble you to take care of Leon at school, Professor Melkve." "No trouble at all. Leon is diligent and mature. I have a very high opinion of him, and I mean that sincerely." Bang! The previously silent elder suddenly slammed his palm down on the table. Both Leon's stepmother and Rossvisser flinched slightly. Leon, on the other hand, looked like he'd just seen a lifeline. Finally, old man, you're finally stepping in to help your disciple fight back. Professor Melkve, you truly have an eye for talent. Leon really is that outstanding, as expected of my disciple." "Leon." "Hey. Kesmadrila Academy, are you there? Could someone come pick me up? I don't want to stay here for another second." Meanwhile, outside the window, Martin, who had been watching this unfold, turned to Rebecca. Why did Senior Leon's father suddenly slam the table? "You still don't get it," Rebecca scoffed proudly. "You do." "Of course." Rebecca spoke with absolute confidence. "We completely underestimated Leon. He's not on a date with the beautiful teacher. They're meeting the parents." "What?" "Think about it, Martin. The seating arrangement, one couple sitting together, the guy's parents sitting across from them. It's the classic meet the family setup." Rebecca spoke with conviction. "And then, Leon's mom talked to the beautiful teacher for so long. She was obviously testing her, trying to see if she was good enough. And then, the silent old farm owner suddenly slammed the table. Do you know what that means? Martin shook his head, no clue. When the head of the family slams the table, it means they approve of their future daughter-in-law. Seriously, Rebecca, I've never dated before. Don't try to fool me, Martin. I swear I haven't. I'm telling you, trust me, I bet my height on it, within 10 years they'll definitely be married. Martin glanced at the twin-tailed girl, who still didn't even reach 160 cm when standing on tiptoe, and muttered under his breath. That doesn't seem like a very high-stakes gamble. But tonight was destined to be an emotionally charged evening. Some were on edge. Some were thoroughly entertained. And in this world of memories, the one truly real person had gained something far more important. Completeness. To truly understand the one you love, you must experience what they have experienced. See what they have seen. And step by step, fill in the days before your paths crossed. (712). Vol 6ch, 78. The meeting the parents part wasn't actually some kind of trap Rossvisser set up for me, Leon thought. In this memory world, the NPC version of his family really did treat it as an ordinary home visit. And Rossvisser had simply wanted to learn more about the Leon of the past. Just as Leon had described to her in the real world, his family was nothing extraordinary, but it was warm and loving. And it was precisely because he had grown up in such an environment that he had developed the personality he had today. A man who loved his family, cherished his daughters, and adored his wife. Of course, having dinner with a retired top-tier dragon slayer and the third princess of the Sea Dragon clan was also a unique experience for Rossvisser. But thankfully, at this point in time, Leon had no idea about the true identities of his master and stepmother. Just like when he was a child, today felt really nice. After the visit ended, Leon's master asked him to walk Rossvisser home. After all, any place large enough to hold academy training grounds was bound to be a bit far from the city center. Out of politeness, it was only right to escort her. As they walked along the quiet nighttime streets, bathed in the glow of street lamps, Leon and Rossvisser walked side by side. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere between them was somewhat peculiar. In the silent night, the rhythmic clicking of Rossvisser's high heels against the pavement echoed softly. After a while, Rossvisser glanced at Leon from the corner of her eye before casually asking, "Why did you suddenly go quiet?" Did I?" Rossvisser nodded. "Are you unhappy that I visited your home?" Leon shook his head. "No." After a brief pause, he asked instead, "Professor, I've noticed something." "Oh, what is it? Why do you keep asking if I'm unhappy with the things you do?" At those words, Rossvisser's steps came to a halt. She hadn't realized it before. And now that she thought about it, back in the real world, she rarely used that kind of phrasing when speaking to Leon. But after spending just 2 days with the younger version of him, she had already asked similar questions at least twice. "You first asked me that yesterday, during the last class of the day. When I zoned out in class, you didn't ask if I was paying attention. You asked if I was unhappy with your teaching. I could tell the point was to remind me that I should be paying attention in class." Leon continued, "But tonight, including just now, you've asked me that same kind of question 3 times. I know everyone has their own way of speaking, but you only seem to do it when you're talking to me. So, I got curious." Rossvisser opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to say, "I don't know why." But just as Leon had pointed out, everyone had their own speaking habits. That was normal. So why did she only do this with him? Rossvisser wasn't the kind of person who lied to herself or to others. She carefully considered the question. It wasn't something that required deep psychological analysis or complex theories. So, she tried approaching it from an emotional perspective. Seeing that Rossvisser didn't immediately answer, Leon didn't press her. He could tell Professor Melkve was genuinely thinking about his question. Being taken seriously like this felt pretty nice, actually. After a moment, Rossvisser finally spoke. "Maybe it's because you're special." Leon raised an eyebrow. "Special how?" "You were the first student I met when I arrived at this academy. You know how important first impressions are. There was a faint smile at the corner of Rosvisser's lips as she spoke, her tone slow and deliberate. Leon's curiosity was piqued. Then, what was the first impression I left on you? Arrogant, ungrateful, and completely dishonest. None of those sound like compliments. But that's exactly what makes you special, at least to me. Rosvisser resumed walking forward, placing her hands behind her back. Her long legs moved gracefully beneath her coat, unhurried. She tilted her head back slightly, gazing up at the deep night sky. The glow of the street lamps reflected in her striking silver eyes, making them shimmer. The girls at the academy like you because they see the good in you, your integrity, kindness, determination, and the fact that you look passably decent. Passably. You have the courage to deal with tricky people like Becca. Just like those girls, they are drawn to you because of your various admirable qualities. But the reason I was willing to consider you the second person I truly wanted to understand at this academy wasn't because of those things. After all, as I just mentioned, my first impression of you wasn't all that great. As she spoke, she turned around to face Leon and began walking backward at a leisurely pace. You are the first person I wanted to understand because of your flaws. I wanted to know, behind those flaws, what else was hidden that I hadn't seen. And as it turns out, those qualities you kept buried, they were indeed worth uncovering. She had worded this entire explanation in a way that subtly concealed what she truly felt. Because in reality, the first time Leon had woken up from his 2-year daze, Rosvisser's impression of him had still been a human bastard. But from that day onward, she had stopped interacting with him, or at least, she had stopped looking at him with such rigid prejudice. They had hurt each other, tormented each other, sometimes to the point of no return. But the more she came to understand him, the more she could see through those preconceived notions, those so-called flaws. And what she saw was someone who, despite everything, carried his own pride and principles. That kind of quality, no matter the race, was inherently attractive. It was because of this that Rosvisser had been willing to let go of her biases, if only just a little, and take a deeper look into the heart of the man she once despised. And in this memory world, they had come to know each other in nearly the same way. Yesterday, when they first met in the Magic Teaching Building, Leon had rejected several girls in front of everyone, then tried to brush off Rosvisser with a half-hearted excuse. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have had the slightest desire to get to know someone like him. That was what made this version of Leon special to Rosvisser in this world. No matter if it was the present you or the past you, we would still come to know each other in the same way. So, back to the original question, why do I only use that kind of phrasing when I talk to you? Rosvisser let out a long breath, then smiled. Because you intrigue me, you make me want to understand you more. So whenever I talk to you, I can't help but wonder how you're thinking. She paused for a second before spreading her hands. But you're such an unpredictable person. I can barely keep up with the way your mind jumps from one thing to another. Teenage boys were always like this. You could never tell what was going on in their heads. One second, you'd be discussing whether acts of heroism should be encouraged. The next, you'd pull a donkey out from the corner and call it your one true love. Rosvisser's explanation was certainly thorough, but she had overlooked one thing. For a teenage boy, the words "you're special to me" had a lethal impact. Sure, Leon had been confessed to by plenty of fangirls before. Dee heard all kinds of love-struck declarations. But every single one of them had only ever said how much they liked him. Not a single one had ever said it the way Rosvisser did, clearly, precisely, and sincerely. You are special, you to me are special. And the most dangerous part was, she hadn't said it in a way that implied because you're special, we have to be together. She was distant in a way. Their identities, ages, backgrounds, and social standings were so vastly different. And yet, she also felt incredibly close. They had sat alone in her office for a long time. He was the student she had visited for a home check. And now, they were walking side by side along a quiet street, where she was opening up about what she thought of him. This delicate, in-between feeling. Leon had never experienced anything like it before. Leon. What? You've been staring at me. What are you thinking? And nothing. The lighting was dim, but Rosvisser still caught a faint flush on his face. After they got married, Leon was never able to hide anything from Rosvisser. And that had already been true even when he was just a teenage boy. But even though she could tell what he was thinking, Rosvisser didn't call him out on it. She had no intention of developing anything with the Leon from this memory world. Just as Leon, back in her own memories, had never thought about having feelings for the teenage version of her. For both of them, this was nothing more than a journey to mend regrets and understand each other better. Their true love, the love they cherished most, was reserved for the real versions of each other. (713). Vol 6ch, 79. I'm going to confess to Professor Melkve. PFFFD cough cough. Rebecca hadn't even swallowed her juice before she spat it all over Leon's face. Leon had returned home from his off-campus training, and Martin had invited both him and Rebecca to a high-end restaurant for a meal. He hadn't expected the conversation to start off with such a bombshell. Leon wiped the juice off his face, looking at Rebecca with resentment. I'm confessing, not you. Why are you so worked up? Rebecca rubbed the corners of her mouth and asked in confusion. Confessing, haven't you already met the parents? Leon froze. Met the parents? When did I meet the parents? The two of them stared at each other in bafflement, neither understanding what the other was talking about. Only Martin, who had already seen through everything, remained calm. I did mention a month ago that Professor Melkve visited Leon's house, but I didn't expect you two to have met the parents so soon. Hearing that, Leon was even more confused. He glanced at Martin, then at Rebecca. How do you guys even know about the home visit? You followed me. It wasn't you we were following. Let's be clear about that, it was you. Rebecca insisted, full of conviction. We were following both of you. Is there a difference? Not a big one, but it exists. Leon rubbed his face in exasperation, deciding not to argue with Rebecca over whether it counted as following or not. So, you're really planning to confess to a teacher? Now that the conversation was back on track, Rebecca leaned back and said, but there's quite an age gap between you two. What, at least 4 or 5 years? Plus, in terms of school years, you're about to leave for off-campus training. And from what I've heard, Professor Melkve was only temporarily assigned to our academy. She'll be transferred back in a few months. Martin added, are you sure this is the right time to confess? This is the perfect time, Leon said, full of conviction. Rebecca blinked her large, pretty eyes. Why is that? If I confess and get rejected, I'll be leaving for training the very next day. A few months later, Professor Melkve will have transferred out. After that, we might never see each other again for the rest of our lives. Rebecca and Martin exchanged glances, then both shook their heads. Even after explaining it, I still don't see how that makes sense, Rebecca muttered. Martin shrugged. If you like someone but won't get to see them, won't get to be with them. Then what's the point of confessing? A confession doesn't have to mean you end up together. Huh? Pure-hearted Martin looked even more confused. Even Rebecca reached out and lightly pressed the back of her hand against Leon's forehead, mumbling. No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Leon pushed her hand away and continued his explanation with complete seriousness. Rebecca, you said it yourself just now. There's a considerable age gap between me and Professor Melkve. That's an insurmountable barrier between us. Then there's the fact that she's my teacher, which affects the way we interact as equals. So, logically, this confession is very likely to fail. But the point isn't about whether I succeed or not. The most important thing is, I want to let Professor Melkve know how I feel before she leaves. I don't care if she accepts it or not, I just want her to know that I like her, and that's enough. Leon had spent the entire night thinking about it. So long that Aju had already fallen asleep. While he still lay on the grass outside his master's farm, staring up at the night sky. Replaying the evening from a month ago, when he had walked side by side with Rosvisser under the street lamps. Finally, he had understood what that vague, ambiguous feeling he had toward her was. It was simply liking. A liking untainted by any other desire, pure and simple. That was why he said the outcome of the confession didn't matter. What mattered was that before he and Rosvisser parted ways, she needed to know his feelings. Honestly, when he got home last night, Leon was still wavering, unsure if he should actually go through with it. His master and stepmother had noticed his gloomy mood and asked a few probing questions. Once they figured out what was on his mind, his stepmother had analyzed the situation for him in great detail, and he had taken in quite a lot. But in the end, it was his master's words that had completely solidified his decision. If you like someone, tell them. Don't wait until you'll never see them again and end up regretting it in some lonely corner. Liking someone was just that, liking them. That was all. He didn't care about the outcome. He didn't care whether or not there was a future between him and Rosvisser. The only thing that mattered to him was making this confession, purely honestly. He had never once expected to receive anything from her in return. Her liking him back or caring about him in return, none of that was something Leon sought. For a moment, the table fell into silence. Rebecca pursed her lips, lifted her gaze to Leon, and asked softly, "You know this is a confession that's almost guaranteed to fail, and you're still going to do it." Leon nodded firmly. Seeing the determination in his eyes and expression, Rebecca was stunned for a moment before shaking her head with a smile. "I don't get you guys at all." Then she raised her glass and clinked it against Leon's. "But no matter what you want to do, Martin and I will support you." "Yes, Senior, to do something despite knowing it's impossible, that's what makes a real man." Martin lifted his juice and echoed her sentiment. With the support of his friends, Leon felt a little more at ease. He raised his glass and lightly clinked it against theirs. "Wish me luck, and that I don't fail too miserably tonight." "You asked me to go for a walk with you, but you haven't said a word this whole time. Is it because you've run out of things to talk about, or are you holding something big in?" That evening, Leon and Rosvisser walked around the academy's track field. They had already circled the rubberized track twice, yet Leon hadn't spoken a single word. The entire time, it had been Rosvisser finding topics to talk about, while he just responded with "me" or "uh-huh." After spending years with Leon in the real world, Rosvisser could easily pick up on his little habits. Whenever he had something difficult to say, he would first go through a very long period of silent buildup. Leon kept his head down, hands shoved into his jacket pockets, one hand ruffling his own hair. He didn't respond to Rosvisser's question and just kept walking forward. Rosvisser glanced at him from the side, let out a quiet chuckle, and didn't press him. She knew Leon. If he had already formed the thought, "I need to say this," then he would say it. It was just a matter of sooner or later. They continued walking along the track. "Oh, look at the lake, there are those two swans again. Black and white, they're beautiful. I even saw them form a heart with their necks once. It was adorable. You should check it out when you have time, I swear." "Professor." Leon suddenly stopped in his tracks, cutting her off. Rosvisser walked a few more steps before turning back to look at him. Against the evening glow, he stood with the sunset behind him, the light casting a halo around his tall frame, making him seem almost ethereal. "What is it?" she asked softly. Leon clenched his fists, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. Luckily, with the sun sinking behind him, the light masked the redness creeping onto his face. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and mentally pumped himself up. Just say it and get it over with. A man isn't afraid to confess his feelings to the girl he likes. "Professor Melkve, I like you." The moment the words left his mouth, even the wind seemed to come to a standstill. The distant chatter from the field faded away. The air around them felt thick, unmoving. The last rays of sunlight bathed Leon's face in a warm glow, making him feel impossibly warm. Leon had gone into this confession fully prepared for failure. So after saying it, he didn't even dare to look Rosvisser in the eyes. Which meant he completely missed the way her gaze shone, with an emotion he had never seen before. And of course, he had no way of knowing. To Rosvisser, this confession wasn't just a confession. No words could describe what she felt in this moment. But one thing was certain. Past, present, or future, no matter their identities, races, or circumstances. They would always meet, always come to know each other, and always fall in love. She had originally intended to complete this journey as a quiet observer, simply making up for regrets. But perhaps she had stayed here too long, and now, that tightly locked away emotion could no longer be suppressed. Her heart was overflowing with feelings for him. And besides, Aurora had once told her that the construction of this memory world was partly dictated by the subconscious of its host. Which meant, deep within Leon's subconscious, no matter what happened, he would always fall in love with her. Her emotions were beyond words. Joy, happiness, gratitude. And at the same time, confusion and uncertainty. She didn't know how to respond to the Leon standing in front of her. After a long moment of thought, Rosvisser slowly closed her eyes. "It's not time yet, Leon." "Doubly, what do you mean?" Rosvisser opened her eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a gentle smile, her gaze filled with warmth and emotion as she looked at him. If she couldn't give him an answer now, then she would leave that answer for the future. "Leon Kazmad, you have no idea just how brilliant and dazzling your future will be. When you stand at the very top of this world, you'll say yes." "No." She shook her head, letting her gaze linger on his face for a moment before slowly tilting her head up toward the boundless sky. And in the quietest voice, she said, "I'll marry you." "714. Vol 6ch, 80. She knew she would definitely fulfill that promise. Just like every stop along a journey always leads to the next. Having bid farewell to a certain someone's adolescence, Rosvisser now found herself in the childhood of this fool. The world before her shifted from hazy to clear. She steadied herself, silently observing her surroundings. The architecture was old-fashioned. In front of her was a long dining table covered with colorful dishes, decorated with strange cartoon stickers, clearly meant for children. A mirror happened to be nearby. Rosvisser turned to look. In the reflection, she saw herself wearing a slightly worn nun's habit, her silver hair neatly tied up in a bun at the back of her head, giving her a sharp and efficient appearance. A teacher and now a nun, Kazmad, your subconscious sure knows how to mix things up. Then again, she couldn't blame it all on Leon. Every time they played out different scenarios, she had been quite proactive in the role play herself. Perhaps these roles had left a deep impression on him, Rosvisser thought to herself. "Lunchtime, children." A gentle female voice interrupted her thoughts. Rosvisser turned toward the source and immediately recognized the figure before her. Sister Caroline. She had met Caroline once, back when Leon returned to the Empire to overthrow the old king's rule. It was this very woman who had picked up Leon on a stormy night and taken him in. At this time, Caroline was still young and undeniably beautiful. As she rang the lunch bell, the children playing outside came running in. Rosvisser watched them, searching for a familiar face among them. But even as all the children settled into their seats, she still didn't see Leon. 1, 2, 3, 4, where are Leon and Sharon? Caroline asked. Reporting, Sister Caroline, Leon said he was going to make roast pheasant for everyone at lunch, so he took Sharon up the mountain to catch some wild ones. A little boy answered. Catching wild pheasant. Caroline covered her face and sighed helplessly. Judging from her reaction, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Come to think of it, Leon rarely talked about his childhood with Rosvisser. Compared to the teenage version of him, she was much more curious about what he had been like as a child. Was this guy always such a troublemaker? Little low. Little low. You're calling me, what is it? Rosvisser only just remembered that, in this world, her identity was that of a junior nun. So it was only natural for Sister Caroline to call her Little Low, as a senior addressing a younger one. Go find Leon and Sharon before they get into any real trouble. Understood, Sister Caroline. That brat, already learning to take a girl out into the wild at such a young age. Just wait till I find you, I'll smack your little butt. Thinking this, Rosvisser strode toward the door. But before she could even make it past the long dining table, bang! The doors were kicked open with a loud thud. The noon sunlight poured in, illuminating the two small figures standing in the doorway. Every nun, teacher, and child in the dining hall turned their heads. There, in the doorway, stood a black-haired boy dressed in a grayish-blue tunic and shorts. One hand rested on his hip, while the other proudly held up a half-plucked wild mountain pheasant. His face beamed with triumph. Of course, triumph wasn't the only thing on his face. There were also pheasant feathers sticking to his mouth, and a few scratches from pheasant claws across his cheeks. Beside him, a young girl hesitantly lifted her hands to cover her face, as if utterly embarrassed to be associated with this self-proclaimed hunting genius. And as for the mountain pheasant in the boy's grasp, it glared at Leon. Judging by the scratches and missing feathers, it had clearly just gone through a legendary battle against him. And the look in its eyes seemed to say, "All right, kid, I guess you win this round." Everyone looked closely, an SSS-rank dangerous creature, caught single-handedly by me, Leon Kazmod. Watching this spectacle unfold, Rosvisser immediately felt her hair stand on end. She had faced countless dangers, seen storms that could shake entire nations, but nothing, absolutely nothing, could prepare her for the sight of a little boy holding up a half-plucked wild pheasant as if it were a mythical beast. In this moment, there was only one thought running through her mind. "This is my husband." Sister Caroline immediately walked over. "Teacher, look, I caught a wild pheasant. We're having roast pheasant for dinner tonight." Little Leon proudly handed over the bird, his face practically screaming, "Praise me, praise me." Caroline took the pheasant from his hands, sighed helplessly, and placed it to the side. Then, kneeling down, she began checking Leon's injuries. "I'm fine, teacher," Leon said. Caroline didn't respond, continuing her inspection carefully. Only after confirming that his wounds were minor did she finally relax. "Little Lo, take Leon to apply medicine. Sharon, come eat your meal." With that, Caroline took Sharon's hand and led her to the table. Rosvisser stepped forward as well, grabbing the little troublemaker by the waist. Yes, she lifted the small Leon by the waist. For some reason, she suddenly had the overwhelming urge to punch him just to see if he would cry. "Let's go, little hero. Time to put on some medicine." Oh. Despite his bravado, only he knew how much those scratches actually stung. Rosvisser dragged Leon off to the infirmary. As for the SSS-rank dangerous creature, it was promptly delivered to the kitchen by another nun. In the infirmary, Leon sat on the bed with his arms stretched out. Rosvisser sat in front of him, dipping a cotton swab into the antiseptic and gently dabbing it onto his wounds. "TSSSS. It hurts." No, it does." Leon pursed his lips, as if trying to prove his manliness. Rosvisser suppressed a smile and continued applying the medicine. Just then the door creaked open, and a small head peeked inside. Leon turned to look. "Sharon, you finished lunch already." The little girl named Sharon nodded and walked into the room. She was carrying 2 lunch boxes. Rosvisser immediately recognized her. He once told me that as a child, he fought off a vicious stray dog and saved a little girl. A passing priest saw it and decided to take him in, taking him away from the Kazmod orphanage. That little girl was Sharon. "Sister Caroline asked me to bring you both lunch, Leon." Sharon handed the lunchboxes to Leon and Rosvisser. "Thanks, in that case I won't hold back." "Leon, eat slowly. Men should eat fast. But I think I saw carrots in the food." Leon froze. "Huh. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Before he could finish his sentence, Leon's vision went black, and he collapsed onto the bed. "Leon." Rosvisser's heart clenched, and she immediately leaned forward to check on him. She had always thought his absolute refusal to eat carrots and eggplants was just some weird quirk he developed growing up. She hadn't realized that his hatred for carrots had existed since childhood, to the point that it could knock him unconscious. "Don't worry, Professor Rosvisser," Sharon reassured her calmly. "Leon always faints for a few minutes whenever he eats carrots. He'll wake up soon." Sharon, it seemed, had long since grown used to this situation. Rosvisser finally relaxed. A few minutes later, Leon slowly regained consciousness. The moment his awareness returned, He sprang upright in a perfect kip-up from the bed. The sudden movement startled both Rossvisser and Sharon so badly that they nearly jumped back, half expecting some horrifying carrot-induced mutation. A mere carrot is nothing to me. Sharon clasped her hands together, eyes sparkling. Leon, you're so cool, Tilda. Was that really something worth praising? Rossvisser silently watched this ridiculous scene unfold. For the first time, she seriously began to wonder. Had Leon's abstract behavior throughout the years been, in part, influenced by this devoted little fangirl? (715). Vol 6ch, 81. This afternoon, Leon's task was to go to the market with Rossvisser to buy groceries. Originally, another child from the orphanage was supposed to go, since Leon's wounds from the wild dog attack hadn't fully healed. But a little injury that wasn't a big deal. All the way from the orphanage to the market, little Leon kept chattering nonstop. And his topics jumped all over the place. For example, right now. One second, he was talking about how he would become a hero who would shock the entire Samel continent. The next second, he was suddenly asking Rossvisser how to pursue a girl he liked. Rossvisser had long since given up on whether he could become a great hero. But, you're only 5 years old, and you're asking me how to chase after a girl. You already have someone you like. Rossvisser asked cautiously. Leon had always claimed that Rossvisser was his first love. But first love referred to feelings that had been confirmed in a romantic relationship. What about those unrequited crushes? For example, the tragic genius youth secretly in love with someone he could never have. Leon had never mentioned anything like that before. So Rossvisser was also a little curious and decided to interrogate him a bit. And then, depending on how serious the situation was, she would decide how to torture him when they returned to the real world. Leon, carrying a large vegetable basket, walked beside her at a slow pace and said, "Not right now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future." Wow, well done, brat. Luckily, you don't have one yet. Your innocence just saved your little ass and your life, the queen thought to herself. So do you like someone now? Rossvisser asked with a smile. Leon wrinkled his little nose. Since I'll be traveling all over the place with my friends in the future, I have to hurry and find a girl I really like. If I don't even start pursuing her, won't it be too late? This brat isn't even that old, but he already understands the concept of childhood friends versus fated encounter. But to be fair, he and Rossvisser were indeed each other's destined encounter. Who said that meeting in a dungeon doesn't count as fate? You might not succeed. Rossvisser thought about it and answered. Everyone's situation is different, so there's no specific way to pursue someone. Besides, even though you're worried about not knowing how to go after a girl when the time comes, once that day arrives, it'll come naturally to you. Leon stopped walking, blinked, and stared at Rossvisser with a serious look. Teacher, that answer is as good as saying nothing. You little brat, how are you talking to me? This felt so familiar. Rossvisser would say something, and he would immediately have a comeback. Wasn't this exactly how she and Leon used to interact? It's all coming back now, it's all coming back. Who said that couples married for 10 years can't find their old spark? Rossvisser just found it with no effort at all. He made a face at her and then turned around, running toward the market. Slow down, you still have injuries. Rossvisser quickly followed. By the time she entered the market, she soon spotted Leon's small figure in the bustling crowd. He was holding up the large vegetable basket, standing there alone, staring intently at something. Rossvisser walked over, stood beside him, and followed his gaze. She found that he was looking at a vegetable stall not far away. At the stall, a husband and wife were selling produce, while their child sat nearby doing homework. The couple was busy, but their faces were full of content smiles. Even in their busiest moments, they still found time to say a few words to their child. "Teacher," Leon suddenly spoke. At that moment, his tone was much lower than it had been a few minutes ago. "Never mind, it's nothing. Let's go buy groceries, teacher." Rossvisser remained silent. Even though Leon swallowed back the words he was about to say, she still knew what he was thinking. Children who grew up in orphanages usually longed for family affection. So when Leon saw such a warm and happy family, it was only natural for him to feel envious. But that envy would eventually turn into a deep sense of loss. Because in Leon's mind, that was something he could never have. Rosvisser wanted to comfort him. Soon, he would be taken in by a retired legendary black dragon, and his life would change completely. But since this was Leon's childhood memory, Rosvisser didn't want to interfere too much. She took a deep breath and stepped forward to follow him. Hey, did you hear? A dog meat restaurant in the Central District was smashed up a few days ago, and a bunch of rabid dogs escaped. Really? That sounds terrifying. Those dogs won't bite people, right? Yesterday, my neighbor's kid got bitten. He was crying so badly, it was awful. You guys better keep an eye on your children. Okay. People were gossiping nearby. Leon walked past them, carrying a basket full of groceries, not paying any attention. After all, news like that wasn't unusual in the Central District. But Rosvisser took notice. She recalled one of the most famous stories about Leon. Something about smashing rocks on his chest, something about a genius student graduating early. And one of them was about how, at 5.5 years old, he provoked a dog, got bitten, and was then taken in by a master. Which meant the day Leon would be adopted wasn't far off. Rosvisser's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt a lot better. That little brat soon, he wouldn't have to envy other people's families anymore. When they returned to the orphanage, they brought the groceries to the kitchen. But before Rosvisser could turn around, Leon had already run off. She didn't chase after him. He had been quiet on the way back, clearly still feeling down. So instead of bothering him, she decided to wait until he felt like talking. In the meantime, Rosvisser went to the orphanage's backyard, where all the children were playing. She found Sharon sitting alone in a corner on a swing. Rosvisser walked over. "Teacher Rosvisser, good afternoon." Sharon greeted her politely. Rosvisser nodded and stood beside her. "Why are you playing alone?" Big brother Leon went back to his room to rest. "And the others?" "I don't like playing with them." "I see." "Mem." Sharon sat on the swing, holding the ropes in her small hands. After a brief pause, she turned to Rosvisser. "Teacher, did Miss Caroline tell you?" Her tone was filled with excitement. Rosvisser had a feeling it was good news, so she asked, "What is it?" "Someone is coming to adopt Big Brother Leon tomorrow." Hearing that, Rosvisser felt a surge of joy. Rosvisser hadn't expected Tagger and Charlotte to come for Leon's adoption so soon. It was truly wonderful. "This is a secret we secretly overheard. You mustn't tell anyone," Sharon whispered conspiratorially. Rosvisser smiled and nodded. "All right, I got it. Thank you, Sharon. We'll keep this secret together." "Okay, Tilda." Rosvisser ruffled Sharon's small head, then moved behind her and gently pushed her on the swing. The next day, when the two unfamiliar faces arrived at the orphanage's reception room, Rosvisser was momentarily stunned. "We promise, once we adopt Leon, we will take good care of him." The man speaking was polite and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like an intellectual. His wife, who carried an air of elegance and nobility, followed up. "You can rest assured if you entrust Leon to our family, he will be able to live an upper district life." Miss Caroline sat at the desk with a stack of adoption documents in front of her. "The three of you have submitted all the necessary documents and household information. If Leon can live with your family, it would truly be a blessing for him. Would you like to meet Leon first?" The man with glasses nodded. "Yes." A few minutes later, a female staff member brought Leon into the reception room. The boy, like Rosvisser, was momentarily dazed. But when he learned that these two strangers were here to adopt him, a long-absent light of hope and excitement flickered in his eyes. A child with a bright future, no doubt about it. "I believe so, Miss Caroline. If we take Leon in and nurture him, he will definitely become an outstanding scholar in the future." Miss Caroline nodded with satisfaction, then handed the adoption papers to the couple. "If you two have no other concerns, You and Leon can sign these documents." "All right." Miss Caroline. Standing behind Caroline, Rossvisser finally couldn't hold back. How was this happening completely differently from how Leon had told her? Where was Tagger? Where was Charlotte? Why weren't they here? Is something wrong, little Rose? Caroline and Rossvisser's conversation didn't seem to catch the glasses-wearing man's attention. He calmly completed the paperwork and handed it to Leon. Leon took the pen, about to write his name. Leon. The reception room door burst open as a boy rushed in. Leon immediately turned his head. "What's wrong?" Sharon is in danger." In the next moment, Leon didn't hesitate for even a second. He tossed aside the adoption papers and sprinted out of the reception room. Leon. Miss Caroline reacted quickly and followed immediately. Rossvisser was right behind her. The glasses-wearing man and his wife exchanged a glance, then decided to follow as well. When they reached the backyard, Rossvisser saw the children huddled in the corners. Even a few of the nun caretakers were trembling in fear. In the corner of the yard near the swing, Sharon was curled up. And in front of her, a black dog twice her size. Its mouth dripped with saliva, bared fangs glinting viciously. Its blood-red eyes were locked onto Sharon as it inched closer to her, step by step. Rossvisser instinctively tried to channel her magic, but before she could lift her hand, a small, black figure suddenly dashed out from the side. Leon. He threw himself between Sharon and the black dog, shielding her completely. "Leon, it's dangerous," Miss Caroline shouted in panic. "Quick, someone get help from the kitchen and the orphanage." "Why, yes." The black dog kept advancing on Leon and Sharon, a terrifying growl rising from its throat. "Leon," Sharon's voice trembled, thick with sobs. Leon stood in front of her, slowly raising his arms to shield her behind him. His hands were visibly shaking from fear, but he didn't take a single step back. Rossvisser stared at the scene, unable to put her emotions into words. Some people were simply born to be in the spotlight. The black dog let out a furious bark and lunged straight at Leon. The children and nuns couldn't bear to watch and covered their eyes. Leon. The next second, a pain towel rang out. Everyone opened their eyes just in time to see Leon, still just a half-grown boy, swinging his fist. It smashed straight into the black dog's face. The dog staggered back, its sharp claws raking across Leon's arm, leaving deep gashes. Fresh blood spilled immediately. But he didn't stop. Leon knew. He couldn't give this beast a single moment to recover, or he would be the one torn apart. One punch. Another punch. And another. Blood stained the boy's hands. The vicious dog beneath him gradually stopped struggling. Only when he was sure the creature had taken its last breath did Leon, breathing heavily, slowly get up. His legs wobbled, and he stumbled backward. Leon. Sharon held onto him for support. But Leon's gaze had already turned, toward the couple that was supposed to adopt him. The man with glasses looked utterly horrified. He grabbed his wife's hand and hurriedly fled. A child like that, he's a monster. He could never be a scholar in his life. No one would ever want to adopt such a violent child. Never. They left those words behind and disappeared from Leon's sight. Miss Caroline and Rossvisser didn't even bother chasing after them. Instead, they rushed to check Leon's injuries. "Quick, get the medical kit." "Yes." Leon stood there like a lost soul. The pain from his wounds kept stinging. Sharon and the teachers were all calling out to him. But in his mind, those two people's words kept repeating. That child is a monster. No one will ever adopt him. Rossvisser crouched down and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Leon. Drip, drip. The boy's hot tears fell, one after another, onto the blood-stained grass. Then he pushed away from Sharon's grip, broke free from the people around him, and ran. "Leon, where are you going?" Sharon shouted after him. But he didn't stop. Until it felt like he crashed into someone. Leon stumbled and fell to the ground. He looked up. A middle-aged man, tall and imposing with sharp, piercing eyes. "Kid," the man said, staring down at him, "what's your name?" Leon swallowed, his voice hoarse. Leon Kazmod." The man lowered himself slightly, extending a hand toward him. "I'm Mag Lawrence." Then he asked, "Do you want to be my disciple?" "716. Vol 6ch, 82. I'll continue with the exact, uncensored translation of the next chapter, staying faithful to the original text with correct transliteration of names, pronouns, and character relationships. The same as Leon back then, the final stop on Rosvisser's journey was that stormy night. As a thunderclap tore through the clouds, everything before her eyes became solid and clear. The rain poured down, drops splashing into puddles on the street. Rosvisser held an umbrella, standing at the entrance of an alley across from the Kazmod orphanage. She looked down at her reflection in the puddle. This time she wasn't playing some strange role, she was simply herself. That likely meant, on this journey, she wouldn't directly encounter Leon. The rainy night was cold. Rosvisser curled her tail around herself, scanning her surroundings. After a moment, she spotted a small figure at the orphanage's doorstep. It was Leon, still swaddled in a bundle of blankets. And there was no one around him. Seeing this, Rosvisser frowned slightly. Did I come too late? If she had arrived earlier, perhaps she could have seen the person who abandoned Leon here. That person was most likely Leon's relative. With this thought, Rosvisser attempted to adjust the timeline of the memory world. But to her surprise, the moment she blinked, she realized this was already the very start of Leon's memories. Beyond this point, there was nothing. How can this be? Aurora had explained that the memory world was linked to the host's subconscious. Some things, even if forgotten, would still form a complete world if buried deep enough in the subconscious. In other words, under normal circumstances, Rosvisser should have been able to trace back to the day Leon was born. Even if the real Leon had no memory of it, she should still be able to observe it as a bystander. But at this moment, she could not adjust the timeline. This very instant was the furthest reach of Leon's memory. Everything about him began on this rainy night. Cough. The sound of a door opening interrupted Rosvisser's thoughts. She focused her gaze again. It was Sister Caroline. She stood at the orphanage doorway and immediately spotted the abandoned infant. From the helpless expression on Caroline's face, Rosvisser could tell. This was not the first time a baby had been abandoned here. But then, Caroline's expression shifted from resignation to shock. She crouched down and picked up Leon, staring at the tiny baby wrapped in blankets, sighing softly. Such a noisy storm, and yet you didn't cry at all. What a strong little one. Rosvisser silently listened to her words. She remembered, many times, when she and Leon had returned to the Empire, Caroline had indeed told them this story. But that night, he really hadn't cried. He had only opened his dark, bright eyes, gazing up at the stormy sky, as if waiting for someone. Caroline carried Leon into the orphanage chapel. Rosvisser moved to follow. But just as the orphanage doors shut, a bolt of thunder exploded from the clouds above. Even Rosvisser flinched from the sudden roar of the storm. She looked up. Amid the deep, heavy clouds, remnants of blue light surged and flickered before slowly dispersing into the night. What was that? Her instincts screamed at her. That lightning wasn't natural. It was more like a signal. A signal marking the end of something. Without hesitation, Rosvisser opened her left hand, letting go of her umbrella. She soared into the sky, flying toward the storm clouds. But the closer she got, the blurrier everything became. Because this completely doesn't belong within Leon's subconscious. Even memory retracing magic can't erase its existence here. Understanding the reason, Rosvisser stopped her meaningless attempt. She hovered midair, gazing into the vast, distant clouds. In her silver dragon eyes was an indescribable depth. It felt as though she was staring into the gaze of some supreme being. Rosvisser clenched her fists tightly. After a long silence, she exhaled, releasing the tension in her body. The world around her began to collapse. This journey to mend regrets, too, had come to an end. Big sis, what's a dog meat shop? Big sis, what's an orphanage? Big sis, was that wild mountain chicken really an SSS-class danger beast? Moon is more curious about whether it tasted good. Big sis, big sis, big sis. Noah was losing her patience. Didn't Dad already agree to tone down the details of his memory world a little? Why are there still so many things that aren't common among dragons? Whatever, as long as Mom and Dad are happy. Fine, lightning strikes are lightning strikes. Now someone might ask, Noah, how do you deal with Moon's endless questions? Oh, brother, there is a way. And as the great Princess Noah, she could come up with an entire carriage full of explanations. Noah placed both hands on Moon's shoulders, looking straight into her wide, curious eyes, and spoke with absolute seriousness. You'll understand when you grow up. Oh. You'll understand when you grow up, and you were picked up from a trash can, are probably of the same nature in a child's mind. They have no way to refute it, so they can only believe it. All right, let's head out for now. We'll check on Dad and Mom later tonight. Okay, Tilda. Noah led her sisters, along with Zioxu, out of the bedroom. On the bed, their parents remained in each other's embrace, sound asleep. Leon slowly woke up. The first thing he saw was Rosvisser, already awake, sitting at the vanity mirror, tidying up her slightly messy hair. Awake? The Queen glanced at him through the mirror and greeted him. I feel like I had a lot of dreams. Rosvisser chuckled, setting down the brush. Then she stood up, slowly making her way to the bedside. Leon, seeing her suspicious smile, immediately pulled the blanket up to his chin. What are you doing? There were some interesting details in the memory world. I wonder if you still remember them, Rosvisser murmured mysteriously. Leon scratched his head, pouting and looking away. Aurora said that memory worlds are like dreams. Things from dreams get forgotten when you wake up. So of course, I don't remember anything. Oh, you really don't remember? Nod. All right then, let me remind you. What are you? Rosvisser suddenly took a deep breath, lifted her skirt slightly, and deliberately lowered her voice, speaking in an overly serious tone. Miss Melkve, I like you. Are you insane, ROSVSSER? You're insane. It's all your fault. It's your fault. Why did you have to ruin my youthful innocence? You were a teacher, just be a teacher. Why were you flirting with me all the time? And home visits? Were those really just home visits? I didn't even want to expose YOU. And since it's a dream anyway, you have at least changed your hair color. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals #/. Rosvisser crossed her arms, watching his utter breakdown with satisfaction. Tilde. Perfect tilde. Absolutely perfect tilde. You clearly remembered it, so why did you say you did? Rosvisser smirked, slowly sitting on the bed. Leon lifted half a pillow to cover his face. After a moment, Rosvisser pressed down on the pillow gently. All right, enough teasing. Let's talk about something serious. She looked at him with genuine seriousness. In the earliest part of your memories, I saw something about your origins. Leon, I have to warn you. Your true background might be far more complicated than you think. (717). Vol 6ch, 83. Complicated. Leon suddenly ran a hand through his hair, pausing for a moment as he quickly realized why Rosvisser was saying this. What did you see in my memory world? For example, when Miss Caroline picked you up that day. Rosvisser blinked, her voice serious. That was the beginning of everything for you. Before that day, you had no experiences, no past. I tried to go back to the day you were born, but I found that it was impossible. Her explanation wasn't long, nor was it difficult to understand. But even after hearing it, Leon remained stunned for a long time. Slowly, he lowered his head, staring at his right hand, as if questioning himself. Who am I really? And more than just confusion over his origins, this revelation would strike at the very core of one of his most deeply held beliefs. Why would gods be interested in human bodies? From the beginning, when Rosvisser raised him, to the years of love and conflict between them, to these past 10 years. Leon had always been proud of his identity as a human. He had lived his life as one, fulfilled his role as one. But now, to hear that he might not be human at all. Leon's emotions grew even more complicated. Slowly, he lowered his hand, yet still didn't look up at Rosvisser. His eyes remained unfocused, staring at the floor, his mind an absolute mess. At that moment, Rosvisser reached out, gently taking his hand. Her palms were rough with old battle scars, hardened from years of wielding a blade. She looked down at their hands, her voice low and steady. "I know what you're thinking, Leon, but nothing has been confirmed yet. Don't let yourself spiral into doubt. And no matter what." She lifted his hand little by little, fingers sliding across the back of his palm. Their fingers intertwined, their hands touched over the marks, the wounds. "These scars are proof of your existence. They are proof that you have lived as a human. We'll uncover the truth about your past, little by little. Don't rush it, okay?" Her words were short, but just as effective. Feeling the coolness of Rosvisser's palm, the tension in Leon's face finally eased. He looked up at her, his voice soft. "Thank you." Rosvisser chuckled, shaking her head. "No need to thank me." After a pause, she raised an eyebrow and teased. "You're not mad at me for telling you the truth, are you?" Leon stiffened, then quickly shook his head. "Of course not. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't even have a clue about who I really am. Even though I still don't have an answer, at least. Now, I have the drive to find out." For Leon, an abandoned child, a boy with no home, no family, the questions of who he was, where he came from, and where he was going, would follow him for a lifetime. They would surface again and again, at different stages of his life. When he was young, he had envied the happy families of his peers, constantly asking himself, "Why don't I have parents? Where did they go? Why didn't they want me?" These same questions would continue throughout his life, through growth, education, friendships, marriage, and even in his final years. It was just a matter of how deeply he pondered them. In fact, long ago, when he moved from the Guild's Dragon King district to the Empire, Leon had already begun to question his origins. But over the years, trouble after trouble had kept him too occupied to truly investigate. Now Rosvisser had forced him to face this mystery. After taking a moment to steady his thoughts, Rosvisser finally spoke about the powerful presence she had sensed in his memory world. "Falling thunder." Rosvisser nodded. "Yes, at that time I distinctly felt the fall of some immensely powerful existence. It disappeared into the sky, vanishing without a trace." Leon pressed his lips together, taking a deep breath. "I can't figure out what that was either. Maybe we can ask Toribel to investigate. See what kind of changes happened around the Empire during that time." "Good idea." Leon exhaled a long breath, tilting his head back against the bedpost. After a short silence, he finally spoke. "Then, moving forward, we have 3 things to do. First, protect Xioxu. We can't let anyone from the Void Realm find her. Second, help your parents recover the remaining crystal cores and crown, and take back the stolen Wind Spirit Core. Third, find out exactly who I am." Rosvisser nodded. "According to what we discussed with Alette, you'll go help them search for the crystal cores and the crown, while I stay at the sanctuary to protect Xioxu." At this point, Rosvisser suddenly paused. She lowered her gaze, and her voice became somewhat subdued. "We just can't investigate your origins right away." "It's fine." Leon smiled, sat up straight, and leaned closer to Rosvisser. He reached out, gently lifting her face so that their eyes met. "Who knows, maybe on the journey with your parents, I'll discover something as well. After all, they've traveled across the continent for years. Their experience is far greater than ours." Rosvisser nodded. "Let's hope so." Leon lightly patted the back of her hand. "Just like before, we'll get through every challenge together, Rosvisser." "Yes, as long as we're together, there's nothing to fear." The two locked eyes, then pulled each other into a tight embrace. A few days later, at the Silver Dragon territory's border, Leon, Rosvisser, Isha, and Cecilia stood together, preparing to part ways. "Mother, if anything happens that you can't handle, use the signal dragon to contact us immediately, Isha reminded her. Cecilia smiled and pulled her close. I will. Now that I have a signal dragon, I won't have to rush all the way back for help anymore. My brother-in-law, take care of yourself too. Don't make your wife and children worry. Leon nodded. Don't worry, sis. By the way, Rose, about that child Zioxu, these past few days, Isha and I have done a lot of research on her. Cecilia spoke up. She really is the key left behind by Kronos, the sealing god, meant to open the Palace of Time. So under no circumstances can we let the Void Realm find her. I understand, Mother. Isha and I will make sure to protect her. Good, I trust in your abilities. But remember, when necessary, you can also use Zioxu's power. That is what she was born for. Hearing this, Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Zioxu's power? You mean that golden spear? Yes, the weapon Zioxu transforms into, the golden spear Gungnir, does more than just amplify the user's magical output. It also has an ability tied to the concept of time itself. What kind of ability? The full name of the golden spear is Gungnir. It was imbued with divine power by Kronos. Rosvisser nodded. We did see glimpses of this in Zioxu's memories, but I still don't understand what reversing fate and causality really means. In Zioxu's last memory fragment, Rosvisser had witnessed a conversation between her and Kronos. The sacred spear Gungnir is infused with the might of time. The silver thread of fate shall overturn cause and effect, shifting the balance of the world. You told me that, when you fought those two from the Void Realm, you saw a silver thread on their bodies, connecting directly to Karl's chest. Cecilia explained. That was Gungnir's fate thread, and the so-called reversal of causality means, before the spear is even thrown, it has already struck its target. To put it in simpler terms, the moment you decide to kill an enemy, they are already fated to be struck by Gungnir. And once the fate thread appears, there are only two possible outcomes. First, the enemy blocks it using power of the same level or higher. Second, they are impaled through the heart by Gungnir. Clearly, Karl had been in the first situation. He had deceived the Void Sovereign into granting him a scepter, only barely surviving as a result. Gungnir's strength depends on how much energy is consumed to activate the fate thread. You probably haven't fully experienced that yet, have you, Rose? Rosvisser nodded. That's true. The first time she had accidentally triggered Gungnir's fate thread. After throwing it, she had completely collapsed from exhaustion. Given the intensity of that battle, she should have had plenty of stamina left, even if she had been pushed to her limits. In other words, throwing a spear should not have drained her to the point of collapse. Just as Cecilia said, conceptual abilities like the fate thread consume an astronomical amount of energy. Rose, I'm telling you all this because, although our priority is protecting Zioxu, she is also Kronos' key weapon against the Void. In critical moments, you must know how to use her power. Understood, Mother. Good, then, it's about time for us to depart. Safe travels, Mother. Saying this, Rosvisser turned to Leon. Remember to write me regularly, Leon. I will. Good luck, brother-in-law. Got it, sis. With their final farewells exchanged, Cecilia spread her wings, transforming into a massive red dragon, even larger than Isha's dragon form. Leon leapt onto her back. Cecilia beat her wings, slowly lifting into the sky. Rosvisser watched the distant red silhouette, waving as she called out. Come back soon, take care of yourself. From far away He saw Leon, his back to her, raising his arm high. His fist clenched tightly. "718. Vol 6ch, 84. After several days of flying, Leon and Cecilia arrived at a mountain range in the southern continent of Samil. At the foot of the mountain, a massive red dragon slowly descended. Leon leaped off its back and landed gracefully on the ground. The moment her feet touched the earth, Cecilia reverted to her human form, folding her wings neatly behind her. She stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Leon as they gazed at the vast, unbroken expanse of towering peaks before them. I rarely come to the southern continent. I had no idea the mountains here were so spectacular, Leon remarked in admiration. Then, shifting his gaze to Cecilia beside him, he asked, "Senior, what are we doing here exactly?" "First, we meet up with Vita." After a brief pause, Cecilia's lips curled slightly, and she casually ran her fingers through her hair. "Oh right, Vita is my husband's name. Sorry for not mentioning it earlier." Leon let out a hearty laugh. So it turns out Senior's clueless act back at the academy wasn't an act at all. She's genuinely clueless. Then again, he wasn't one to talk. After all, it had been days, and he hadn't even thought to ask, "Senior, what's your husband's name?" A basic question that any normal person would have asked by now. It seemed that the first requirement to marrying into the Melkve family was a certain lack of common sense. Not that he was considering it, of course. "Then let's go find Vita, Senior." "All right." The two of them stood still, staring at each other. Senior, I said let's go find Vita." "Memo." "Oh, I get it. Vita told us to wait here for him, right?" "No." Leon took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and asked, "Then?" Cecilia looked him in the eye, her expression deadly serious. "I don't know the way." Not only was her cluelessness not an act, but her complete lack of direction wasn't either. Leon silently covered his face with one hand. "So, what do we do now, Senior?" Cecilia pressed her lips together in an awkward smile, scratching her nose in embarrassment. "Looks like we'll have to wait for Vita to find us." Well, that was their only option. For someone as hopelessly lost as Cecilia, making it all the way to this mountain range was already impressive. Leon figured he couldn't ask for more. The two of them sat down, built a campfire, and waited quietly. By nightfall, Leon was beginning to feel drowsy. His head drooped slightly, and he rubbed his temples before turning his gaze toward Cecilia. The Melkve matriarch had already fallen asleep against a bush, dozing off as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Leon sighed, as expected of a Melkve woman. Until now, he had assumed that Moon was the only one in the family capable of falling asleep anywhere, anytime. Turns out, Cecilia was no different. Thinking of Moon made Leon miss his other women, and Rosvisser. "It's been 3 or 4 days since I left home. I wonder what they're all doing now." "Wrestle." The sound of movement in the grass snapped Leon out of his thoughts. He immediately stood up, his senses sharpening as he stared toward the source of the noise. Lightning flickered at his fingertips, crackling softly as it coalesced in his palm. Beside him, Cecilia's ears twitched. She slowly opened her eyes, stood up, and moved to Leon's side. "Wrestle." The sound grew closer. Until at last, a tall shadow emerged from the underbrush. "Who goes there?" "Vita." Before Leon could even react, Cecilia rushed forward. Even though there were still several meters between them, she had already spread her arms wide, like a child who had just been picked up from kindergarten and spotted their parent, running to demand a hug from afar. And the man called Vita, with an utterly serious expression. Caught Cecilia in a single-arm embrace. "You got lost again, Cecilia," Vita said in a deep voice. His tone carried no blame, no exasperation, just a calm certainty as if he were merely asking, "Have you eaten?" Clearly, centuries of marriage had made him completely accustomed to his wife's chronic lack of direction. Cecilia nodded proudly. "Yes, I did, but you actually found me pretty quickly this time." "No matter where you are, I will always find you, Cecilia." A marriage between a hopelessly lost woman and a human GPS, huh? A perfect match. What stood out even more was the way Vita spoke. Although he had only uttered a sentence or two, the concern and affection in his tone for Cecilia were as overwhelming as a cup filled to the brim with water, ready to spill over at any moment. Paired with his sharp, stoic face, the contrast was striking. As Leon pondered over this, Cecilia spoke up. "Vita, this is the person I mentioned in my letters, little Lo's husband, Leon Kazmod." Leon snapped out of his thoughts, stepping forward to extend his hand. "Greetings, Lord Vita." Instead of addressing Vita as uncle, which was the more common human custom when meeting someone of his seniority, Leon chose the more dragon-like formality, senior. After all, considering Vita's age, he was at least older than old Constantine. Uncle clearly wasn't the right term here. So senior was much more appropriate. Greetings, Leon. Vito extended his own hand, shaking Leon's firmly. I've heard of your deeds. The underlying message was clear. I also know you're human. I've also heard from Cecilia about what you've been through over the years, Leon replied. Thank you both for protecting this continent and all its people, even when no one knew you were doing so. After some brief formalities, the three of them sat down around the campfire. Under the flickering light, Leon was finally able to see Vita clearly. Dark silver hair and brows, dragon-like pupils half-lidded, yet carrying an innate authority. This kind of presence, Leon had only ever seen it before in Dragon Kings. Constantine, Odin. Cecilia, you mentioned in your letter that you found the key Chronos left behind. Yes, Cecilia nodded. She's currently going by the name Xioxu and is being protected in Little Lo's Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Vita nodded slightly. That's good. Now we can focus all our efforts on retrieving the crystal cores and the crown. Despite being apart for countless years, the married couple wasted no time on sentimental chatter. They got straight to the point. You chose this location for our meeting. Does that mean you found a lead on a crystal core? Cecilia asked. Yes. Vita's voice remained calm as he explained. This mountain range is essentially a hidden paradise within the Vimel continent. Any race that has ever tried to seize it by force has failed miserably. The beings that live here have distanced themselves from all war and conflict, leading peaceful, secluded lives. And the one protecting this land, the reason for its tranquility, is a creature known as the fire spirit divine stallion. Or at least that's what the locals call it, Vita added. They refer to it as a sacred beast. Leon and Cecilia listened intently. Vita continued. The fire spirit divine stallion not only guards this land, but once every 100 years, it holds a trial. Anyone who passes the trial receives its blessing, a surge of powerful strength. As it happens, the locals say the next trial is set to take place 2 days from now. So, I want to investigate the trial grounds and find out exactly what this fire spirit divine stallion is. There's a chance it might be connected to the fire spirit crystal core we're looking for. Cecilia nodded. Understood. Leon, what do you think? You've been searching for these crystal cores for centuries. You definitely understand them better than I do, Leon said. Whatever decision you make, I'll support it. After a slight pause, he added, but we're prioritizing the fire spirit crystal core first, because there are no leads on the thunder spirit crystal core yet. At this, Vita shook his head. No, I do have some information on the other crystal cores. But you should also be aware, of the 5 elemental crystal cores, the wind core has already been taken by the void realm, correct? Yes, Cecilia said immediately. That's why we went back to seek reinforcements. The 5 fundamental elements of Vimel continent interact with and counterbalance each other, Vita continued. And wind can significantly amplify fire's power. In our battle against the void realm for the crystal cores, we can't afford to ignore the possibility that they'll use the wind core to enhance fire against us. If they manage to take the fire spirit crystal core as well, we'll be at a severe disadvantage. Leon slowly nodded in understanding. I see, so if they get both wind and fire, he muttered. Then the combined power of those 2 crystal cores will create an effect far greater than just the sum of their parts. That would be a massive problem for Leon and the others. Which was precisely why the fire spirit crystal core took priority over the thunder spirit core. Then, Vita stood up, his voice steady as he announced. Let's get some rest tonight. At dawn, we set out. The trial grounds of the fire spirit divine stallion are still a long journey ahead of us. (719) Vol 6ch, 85. At dawn, the campfire had already burned out for some time, with wisps of black smoke curling into the air. Leon slowly awoke, his eyes fluttering open, only to see a beautiful face filling up half his vision. Still groggy from sleep, His brain lagging behind reality, Leon squinted and mumbled. "Big sis, why are you at my house?" "I am Leon." The mature yet slightly clueless voice instantly jolted him awake. "Cecilia Sr." Leon bolted upright, scanning his surroundings. Once his thoughts settled, he finally remembered. He'd been away from home for several days now. Meanwhile, Cecilia remained perfectly composed, kneeling gracefully on the grass. Those red eyes, a defining trait of the Isha Red Dragon clan, confirmed that Leon hadn't mistaken her for someone else in his half-asleep state. Cecilia sat primly, watching his reaction with a serene smile. "Good morning, Leon." "Morning." Leon glanced at Cecilia and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why did she look like she'd accidentally discovered some embarrassing secret of his? It was just a morning greeting. Did she really need to smile like that? Brushing the thought aside, Leon looked around and asked, "Where is Senior Vita?" "Oh, he went." "I'm back." The grass rustled nearby as Vita emerged from behind them, holding a camping kettle in his hand. He walked up to Leon, his expression as composed as ever. Leon blinked in confusion. "Senior, what's with that? Aren't you thirsty?" Leon raised a brow, even more confused. "Why would I be thirsty? You talked so much last night, and yet you're not thirsty." "Huh?" Leon felt even more lost. Cecilia, sitting off to the side, finally lifted a finger and began listing off numbers one by one. Noah 344 times, Moon 337 times, Aurora 335 times, Muse 340 times. Leon == Rosvisser 2,498 times. A pity. Didn't break the record, Leon mused to himself. Clapped. Cecilia slammed her palms together, squinting at Leon with a teasing smile. "Wow, Tilda Leon, so little low is this important to you." Even more than all the kids combined Tilda. By now, Leon was completely used to getting teased for calling out his wife's name in his sleep. His friends had beaten him up over it enough times. So naturally, his heart remained as calm as a still lake. Casually standing up, he dusted himself off and responded in a completely even tone. "Concern for family can't be measured by numbers, Senior." After a short pause, he added, coughing lightly. "And besides, the only reason the number is higher is because Rosvisser rolls off the tongue more smoothly. Then Noah's name doesn't roll off the tongue. Zai. Then Moon's name doesn't roll off the tongue. Zai. Then Aurora S, Muse S. Zai." Cecilia's red eyes sparkled with pure gossip-fueled anticipation. But Leon really didn't know how to explain it. What, was he not allowed to miss his wife while traveling? A good man always misses his wife. TH. Stop with the TH, Cecilia. Vita stepped in, calmly grabbing Cecilia by the collar before she could lean in any further with her interrogation. With an ease that made it seem like he was simply picking up a cat, Vita lifted her off the ground. For a man of his towering height and build, this was effortless. "If you're not thirsty, then let's get moving to the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion's trial grounds. The sooner we deal with this, the better." Silent, serious, loves his wife, efficient. These were the strongest impressions Vita had left on Leon after spending a single night in his presence. The sheer contrast between his no-nonsense attitude and Cecilia's absolute cluelessness was almost comical. How the hell had these two ended up together back then? "Once we're done with this, I need to hear that story," Leon thought to himself as he stepped forward to follow them. As they walked, his gaze flickered toward Vita's back, his mind wandering. That steady presence, that solemnity, it reminded him of Rosvisser from years ago. Back then, she had been just like this, a workaholic, laser-focused on efficiency, quiet, distant. Maybe that was the power of blood ties. Even if they had never grown up together, the Melkveh family's natural traits still left their imprint on their descendants. Leon couldn't help but imagine the day when Vita, Cecilia, and the Melkveh sisters would finally reunite. He had no idea what it would look like, but it would definitely be a moment worth remembering. As they traveled throughout the day, Leon gradually noticed that their group was getting larger. Judging by their appearances, the newcomers were from a variety of different races, likely participants in the once-in-a-century Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial. But even after observing for a long time, Leon couldn't find a single dragon among them, aside from Vita and Cecilia. Moreover, the way others glanced at them carried a strange mix of curiosity and confusion. Cecilia, unable to hold back, decided to ask directly, "Vita, why does it feel like everyone's looking at us? What's going on?" After a short pause, she added, "And also, I haven't seen a single other dragon this entire time. Logically speaking, the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion's blessing directly enhances strength. That's exactly the kind of opportunity our power-hungry dragon race would never pass up. So why aren't there any dragons here?" Vita carefully surveyed their surroundings. He wasn't sure either. "We'll probably figure it out once we reach the trial grounds." "All right." With that, the three of them quickened their pace. By the time they arrived at a mountain cave, it was already past 9 p.m. Even more participants had gathered here. "Finally, if I pass the trial and receive the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion's blessing, I'll finally have the power to reclaim my homeland from the invaders." "That's the spirit. What about you? What will you do if you get the blessing?" "Me, I probably won't pass." "Pathetic. If I pass the trial, I'm definitely enlisting in the Dragon Clan's Royal Guard. I'll prove my worth to His Majesty." People had gathered from all over, carrying different ambitions, each one hoping to use the trial as a stepping stone to their goals. Leon studied the crowd. Even in this dense throng of competitors, he still couldn't spot a single dragon other than Vita and Cecilia. Just as Cecilia had pointed out, dragons were obsessed with strength. There was no way they would pass up a chance like this. Something was definitely off. "Excuse me, are the three of you here to participate in the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial?" A female voice pulled Leon from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a woman dressed in traditional garb. She had delicate features and a tall, slender frame, but the two long ears atop her head were a bit unusual. Just as Leon was trying to guess her race, his peripheral vision caught a small movement behind her. A tail. Not a long, draconic tail, but a horse's tail. A centaur girl, bushy. Leon shook his head, correcting himself. "She's probably from the Divine Stallion tribe." Vita nodded. "Yes, we're here to participate." "Understood," the woman replied with a polite nod. "I am Senel, one of the coordinators of the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial." She then glanced between Vita and Cecilia before asking, "May I confirm, are you and the Lady of Dragon lineage?" Vita frowned slightly. "That's right, we're from the dragon race. Is that a problem?" "My apologies, sir," Senel said, maintaining a calm demeanor. "But the dragon race is banned from participating in this trial." "To be clear, we are not discriminating against dragons," she continued. "Here is the list of prohibited races. Dragons are not the only ones affected." She handed over the document. Vita took it, and Cecilia leaned in to read over his shoulder. As Senel had said, many races were prohibited from entering the trial. "Dragons, Usura clan, Thunder Elves, but why?" Cecilia asked. "I thought the trial was supposed to be open to all races." Senel explained. "During the previous Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial, the races on this list, especially the dragon race, completely dominated the competition. But this blessing is meant to empower those in need, not to make the strong even stronger. The Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial exists to balance the scales. Its purpose is to help the weak. I hope you three can understand." So that's why they hadn't seen any other dragons, and why the other competitors had been staring at them like they weren't supposed to be here. The rules had changed. But this rule, sure, it sounded reasonable. It had a strong moral argument behind it. But still, if the goal was always to empower the weak, why wasn't this rule in place from the beginning? Why wait until the dragons had already stomped the competition to suddenly decide, "Actually, you guys can't enter anymore"? If they had set the rule earlier, none of this would have been an issue. Still, since it was the organizers' decision, Vida and Cecilia had no choice but to respect it. Leon, however, remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. I'm not a dragon, and I'm not on that list either, so I can still participate, right? Senel hesitated for a moment before asking. May I ask, sir, what is your race? Human. At the mention of the word human, Senel visibly relaxed. As if her unspoken thought was, humans are weak enough to qualify. Leon caught that implied meaning immediately. And even though he knew Senel wasn't trying to insult humans, given the circumstances, he still felt the need to clarify one thing. If you think banning strong races like Vida and Cecilia will help balance the trial, then unfortunately for you, you're about to face a much, much bigger problem. A problem named Leon Kazmad. Oh, by the way, Leon added, who was the dragon from the last trial? The one so strong that dragons got banned because of them. Senel thought for a moment, then hesitantly replied. I think their name was Tan. Suddenly, her expression cleared up as she remembered. Oh, that's right, the Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine. Leon. Leon, of course it was. $720. Vol 6ch, 86. Turns out Vida brought a dragon here that ended up in the ban list for the trial. Well, that does suit that battle maniac's personality. And besides, it was 100 years ago, back in the old ironclad trials, where there were no second chances. Now it's even more extreme. At the very least, one dragon elder, though unable to participate in this trial, is allowed to spectate the entire event and cheer for their friend, said Senel. Cecilia's eyes lit up. Cheer? Oh, great Tilda, I love cheering people on. Leon silently observed this pair. Are you sure this is the partner who searched for the 5-spirit crown with Chavita for hundreds of years, and not just an oversized red and white idiot? Now then, for the gentlemen who wish to participate in the trial, please follow me. Tonight, we will conduct race verification and the first stage of the trial. Leon nodded, then glanced at Vida and Cecilia. I'll go confirm my identity first. You two should find a place to rest. Vida gave a deep, heavy hum in response. Cecilia, on the other hand, cheered Leon on without hesitation. Go Leon, speedrun it. Leon chuckled, not saying much, and turned to follow Senel for the race verification. When they entered the cave, a long line had already formed ahead of them. At the end of the line stood a giant recording stone and a magical formation glowing in a circular pattern. Trial participants must step into the magic circle. The recording stone will then confirm their race, Senel explained. That way, there's no way to disguise oneself as another race to sneak into the trial. Me sounds good. The magic used to detect race wasn't particularly complex, but what made it special was that its knowledge wasn't shared outside of certain groups. Only a handful of people across the entire Samel continent knew how to perform this spell. Leon knew he was a blood and iron human, so he wasn't worried at all. Wait. The calm, composed mindset he had just moments ago suddenly took a sharp nosedive. Leon furrowed his brows slightly, as if he had just realized something. He looked down at his palm and murmured, Where do I really come from? About 40 minutes later, it was finally Leon's turn for race verification. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists and pressed his lips together, hesitation flickering across his heart. Not because he was afraid of failing the verification and getting disqualified from the trial. But rather, what if he wasn't human? Leon Kazmad, please step into the formation. Hurry up, there are still many trial participants waiting. Oh right, sorry. Leon snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. After adjusting his posture, he stepped into the formation with a lingering sense of unease. In the few short seconds of waiting, Leon closed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected this kind of step to be part of the process at all before coming here. It was too abrupt, leaving him without any time to mentally prepare. Tusk. Old Khan really. If it weren't for the fact that he had crushed everyone else 100 years ago, the Divine Stallion tribe wouldn't have added this race verification step in the first place. Yep, it was all the Red Flame Dragon King's fault. Leon made a bitter joke in his mind, trying to endure these torturous few seconds. Race verification complete, human. The moment he heard the word human, the tension in Leon's body instantly eased. Even though he still had no clue about his origins, at the very least, his humanity had been confirmed. That alone was enough to put part of his mind at ease, like a heavy stone finally landing. Oh, that makes him the second human we've had here tonight, one of the trial officials casually remarked to his colleague. Yeah, I wonder what's been happening on the other side of the continent all these years. There were never any humans in our trials before. As Leon stepped out of the formation, he overheard the two officials chatting. A second human, there was already one before me. That piqued Leon's curiosity. More than who had gotten the dragon race band, he was more curious about who else, aside from himself, had come here seeking the fire spirit divine stallion's blessing. Trial participants who have passed the verification, please proceed this way. The first trial will now begin, Senel called from the front. Oh, coming. Leon quickly followed her, passing through the cave. They arrived at the entrance of a stone chamber, where Senel turned and said, "This is the first stage of the trial. You arrived just in time. One participant is already ready inside." What is the content of the first trial? Hand-to-hand combat. Oh, so we're jumping straight into action, huh? Senel shook her head with a smile. The first stage hand-to-hand combat won't eliminate any participants. It's simply a way for our divine stallion tribe to assess each participant's abilities. The differences in ability will also affect the later trial stages. So it's best not to hold back. Otherwise, if you keep your full strength hidden, you might end up suffering for it later. Leon smirked and nodded. While the principal was to give it his all, if he was being honest, right now, his principal was still somewhere near his hands. If he really followed Senel's advice and went all out in this fight, he'd probably be able to skip straight to the blessing ceremony by tonight. After getting a simple rundown of the rules, Leon pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. As he entered, he realized that while the outside of the cave seemed ordinary, the inside was a whole different world. Standing at the entrance, he could see the entire trial arena. The interior resembled a gladiator's coliseum, with a spectator area circling above and a battle platform below. Because of the sheer number of participants, the battlefield was divided into 10 sections. That meant 10 matches could take place simultaneously. And just before stepping inside, Leon had noticed that there were even more trial arenas outside this one. There sure are a lot of people looking for a blessing. Leon sighed, making his way down to the arena. Under the guidance of the Divine Stallion tribe staff, he and his opponent approached the battlefield from opposite sides. His opponent was a massive figure with an imposing presence. Dark skin marked with faint glowing patterns. On his shoulder, a mammoth-shaped totem tattoo was etched. This match, Albert of the Black Skull tribe versus Leon Kazmod of the human race, the trial official announced. Black Skull, was kind of hoping I'd run into the other human first. Leon stood with both hands casually in his pockets, eyeing his opponent with a relaxed expression. Meanwhile, from the spectator seats, murmurs began to spread. This guy named Leon sure has rotten luck, huh? What do you mean? You don't know either. Albert is the one who, 100 years ago, regrettably lost to Constantine. You could honestly say that if it weren't for the dragons being so ridiculously strong, Albert would have been able to receive the Divine Stallion's blessing based on his own strength. Oh, so that guy really is strong. That human really is unlucky. Even though this trial won't eliminate any participants, running into Albert right in the first match is bound to take a toll on Leon's morale going forward. I think the biggest issue is that he's just a human. I heard that humans aren't very good at hand-to-hand combat. They always rely on tools and weapons to compensate. But this is pure unarmed fighting. Yeah, let's just hope the human doesn't lose too miserably. So my opponent is actually Old Khan's defeated rival. Now that made Leon take things a little more seriously. If he didn't control his strength properly, he was worried he might knock the guy out in one punch. After all, Senel and the others had already said that overpowered races weren't allowed to participate in the trials. Leon definitely didn't want to, Novelight, make the same mistake as Constantine, getting himself and his entire race banned from this event. What if, in the future, humans became stronger and started coming here for the divine stallion's blessing too? Imagine his fellow humans going through hell to reach this place, only to be told, "Sorry, Kazmod was too broken, so we banned him and your entire race." Leon would go from human hero to public enemy number 1, a goddamn griefing troll. "You're out of luck, little human." Albert cracked his knuckles, his massive frame trembling with anticipation. "Do you know that 100 years ago, I nearly defeated one of the greatest dragons of that era, Constantine?" "Oh, right, my bad. I forgot humans don't usually live past 100 years, so of course, you wouldn't know about that." The massive black-skinned warrior's words were laced with both boastful pride and open contempt toward Leon. "Nearly defeated Constantine. Guess I'll have to ask old Khan about it later, so you were nearly soloed by this big dumb brute." Leon casually raised his hands. He wasn't actually about to throw a punch, just adjusting his stance. But to Albert, this silent response reeked of mockery. Albert stomped the ground, and the heavy boom of his foot made the entire arena tremble. "Arrogant human brat, let me show you the power worthy of standing against a dragon king." With that, Albert charged at Leon. His massive build slowed him down considerably. From Leon's perspective, it was practically slow motion. Albert swung at him with a flurry of left and right punches. Leon dodged them all effortlessly, moving with a casual grace. His opponent's fists barely grazed his ears, not even close to landing a hit. At this level of combat, Leon didn't even need to activate his enhanced senses. "Damn it, you just keep dodging like a coward human." Albert brought both fists together and slammed them down toward Leon, sending up a thick cloud of dust. But there was only smoke, no damage. Leon had already leaped high into the air, effortlessly avoiding the attack. "You bastard." Albert roared and launched into a second round of attacks, his right fist aiming straight for Leon's face. Leon sighed, watching him with a deadpan expression. He's wide open. He was already tired of this newbie-level opponent. Leon planned to end this in one move. But just as he was about to counter, his sharp eyes caught something in the stands. The Divine Stallion tribe, members in the audience. They were all holding notebooks, carefully watching and writing down notes about the fight. Tesk, of course, it's a point-based system. If he one-shot this so-called uncrowned king of the last tournament, Leon's hidden ranking would shoot through the roof. So he decided to play it smart. Instead of dodging, Leon deliberately took the punch. As Albert's fist landed, Leon barely flinched and smirked, saying, "You call that a punch? This isn't even enough to warm me up." For a max-level boss, this was like getting hit by a tutorial enemy. Albert froze. No way. This guy was hacking. Leon took a deliberately exaggerated step back, pretending to be knocked off balance. Albert stepped forward, folding his arms arrogantly, towering over him. "The referee hasn't called the match yet," he said smugly, "but I'd advise you to just surrender now, save your strength for the later trials." Leon lazily stood back up, dusting off his clothes. Then he muttered, "1 minute." "What?" Albert frowned. "From the moment we started fighting until now, it's been exactly 1 minute. And by the time the next minute is up, I'll have knocked you out." Albert's grin vanished. He clenched his fists again. "Arrogant human, don't blame me if I don't hold back." He roared and charged again. Leon continued dodging, but now he occasionally pretended to get hit by a few punches. From Albert's perspective, he was getting frustrated as hell. No matter how hard he tried, Leon looked completely calm and unaffected. From the referee panel's perspective, it was a perfectly balanced back-and-forth fight. From Leon's perspective, damn, why does 1 minute feel so damn long? Should have said 30 seconds. Finally, the countdown reached its final seconds. Leon saw his opening. With a swift counterattack, he landed a single punch right into Albert's gut. It looked like an ordinary hit. Leon's other hand was still in his pocket. But only Albert knew just how hard that punch had been. It was precise. It didn't knock him out, but it completely robbed him of his ability to move. As Albert collapsed, Leon glanced up at the massive clock hanging over the arena. Ah, right on time. He walked up to Albert's fallen body, looking down at the big, dumb brute. You said you wanted to show me the power that could stand against a dragon king. Leon lowered his voice. Should have mentioned this earlier. I've killed more dragon kings than you've ever met. "721. Vol 6ch, 86.1. This sentence was only meant for Albert to hear. The referees of the Divine Stallion tribe in the audience couldn't pick up on it. Once it was confirmed that Albert wouldn't be able to fight again in the short term, the referee announced Leon as the winner of the round. Of course, as previously stated, this hand-to-hand combat trial wasn't meant to eliminate any participants. It was simply a preliminary evaluation that would influence the later trials. Leon turned and stepped off the arena stage. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Albert calling out from behind. Hey, human brat. Leon paused and glanced back. Something else. If this big black brute isn't convinced and wants to fight Leon another 300 rounds, he's welcome to give it a shot. Albert clutched his sore abdomen, staggering a few steps forward. Standing beside Leon, he asked, You just said you've killed a lot of dragon kings. Leon nodded silently. Then, did you kill Constantine? At those words, Leon's steps froze. He hesitated for a moment, considering how to answer that somewhat awkward question. After a brief pause, he replied, Yeah, twice. Now it was Albert's turn to be utterly confused. What do you mean, you killed him twice? Don't think you can make a fool out of me just because you beat me in a fight. Leon shrugged helplessly. He had already tried to make his answer as simple and less abstract as possible. But it still wasn't exactly something easy to explain. I'm not messing with you. Constantine and I are actually friends now, but we had some past grudges to settle. Leon sighed and explained patiently. So if I start telling the full story, it'll take forever. And with your personality, I doubt you have the patience to sit through it. Looks like I was right. Leon smirked. All right, then let me ask you something instead. Why did you come all the way here, just to ask me if I killed Constantine? The massive black-skinned warrior hesitated for a moment, suddenly looking a bit uneasy. He scratched his head before answering in a low voice. 100 years ago, when Constantine defeated me, he told me I was a decent opponent. He said that if we ever had the chance, he'd like to fight me again when I was stronger. Since then, I've been training non-stop, hoping that one day I could defeat that bastard. He's an arrogant bastard, sure, but I can't say I hate him for it. But I don't know where to find him in the dragon race, and I don't have any way to send him a message. So for the past century, I haven't been able to reach him at all. I thought maybe I'd see him in this trial, but I didn't expect the Divine Stallion tribe to outright ban dragons from participating. Looks like I'll never get my rematch with that dragon again. A deep sigh followed, one filled with disappointment and helplessness. Leon silently watched the towering black-skinned warrior. To be honest, he wanted to tell Albert the truth. That no matter how strong Constantine had been 100 years ago, the red flame dragon king of today was already far beyond his reach. But after a brief moment of hesitation, Leon decided not to say anything that harsh. He could tell that Albert was a battle maniac at heart. Only a guy like him would describe Constantine as arrogant but not annoying. Albert had been looking forward to a rematch with Constantine for the sake of proving his own strength. But if he were to find out that Constantine's power had skyrocketed, leaving him completely out of reach, it would only send Albert into a deep spiral of self-doubt. Leon had no grudge against this big brute. There was no reason to crush his confidence. Pressing his lips together, Leon simply replied, Getting stronger isn't about fighting a specific person. It's about being able to survive in this dangerous world and protecting the people you care about. He paused for a moment before adding, Wasn't that the reason you first came to take part in the Divine Stallion trials? At Leon's words, a flicker of realization passed through Albert's gaze. After a moment, he slowly lowered his head. Yeah, hey. Emma. Leon didn't try to preach any further. He wasn't the lecturing type. As long as Albert understood what he meant, that was enough. Leon turned away and continued walking toward the exit. But the people I wanted to protect. Albert's voice echoed behind him. They're already gone. Leon's footsteps halted. The tone in Albert's voice was heavier than before. It carried a profound sadness and resignation. Yet when Leon turned back, wanting to ask what had happened, the towering black-skinned warrior was already gone. That was amazing, Leon. You passed the first trial so easily. At the resting area, Veli from the Merchants Guild cheered excitedly upon hearing of Leon's victory. Leon scratched his head with a wry smile. Senior, honestly, by the rules of this trial, anyone can pass the first stage. Cecilia blinked her beautiful eyes rapidly. She raised a delicate hand, pointing at herself with an innocent look. Then why didn't I pass? Why? Didn't you just say anyone can pass? Seeing his devastated mother-in-law, General Leon could only silently pray in his heart. Moon, when you grow up, please don't be like this. Moon, please don't be like this. Actually, the Tower Master just arrived here. Veli quickly changed the subject. As he spoke, Vita reached into his pocket and pulled out a crystal. Leon looked at the crystal in Vita's hand and raised an eyebrow. The Tower Master sent this. After a brief pause, Leon added, Wait, the Tower Master also knows that we're looking for the Fire Spirit Crystal Core. Vita nodded and explained. The Twilight Tower of Sky City has always been monitoring our progress over the past 100 years, as it originates from Sancti's Academy of the Holy Tower. And in this operation, our two daughters not only have to protect the Chronoe Scroll, but also fulfill their duty as Dragon Kings, guarding their people and lands. That's why they couldn't come with us. This also means that if we encounter a powerful enemy, we might not be able to get reinforcements in time, and we could end up losing the Wind Spirit Crystal Core again. When Tiamat heard about this, he sent this teleportation crystal. He specializes in spatial magic formations. Once the crystal is activated, Isha or the little girl can instantly teleport across vast distances to assist us, skipping travel time entirely. After hearing his father-in-law's explanation, Leon pondered for a moment before asking, If it's this useful, why didn't he give it to you earlier? If the Tower Master had provided this teleportation crystal sooner, the Wind Spirit Crystal Core might not have been stolen by Kaiser. In Tiamat's letter, he mentioned that this type of teleportation crystal is something he only recently succeeded in developing. Unlike regular magic, spatial magic doesn't have the luxury of low-cost testing. Vita continued, With most magic, you can immediately see whether it works in combat. But if something goes wrong during spatial magic testing, the losses and consequences are immeasurable. Tiamat must have gone through countless failures and adjustments before finally stabilizing the teleportation crystal's function enough to entrust it to us. Leon nodded in understanding. I see. Vita stored the teleportation crystal away carefully. There's only one, meaning we only have one chance to summon reinforcements. We must use it wisely. Understood, Senior. A few hours later, Senel arrived at the resting area to call for Leon. The second trial stage is about to begin. Please follow me. Leon followed behind the horse-tailed girl. What's the second trial about? Heart's Inquiry. Leon blinked. Heart's Inquiry, what does that mean? Senel stopped in front of a door, turning to explain. The Fire Spirit Divine Stallion only bestows its power upon those who truly need it, and ensures that power won't be misused by those with impure intentions. The Heart's Inquiry helps the Divine Stallion tribe determine whether a trial participant is qualified to continue the trial. So, from this stage onward, some participants will be eliminated. Leon, we look forward to seeing the results of your Heart's Inquiry. With that, Senel gently pulled open the door. Leon peered inside. The room was simple yet elegant, filled with a faint scent of redwood. Both visually and olfactorily, it gave off an atmosphere of tranquility and introspection. In the center of the room, 5 or 6 people were already seated, waiting. One of them was a towering, muscular, dark-skinned figure. Albert. The black-skinned warrior spotted Leon immediately. His normally serious face managed to pull off a small smile as he raised a hand in a brief wave. A casual greeting. Leon nodded back in response. All right, our final participant for this session of Heart's Inquiry has arrived. Please take a seat and we'll begin shortly. The Divine Stallion tribe member, seated at the far end of the room, spoke. Leon walked over. By coincidence, the only available seat was right next to Albert. As they sat down, the two exchanged polite nods. At the same time, Leon took note of the trial participant on his other side. A woman, her long black hair tied up into a high ponytail. The tips of her ponytail were dyed a deep violet. Du N Avi Ya L Cyrillic letter 456, G Cyrillic letter 4 BBT. Only on N Avi Ya L Cyrillic letter 456, G Cyrillic letter 4 BBT. To his angle, Leon could only see her side profile. But even just her side profile was enough to tell. This was a woman of stunning beauty. Her elegant, sculpted features looked as though they had been carefully chiseled by a master artisan, bathed in soft, warm light. She sat with perfect posture, wearing a black vest over a tight-fitting bandeau top, leaving her slender waist exposed. She wore simple, fitted trousers with low-heeled boots, and both of her hands were wrapped in fingerless bandages. From the sharp muscle definition on her arms, Leon guessed that she was likely a skilled hand-to-hand fighter. All right, now that everyone is here, let me briefly explain the rules of Heart's Inquiry. No need to be nervous, just think of it like casual conversation. You can talk about your origins, your past, or anything else you wish to share. There are no time limits or content restrictions. We will evaluate each participant's inner desires based on what they say and determine if they are qualified to continue the trial. The rules are simple. Now then, let's start with our cool-looking young lady over here. The Divine Stallion tribe member gestured toward the woman seated next to Leon. Despite being called out first, she showed no hesitation at all. She spoke calmly. My name is Safina. I am from the human race. (722). Vol 6ch, 87. Leon's gaze fell once again on the girl named Safina. So she's the second human here, aside from me. Meeting a fellow countryman while traveling abroad was rare. Leon was definitely going to pay close attention to her story. Safina remained seated with perfect posture, showing no nervousness whatsoever. I was born in a small human kingdom where the living conditions were harsh. The only way to improve our homeland was through small-scale wars, seizing land from other nations or tribes. My family had 2 children, me and my younger brother. When we were still young, we lost our parents to war. We survived by relying on the generosity of others, growing up under the care of strangers. My brother was determined to join the royal court, because in a nation as poor and broken as ours, the only way to ensure a better life for oneself and one's family was to become part of the ruling class. And he succeeded. For a long time, our lives gradually improved. Until the old king passed away, and a new king ascended the throne. The new ruler completely reformed the kingdom's structure and purged the royal court. It didn't matter if they were scholars or generals, the purge affected everyone. But because of my brother's exceptional abilities, he was not expelled from the royal court. Instead, he was recognized by the new king and given an important position. But as the years passed, almost a decade, we began to realize his growing ambition and cruelty. However, by then, my brother was already too deep to escape and could only continue serving the new king. Safina was about to continue when another trial participant interrupted her. Aren't we supposed to be sharing our own backgrounds? Why are you only talking about your brother? Are you trying to cheat your way through this trial by avoiding talking about yourself? The suspicion in the trial participant's voice was reasonable. And at this point, no one objected to his questioning. After all, everyone here was fighting to earn their place in the trial. This wasn't some charity storytelling session. People were only sharing their pasts because it was part of the trial rules. If they wanted, they could just get up and fight, and whoever won could walk out of this room to participate in the next trial stage. Yet from the moment Safina started speaking, she had barely introduced herself. Instead, she had been talking about her brother the entire time. But this stage was called Heart's Inquiry, and the Divine Stallion Tribe's referee had explicitly said that their inner desires would be judged based on what they shared. If Safina wasn't actually as calm and collected as she looked, if she was, in fact, some unstable killer, she could be trying to dodge the test by only talking about other people instead of herself. Yeah, if you keep rambling off topic, even the Divine Stallion referees won't be able to evaluate your real thoughts, another trial participant added. The referees did say we could talk about whatever we wanted, but you're taking that a bit too far, don't you think? If this counts as a pass, then I might as well start talking about how my neighbor's slime pet gave birth to a bunch of baby slimes last month. Leon didn't voice any opinion. Instead, he mused to himself. Actually, I would be kinda interested in hearing about the baby slimes. Wanna tell us more? Shaking his head, Leon dismissed the random thought and turned toward Albert. The black-skinned warrior remained expressionless. Neither Safina's story nor the complaints from the other participants seemed to interest him at all. Leon shifted his focus back to Safina. Apologies, she said, her tone steady. My brother is the only family I have left in this world. I unconsciously ended up talking about him more than myself. All right, I'll refocus on my own story from here on. HMPH, that's more like it. Safina took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. From her expression and gaze, it was clear that the previous interruptions hadn't shaken her at all. In order to survive in a nation like ours, I had to undergo rigorous training from a young age. As she spoke, Safina began unwrapping the bandages around her hands. The moment the bandages came off, the entire room stared at her right hand, their eyes filled with shock. Despite being such a clean and beautiful girl, her hands were covered in old scars and calluses. After showing them, Safina expertly began rewrapping her bandages, looping them neatly around her fingers and palms. My profession is fighter. No guns, no weapons, no flashy magic, just a collection of scraps of martial arts manuals scavenged from battlefields. I've trained with these fragments of techniques, patching them together, step by step, to reach where I am today. I can't stop, because that tyrannical new king could kill anyone at any moment. No one knows if my brother or I will be his next target in one of his sudden killing sprees. So before we reach the point of no return, I must become as strong as possible. And that is why I came here, seeking the fire spirit Divine Stallion's blessing. After finishing, Safina closed her eyes and let out a long, slow breath before reopening them. Her gaze was calm as it swept across the room. That's all I have to share. She then turned to the two trial participants who had questioned her earlier and added, If you still think that's not enough, then I have nothing more to say. As a human, my lifespan isn't as long as yours, so up until now, my life may seem thin compared to yours. But this trial is called Heart's Inquiry, and perhaps a better word to describe it would be purity. Leon had always admired those who were pure in purpose, because he, too, appreciated clarity and motivation. Safina's life wasn't shallow, nor was it as thin as she described it. She came here not for revenge, not for war, but for survival. That alone already set her apart from most of the trial participants Leon had met so far. Of course, what Leon thought didn't matter. What mattered was what the Divine Stallion Tribe's judges thought. The judge quietly noted something in his notebook before looking up with a warm smile. All right, Miss Safina, thank you for your story. Now then, let's hear from our big guy next. Leon turned toward Albert. In this entire room, only he was worthy of being called a big guy. Albert remained as unshaken as ever. He licked his lips, rubbed his hands together, and after a brief moment of thought, he finally spoke. Even though I've lived for several centuries, there aren't many things worth sharing. I once had a beloved wife. In our second year of marriage, we had a daughter. We lived a peaceful life in the Thunder Elephant tribe. But then, our tribe frequently clashed with outsiders, and these skirmishes eventually turned into small-scale wars. So I joined the battlefield, 100 years ago, to strengthen our tribe, I and a few others were sent here, seeking the fire spirit divine stallion's blessing. But after that trial, our entire race was banned from participating. We left with nothing, and when we returned home, the war continued to consume us. Until one day. At this point, Albert's emotions shifted. Leon noticed the change and listened even more intently. Albert lowered his head, staring at the tip of his boots, before continuing in a hushed voice. Until one day, a man in black robes arrived in our Thunder Elephant tribe. He used some unknown spell to control several of our strongest warriors, forcing us to slaughter each other. In the end, I was the only one left. Not a single member of my tribe survived, not even my daughter. A man in black robes, a massacre during war, and something about dark magic. Leon couldn't help but think of the self-proclaimed new god who sought to reshape the world. He continued listening as Albert spoke. But I did not come back to this trial for power. N-A-V-Y-L Cyrillic letter 456, G Cyrillic letter 4BB, te. Continue reading, nor for revenge against the black-robed man. My life no longer holds anything worth clinging to. The only reason I came back was for the promise I made 100 years ago to that damn fire-breathing dragon. I just wanted to fight him one more time. A deep sigh escaped him. A sigh heavy with exhaustion and helplessness. But even that seems impossible now. So, my reason for continuing this trial is probably different from all of you. You all came here seeking power. Some for revenge, some to win wars for their tribes, some simply to protect themselves and their families. But me, I came here simply to die. (723). Vol 6ch, 88. So that was what Albert meant when he said, "The people I cared about are no longer here." Leon had already suspected that Black Elephant Bro had a dark past, but an extermination-level massacre was beyond what he had anticipated. And those bastards who had committed such atrocities. Leon only regretted not dealing with them sooner. To the Shadow, all the races of Samil seemed to be nothing more than test subjects for the Black Dragon tribe, mere tools to fuel ultimate resentment and negative emotions. Life was worthless to them, only good for being consumed. Leon exhaled quietly, pushing thoughts of Shadow out of his mind. The Divine Stallion tribe's judge, after listening to Albert's story, also fell into silence. For a long moment, no one spoke. Finally, the judge broke the silence. "Since we've made you recall the past, sir, my condolences for your loss." Albert didn't respond. He only gave a small nod, acknowledging the words. The judge took a deep breath, steadied himself, then turned to the next trial participant. "All right, next up, please share your story." "Understood, I was born in." Leon was the last to go. Originally, it would have been easy. He could have just glossed over his life, mentioned a couple of trivial details, and passed the heart's inquiry without a hitch. But after hearing Safina and Albert's stories, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to stir some emotions. Even though everyone here was ultimately a competitor, fighting to secure one of the limited blessings, Leon felt that if all it took was a few words to ease someone's pain, why not do it? His master once told him, "I don't ask you to be some great, benevolent saint, Leon. Just don't eat meat in front of a starving man. Don't talk about a bright future in front of someone dying in their sickbed." So, when it was his turn to speak, Leon simply gave a brief overview of his life. He spoke about his past, about how he interacted with his family. But he didn't emphasize how happy and fulfilling his life was with Rosvisser and their children. And of course, he intentionally omitted his true reason for coming here. After all, Leon had no idea how strong the fire spirit's blessing truly was, but judging by Constantine's level 100 years later, Leon wasn't sure if he even needed it. "All right, thank you for sharing, sir." The judge paused, glanced down at his notes, then looked back up with a curious smile. "I didn't expect this. Both of the only 2 human participants in this trial happen to be here. What a coincidence." Upon hearing that, Leon and Safina exchanged glances. Then, in silent acknowledgement, they gave each other a polite nod. "Well then, please remain here for a short break. I will return in 30 minutes, NOVELIGHT, to inform you all of your individual evaluation results. With that, the judge stood, tucking his notebook under his arm, and left the room at a leisurely pace. After he was gone, the other two trial participants also stood up and moved toward the window, quietly chatting. From their earlier stories, it seemed like they were from similar backgrounds, so their conversation flowed naturally. Then a voice broke Leon's thoughts. "Thank you, Leon." "Albert." Leon blinked. What are you thanking me for all of a sudden?" Albert shook his head with a wry smile. "That human girl, Safina, she said she only has one sibling left, so she avoids talking about him too much. But you, Leon, you're the same, aren't you? Or rather, you had plenty of things you wanted to say. If I had a happy family, I would have wanted to talk about them, too. So hearing you describe how much you care about your family, I can tell you held back after listening to our stories. You deliberately avoided talking about your happiness in detail because you didn't want to rub it in our faces, right? This big brute might look like a simple-minded powerhouse, but damn, he's pretty perceptive." Leon had no intention of denying it. "Yeah, but it's nothing worth thanking me for. It's just basic human decency. If you've ever lost family, you'd understand why I did it." Albert chuckled, this time not a bitter laugh. "I'm starting to like you, human brat." "Oh, right, Albert." Leon's expression turned serious. "That black-robed man who wiped out your Thunder Elephant tribe, what was his name?" Albert frowned, digging through his memory before responding. "It was a very short name, more like a code name. I think it was Shadow." "Shadow?" "Yeah, Shadow, that was his name, wait." Albert's eyes narrowed. "How do you know that?" Leon looked straight into the black elephant warrior's eyes. And then, word by word, he spoke calmly. "Because not too long ago, I killed him. For you. For your family. For your tribe." Albert froze. For a long moment, he simply stared at Leon, the ordinary-looking human sitting beside him. The man who had just said those words so casually. Could this be a bluff? No. Albert couldn't find the words to respond. He simply stared blankly at Leon. Was this another form of comfort? Before he could gather his thoughts, Safina's voice suddenly broke the silence. "You killed Shadow." Leon turned toward his fellow human, meeting her gaze. "That's right, judging from your tone, you know about him too." Safina's pupils flickered slightly, as if she were quickly processing something. After a moment, the corner of her lips curled slightly, not quite a smile, but more of an amused smirk. However, her long, delicate brows furrowed just a little. "My brother mentioned him a long time ago. He heard about him from the royal court." "Is that so?" But my brother said Shadow was incredibly strong, and you actually managed to take him down." Leon shrugged. "I can't exactly prove to you that I killed him right now, but after the trials, you can go to the Empire and find an organization called Lionheart Society. Just say that Leon Kazmod sent you. Then a girl with a blue-tipped tail and her almost boyfriend will meet you and explain everything in detail." Safina blinked, her beautiful violet eyes flashing with surprise. Then she quickly scanned Leon from head to toe, as if reassessing him. Finally, she gave another sweet, practiced smile. "All right then, I was planning to visit the human empire anyway." "Well, either way, thank you, Leon." Albert finally snapped out of his daze. He leaned back against his chair, resting his hands on his knees, gazing up at the antique wooden ceiling. "You avenged me." Half an hour later, the Divine Stallion Tribe's judge returned to announce the results of the Heart's Inquiry trial. "Mr. Leon, Miss Safina, congratulations. You have both passed this trial. As for the other three, I'm afraid you did not meet the requirements. The Divine Stallion Tribe will provide arrangements for your return journey. Thank you for traveling so far to participate in the examination. May we meet again in the future." After making the announcement, the judge then turned to Albert. This time, his voice no longer carried the cold professionalism from earlier. Instead, it held genuine warmth. "Mr. Albert," he said gently, "I believe your wife, daughter, and tribe would not want to see you drown in sorrow like this. I won't say much. You've probably heard these words 1,000 times before. But please understand. The dead rest in peace, the living must continue forward. There is still a future ahead of you. Your value doesn't end here. Albert lowered his head, lost in deep thought. His response, however, was nothing more than a muted heavy. The judge let out a quiet sigh and said no more. He turned and left the room. The two trial participants who had failed the evaluation also left, grumbling among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with the results. With that, only Leon, Albert, and Safina remained. After a long silence, Safina patted Albert's shoulder. Hey, cheer up. If you don't feel like talking, let's just go get a drink. The Divine Stallion Tribe's entertainment area is open to all trial participants. Leon blinked. I'm not good with alcohol. Then you can sit at the kids' table. Leon. A grown man admitting he has no alcohol tolerance. Unbelievable. Her lively violet eyes rolled at him in playful exasperation. All right, it's settled then. Leon let out a helpless chuckle, but agreed. He didn't really have anything else to do anyway. You two go ahead, I'll join you in a bit, Safina said. All right. Leon and Albert left first. Once their footsteps had faded away, Safina locked the door, then walked over to the window. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a purple crystal. I've passed the second trial. I should be meeting the fire spirit Divine Stallion soon. A moment later, the crystal glowed, and a young male voice came from within. Stay safe. Oh, by the way, guess who I just ran into? Silence. Come on, guess. Silence. Are you really my brother? I feel like our personalities are so different. More silence. Fine, I'll just tell you. I met the human who killed Shadow. This time, there was finally a response. Leon Kazmod. That's right. He's also participating in the trials, probably for the Fire Spirit Crystal Core. We might have to face him in the final trial. A brief pause, then the male voice replied. If he really killed Shadow, then his strength is undeniable. Be careful, sis. I know. Kaiser, how's your side going? Carl and his team have relocated the key's position. After a short pause, he added, It looks like it's in the dragon race's territory. $724. Vol 6CH, 89. Fire Spirit Divine Stallion Trial, 3rd Stage. Leon, Safina, and the rest of the trial participants stood at the entrance to a vast forest, waiting for the third trial to begin. So, the female privilege doesn't work this time? Safina asked. Leon shook his head. He drank way too much last night, probably still passed out. Drinking to drown your sorrows only deepens them. Safina sighed, folding her arms and looking ahead. But what really surprises me is that you actually don't drink at all. I do drink a little at home, but when I travel, my wife doesn't allow it. My wife. The violet-eyed girl chuckled, teasing him. Oh my, what a model husband you are. I thought you were gonna say, I'm just a whipped man who's scared of his wife. There's no such thing as a man scared of his wife, only men who respect their wives. Leon smirked and continued chatting with Safina. At around 8 in the morning, the Divine Stallion Tribe's judge arrived to explain the third trial's rules. It's a pleasure to see you all in the third stage. Reaching this point means that you have passed the basic capability assessment and the inner examination conducted by the Divine Stallion Tribe. This means that, in both ability and heart, you have met the initial requirements for the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion's blessing. And now, I will announce the rules for this stage. In your pockets, you will each find a crystal stone. These crystals come in 2 colors, black and white. Leon reached into his pocket and pulled out a black crystal stone. That morning, when he arrived, a trial official had handed it to him, along with strict instructions not to reveal its color before the trial began. Oh, I thought it was gonna be some super secret weapon, but turns out everyone has one. Leon mentally scoffed, but since the crystals were color-coded, there was clearly more to it than just collecting them. Would this round be another face-off between contestants? Leon stowed the black crystal away and kept listening to the judge. Each black crystal has a white counterpart, Your objective: steal the crystals from other participants until you complete a matching set. If you lose your crystal, you are still allowed to continue the trial. The trial lasts 6 hours. In the end, only those who successfully collect a black and white crystal pair will advance to the 4th stage. Those who fail to do so will be eliminated. The trial will take place in the forest behind me, a dangerous place filled with wild beasts, deadly creatures, and lurking threats. So, aside from watching out for other participants, you'll also need to survive against predators. With that, the 3rd trial begins. The trial participants scattered, entering the forest from 4 different entry points. Leon and Safina had formed a temporary team. Around them, participants of various species and races eyed each other warily. People glanced at each other, sizing up the competition. And before even 100 meters had passed, everyone had already drawn their weapons. Looks like 4 entry points weren't enough. Should have been 8, Leon muttered to himself, watching the chaos unfold. With such unbalanced rules, it was only natural for a mass brawl to break out the moment the trial started. Well, at least some people are smart enough not to rush in blindly. There were 6 hours, plenty of time to find a trial participant carrying a white crystal. And from the way this initial fight was playing out, it didn't seem like anyone was on Constantine's level. Leon had 0 interest in joining the battle. Then, "That human has a black crystal. I saw it when he entered." A voice suddenly called out. Instantly, all the white crystal-holding participants turned their attention to Leon. "Ha, a human joining the divine stallion trial. Don't blame us for not holding back." The stereotype surrounding humans on the continent of Samil was that their only strength was overwhelming numbers in war. So when these non-human trial participants saw Leon alone, it was natural for them to assume he was an easy target. In the blink of an eye, several trial participants with white crystals surrounded Leon, forming a tight encirclement around him. They began closing in, step by step, restricting his movement. "Just don't go running to the divine stallion tribe crying after this, saying we targeted you because you were an easy pick. Also, whoever gets his black crystal first, it's theirs." As if you even need to say that. The moment the words fell, several trial participants lunged at Leon. And with that first attack, the rest of the white crystal holders immediately rushed in as well. Shit, I just saw that pack of wolfkin among the white crystal participants. And they're infamous for being brutal fighters. Damn, at least that human is soaking up the attention for us. If it weren't for him, they'd still be coming after our crystals. Good chance, while they're distracted, let's run. There's gotta be someone weaker in this trial for us to target. Just a moment ago, the black crystal participants had been desperate. Now, they had suddenly turned into spectators. Of course, they weren't going to waste time watching. After all, that human wasn't going to last long. Once those white crystal participants were done robbing him, they'd turn their attention back to the rest. So the best move: escape now. However, just as they were about to run, a massive rock came flying from above. Crash! It slammed into the trunk of a tree right in front of them. And mixed in with that rock was the body of a wolfkin trial participant, now slumped unconscious at the tree's roots. What the hell? The group turned around, and there they saw the easy target standing unscathed. Leon casually lifted the half-conscious wolfkin by the collar, raising him into the air. Then, with his other hand, he reached into the guy's pocket and plucked out a white crystal. The entire motion was so smooth, so effortless, it looked like he was simply pulling something out of his own coat. "You bastard!" The wolfkin grit his teeth, glaring furiously at Leon. "Who told you that humans were all easy prey?" Leon smirked. Leon casually tossed the unconscious wolfkin to the ground and weighed the dozen or so white crystals in his hand. I was planning to challenge myself by waiting until the last 10 minutes to steal a crystal. But I ended up exceeding the requirement way ahead of time. Now this trial is gonna be boring for me. So, with a flick of his wrist, Leon scattered the white crystals toward the black crystal participants who had tried to run away earlier. A loud clatter echoed as the crystals hit the ground in front of them. But the black crystal holders just stood there, frozen, staring at the pile of free loot. Not a single one dared to make a move. Leon blinked, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "Take them," he said. "Those guys won't be getting up anytime soon. Just grab their crystals, go find a hiding spot, and sit tight until the 6-hour limit is up." Hearing Leon's permission, the black crystal participants instantly scrambled forward, snatching up the white crystals. Leon simply smirked and turned away, strolling deeper into the forest. Behind him, the remaining white crystal participants stood there, dumbfounded, mouths hanging open. Leon ran into Safina 6 hours later, after the trial had already ended. It was midday, and he spotted her standing in a river, holding a makeshift wooden spear fashioned from a tree branch. The girl had her skirt hiked up, her bare feet submerged in the cool, flowing water. She was gripping the wooden fork tightly, her body completely still, her eyes locked onto the fish swimming below. Swoosh! She struck. And missed. I didn't get it. From her tone and expression, it was obvious this wasn't the first time she'd failed. It wasn't even the 5th or 6th time. Light refracts when it enters the water. A familiar voice spoke from the riverbank. Safina turned. "Leon." Then, after a pause, she frowned. "What do you mean refraction?" "In simple terms," Leon explained, "you shouldn't aim directly at the fish you see. You need to aim slightly lower than its actual position." Safina blinked. "Really?" "Try it and see." "All right." Without hesitation, Safina adjusted her stance, this time aiming lower than the fish appeared to be. She waited for the right moment, then struck. "SBLOSH. I got it." She lifted her makeshift spear, revealing a freshly caught fish wriggling at the end. Grinning triumphantly, she patted her chest with pride. "I'm a genius, just one explanation and I." Splash! Before she could finish, her foot slipped and down she went, tumbling straight into the river. 10 minutes later, a campfire crackled at the riverbank. Several fish were skewered over the flames, almost fully cooked. Nearby, Safina sat wrapped in Leon's borrowed jacket, her black vest laid out beside the fire, drying. She shivered slightly, rubbing her nose. "Why is this water so cold, Aya, ACHOO?" Leon glanced at her and chuckled. "I'm more surprised that you didn't know about light refraction when fishing." As he spoke, he handed her a grilled fish. Safina accepted it, biting in immediately. Through a mouthful of fish, she mumbled, "Tastes good. You were saying, oh right, about refraction." She swallowed, then patted her chest with satisfaction. "My hometown doesn't have any rivers. I never had the experience. But that's basic physics." Yeah, I'm an idiot, I get it." She rolled her violet eyes, then took another bite. "But since this grilled fish is so good, I'll forgive you for teasing me." Leon blinked. "Forgive me?" "Wait, what? Who's forgiving who? Letter 1D40D, letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41A, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D42D. Here." But he let it go. As long as there was fish to eat, it didn't really matter. "By the way," Safina asked between bites, "did you get your second crystal yet?" Leon shook his head. "Nope, you." "Same." She finished her first fish and reached for another. "What color was yours?" "Black," Leon answered honestly. "You?" "Same, black." She paused mid-bite, then reached into her pants pocket. "I'll show you." But her hand touched nothing. She frowned, then quickly checked her vest pockets, still empty. "Shit." She groaned. "I must have dropped it when I fell in the river." Leon stared at her. "Well, that's unlucky." Yeah, tough luck." She let out a deep sigh, then immediately stuffed another bite of fish into her mouth. Seeing this, Leon raised an eyebrow. "You lost your crystal, and you're still just sitting here eating fish." "What else am I supposed to do?" she said between bites. "Food is energy. Gotta eat first before I go fix the problem." She picked up another grilled fish. "Once I'm full, I promise, I'll steal your crystal and get one for myself." Leon narrowed his eyes. "I never asked you to do that." "Consider it a thank you for teaching me how to fish." Safina finished off her second grilled fish, let out a satisfied burp, then stood up. She pulled off Leon's jacket and handed it back to him. "All right, let's go." She smirked at him. "Let's see if the hero who killed Shadow is impressed by my strength." "725. Vol 6ch, 90. What's your grudge with that Shadow? How did you get rid of him? Did he say where he came from?" Oh, and on their journey together, Safina's most frequent questions were about that evil schemer. At first, Leon answered each one, but gradually he began to notice something strange. "Why are you so interested in the Shadow?" He stopped in his tracks, hands in his pockets, and looked at Safina. "Didn't you say you only heard about Shadow from your brother? Since it's just hearsay, you shouldn't be this interested, right?" Safina slowly turned around, responding naturally. "I'm curious about everything I don't understand. Besides, from the way you talk, I can tell this Shadow is very mysterious, so I can't help but ask a few more questions." After a brief pause, she added, "But if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask anymore. Let's just continue looking for the white crystals." Half an hour ago, the two had jokingly snatched a black crystal from another trial participant. So, with just a couple more hours, they only needed to find 2 white crystals to pass the trial. "I don't mind answering questions about Shadow, I just didn't understand why you were so curious," Leon replied. Safina relaxed her shoulders and shrugged. "Girls are naturally curious. Doesn't your wife ever get curious about anything?" "She's only curious about the assignment for tonight," Leon thought to say. However, that involved their private matters, so he didn't elaborate. Leon cleared his throat. "She's a laid-back person, rarely digs deep into anything." Upon hearing this, Safina pouted. "Fine, but I really don't have anything else to ask. Let's hurry up and continue searching for the crystals. We've only got less than 2 hours left." "Okay." The two continued exploring the trial forest. About 20 minutes later, they encountered another group traveling together. This group had 4 people in total. Leon and Safina met them in an open clearing in the woods. Most of the time, those hunting for crystals would size each other up, waiting to see who had what kind of crystal. When they first came into view, both sides looked at each other. No one made a move yet, as they weren't sure what color crystals the other group was holding. If they attacked immediately and turned out to have the same color crystals, it would be very disadvantageous after the fight. Leon's gaze fell on the person standing a bit farther back in the group. He squinted slightly, recalling something for a moment, then whispered to Safina. "They're holding white crystals." Safina blinked in surprise. "How do you know?" "When this round of the trial started, a group of people holding white crystals attacked me at the entrance. Although I knocked most of them down, a few managed to escape before they could act." Leon nodded toward the person at the back of the group. "One of them is the person standing behind. Since they can form a team, they must have similar crystals to ours. That's why I'm confident they're holding white crystals." Safina nodded, understanding. "I see. Well, if that's the case, let's just fight them. You take 2, I'll take 2, perfect." "Actually, I can take all 4 if needed," Leon said. "I don't want to spoil you, let's go." With those words, Safina leaped forward in one swift motion. Leon watched her back, shaking his head and smiling helplessly. "You're really impatient." Then he moved forward as well, preparing to grab the opponent's white crystals. The one Leon had recognized seemed to have also recognized him. He took 2 steps back, nervously swallowing. Quick, run, it's that human named Leon." "Running from a human? Are you still asleep? Just grab his crystals." "The point isn't who the human is, it's Leon." "Is he that strong?" "Isn't it impressive that he knocked out over a dozen people by himself at the trial entrance?" The trial participant thought for 2 seconds, then decisively made a decision. "Run." But how could they leave the white crystals lying around? Moreover, with just over an hour left in the trial, Leon was also running out of time. The 2 participants had intended to warn the others, but Safina was already fighting one of them, and they couldn't spare time to speak. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to focus on themselves. Without hesitation, the 2 turned around and ran. But they hadn't run far when a shadow passed overhead, then landed steadily in front of them. Leon slowly turned, extending his hand toward them. "Please be proactive, this will save us a lot of time." "We can't run, what do we do? Should we fight him?" One of the trial participants hesitated for a moment, then stomped his foot and gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's fight." Anyone who made it to the third trial had not only skill, but also a strong spirit. Although they knew they couldn't beat Leon, they couldn't just sit and wait to lose. Running at first was just a safer, more cautious method. Now, seeing that running wouldn't work, they figured they might as well go all out. The two immediately acted in sync, attacking Leon from both sides. Their speed was fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they ambushed Leon's side. However, Leon's reaction was even faster. Without activating his super senses, he easily caught their punches and kicks. Leon grasped their wrists and ankles, using their momentum to spin around in place. Then, he released his grip at the right moment, throwing them in opposite directions. Not good. Before they could regain their balance, Leon had already swiftly closed the distance to one of them, and with a powerful front flip, he landed a heavy blow to the man's abdomen. Boom! The trial participant's body slammed into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Leon stood next to the fallen participant, his hands still in his pockets, holding a white crystal in one hand. He slowly turned his head to look at the other trial participant he had thrown. He glanced at his fallen companion on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and charged forward. Leon sneered softly and muttered, "If you turn around and run, I won't chase you, but since you're coming to me, I'll gladly take it all." The opponent swung his fist directly at Leon, but Leon easily dodged to the side. The punch had tremendous force, yet it missed entirely, leaving the trial participant with a huge opening. Leon seized the opportunity, lifting his knee and striking it sharply into the man's stomach. Before the man could recover, Leon reached out, gripping his throat and slamming him heavily to the ground. This time, Leon didn't hold back, as he had already gotten a white crystal, and there was no need to take another one. The trial participant clearly sensed that Leon was deliberately holding back, so after being pinned down, he struggled only twice before patting Leon's wrist, signaling his surrender. Leon relaxed his grip and slowly stood up. He looked over at Safina. "Here we go." The girl flared up with a burst of energy, executing a clean front flip, using the momentum from her fall to land a heavy blow to one of the trial participant's stomachs, rendering him unable to fight any longer. When dealing with the other participant, Safina also seized an opening in his attack, gripped his throat, and skillfully slammed him to the ground. Leon watched her series of moves flow like water, clearly identical to the techniques he had just used to take down the two trial participants. Perfect replication. Even the speed and force of the front flip and the timing of the opening were exactly the same. After swiftly taking down the two, Safina grabbed the white crystals from them. "Okay, big win." The purple-eyed girl shook the crystals in her hand as she walked back to Leon. "Now we just need to wait for the trial to end." "Emma." Leon nodded. He looked at Safina, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "I just saw your moves, and they seemed exactly like mine. Did you learn them by watching me fight?" Safina didn't beat around the bush, simply nodding her head. "Yeah, because I grew up learning all kinds of mixed fighting styles, no real school to follow, and I used to fight a lot as a kid. Once I mastered enough skills, when I learned new things, I could pretty much replicate them after seeing them once." Leon was slightly surprised. "Wow, that's impressive." "Well, my brother is even better than me." Leon raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "Your brother has a photographic memory too. He's the type who can knock someone down from the ground and keep going. Gets more excited the more he fights." Leon didn't quite understand this description. But Safina didn't seem to want to elaborate further, so he didn't ask more. An hour later, all the trial participants with both black and white crystals had successfully passed this round of trials. Unexpectedly, including Leon and Safina, only 14 people had passed this round. I didn't expect so few people would make it through. I thought everyone would just find a quiet spot and wait for the round to end after getting different colored crystals. Safina said. Leon lightly responded, not saying much else. As the trial officer stepped forward, the referee announced the next trial rules. Congratulations to everyone for passing the third round of the trial. The fourth round is the final round of this Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial, and the rules are simple. You 14 will engage in a free-for-all battle in the same arena. The last 3 standing will receive the blessings of the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion. The committee mentioned that fewer people registered this year than before, so it seems many here aren't participating in the Divine Stallion trial for the first time. Good luck to all of you. See you tomorrow. After the referee left, the other trial participants also began to leave. Leon watched them walk away and suddenly realized, "Oh, now I get it." "Get what?" Safina asked. "Why there are so few of us left after the third round." Leon explained. The Fire Spirit Divine Stallion's blessing only has 3 spots, and the first round doesn't eliminate anyone. Second round eliminates based on the Divine Stallion tribe's evaluation standards. It's only in the third round where participants eliminate each other based on their own abilities, so everyone tries to eliminate as many people as possible in this round, so they can have a better chance of staying until the final battle in the fourth round. There's even a possibility that only 3 people remain after the third round. After hearing Leon's analysis, Safina also understood. That makes sense. That's a shame. Why's that a shame? If I had known, we shouldn't have been slacking earlier. With our abilities, we could have crushed the third round, then it would just be the 2 of us sharing the Divine Stallion's blessing. Wouldn't that be great? The girl placed her hands on her hips, showing the same proud look she had when she caught a fish. Leon smiled. In the face of absolute strength, any rule doesn't really matter. That sounds so pretentious. Safina sharply commented. My teammate used to say that to me all the time. Which teammate? The one with the blue ponytail I told you about earlier. Go on Tilda, tell me more about your past stories. Safina jumped excitedly, her purple eyes flashing with NAVL Cyrillic letter 456 GHT. Don't copy, read here, anticipation. She was clearly a grown girl, yet when it came to gossip, she immediately turned into a curious little kid. When he was with her, Leon always felt like he had to take on the responsibility of being a parent while out on an adventure. But for Safina's curiosity, he nodded and answered. All right. The 2 walked toward the rest area of the Divine Stallion tribe, bathed in the evening sunlight. (726). Vol 6ch, 91. The next day, Leon and Safina arrived at the arena for the final round of the trials. Similar to the first round's 1v1 hand-to-hand combat arena, this battle royale had a much grander scale. In addition to the Divine Stallion tribe's judges, the stands around the arena were filled with spectators. These spectators included friends and family of the trial participants, as well as those who had been eliminated in previous rounds. After all, the Divine Stallion tribe provided food and lodging for everyone during the trial, so everyone stayed around with the mindset of watching the spectacle. Wow, I've never seen such a big setup before. Safina stood at the entrance, gazing at the massive crowd, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a pity my brother couldn't come." By the way, since your brother managed to survive under the tyranny of that mad king, and came here seeking the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion's blessing, why didn't he come with you? Leon asked. Safina's pupils shifted slightly, and after a brief pause, she replied, He's on a mission elsewhere and couldn't get away, so I came alone. Leon nodded, I see. Emma. As they were talking, a lively voice came from the stands. Go for it, Leon, knock everyone else down. Leon and Safina quickly turned to look. In the stands, a slender red figure was waving her hand and cheering Leon on. Safina raised an eyebrow. Who's that? Leon smiled wryly and scratched his head. That's my mother-in-law. The purple-eyed girl froze for a moment and curiously asked, Most people have either comrades or friends as their companions, but how is it that your companion is your mother-in-law? It's a long story. Anyway, it has nothing to do with my family setup, my wife. Before he could finish, Leon said seriously, "My wife, she's not from here. Whether your wife is from here or not doesn't change the fact that your mother-in-law came to fight, and that your mother-in-law is cheering you on from the stands. That's a whole different level of abstraction," Safina sharply commented. Haha, Hilda. Leon laughed out loud, using humor to deflect the topic. 10 minutes later, the battle royale was about to begin, and the other 5 trial participants also arrived at the entrance to wait. But Leon noticed something subtle. As soon as those 5 participants arrived, they huddled together, deliberately keeping a distance from Leon and Safina. Leon blinked and leaned toward Safina, lowering his voice. "The waiting area is already small, and they're grouping up. I bet once the trial starts, they'll team up to deal with us." Safina glanced coldly at the 5 participants, then looked away, placing her hands on her chest, and confidently said, "Let them try. With your strength, even if 5 of them come at us, it'll be no problem." "That's true, but we can't just crush them from the start." "Why not? Do you remember the list of band races that the Divine Stallion tribe gave us before the trial began?" Safina nodded. "I remember. What's your point?" "The races on that list were banned because they had too much of a strength gap and overwhelmed the other races in the trials. I don't want the Divine Stallion tribe to add us humans to that list." Leon said, "Who knows, maybe 100 years from now, other humans will come here desperately seeking blessings." After hearing Leon's explanation, Safina paused for a moment and then slowly relaxed her arms. She thought for a bit before seriously replying, "I see what you mean." After a pause, she added, "I didn't expect you to think so far ahead, even considering 100 years into the future." "I'm not thinking too far ahead, just securing a bit of welfare for my fellow humans." Safina slowly turned her head to look at Leon. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "If after this trial, the Divine Stallion tribe stops blessing other races with power, what will you do?" Leon raised an novellight eyebrow, not understanding why Safina suddenly asked this question. But he still thought carefully for a moment before replying, "I don't think it will make much difference." Why?" Leon turned his head and looked back at Safina, sharing his thoughts. "Those who truly seek power, who have wandered for half their lives just to become stronger, won't stop just because the Divine Stallion trial isn't available. Whether it's for protecting themselves or protecting their families and tribes, that's the true reason they strive to grow stronger. The Divine Stallion trial is just a shortcut for them, and even without it, they'll continue to move forward." Safina listened quietly to Leon's words. After a short moment of reflection, she asked, "Are you really so confident in the various races of Samel? In us Samel's races?" Leon nodded firmly. "Of course, although there are still many conflicts and wars on this continent. I still believe that many people are working hard for a better future. Isn't it because of their own reasons that they should have confidence?" This time, Safina was silent for even longer. After a good 10 seconds, she lowered her pale purple eyes, looking at her tightly clenched right hand, and quietly replied, "Yes, we're all working hard for our own beautiful future." Sorry for the wait, everyone. The final round of this year's Fire Spirit Divine Stallion trial, the Grand Battle Royale, is about to begin. Please, the 7 trial participants, enter the arena. They will engage in a free-for-all battle within the arena, no limits on magic, techniques, or weapons. The last 3 standing will receive the blessings of the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion. It seems that the number of participants this year is fewer than in previous years. Looks like many here aren't participating in the trial for the first time. Now, let's begin the battle. At the judge's command, the massive doors at the entrance of the arena slammed shut. The 7 trial participants quickly split into 2 groups. One group was the human team, consisting of Safina and Leon, and the other was the temporary team of 5. The leader of the 5 participants, standing at the center, slowly said, "We've heard from many eliminated participants that 2 extraordinarily strong humans have arrived this year. It seems that you two are those people. Initially, we didn't make a move because we wanted to give you space. Please, don't mind that. All 5 of us are working together. After all, we all came for the blessings of the divine stallion, and none of us wants to fall in this final round. Compared to the other unknown trial participants we've faced, these guys actually have some self-awareness. Of course, we won't hold back. Leon slowly spoke, then took his combat stance. Since this is an unregulated battle, please, give it your all, no regrets. The opponents made a gesture Leon didn't quite understand, but it was likely a sign of respect. I can't do it anymore, remember to save me. Safina waved her hand as she spoke. The two stood back to back, feeling like old comrades. Leon smiled, including making it into the top 3. Once both sides were ready, the 5 participants made the first move. Their strategy was immediately clear. 3 of them would deal with Leon, while the other 2 focused on Safina. Clearly, the rumors about the human with the black-haired man being impressive had spread, so they allocated more people to deal with Leon. Leon didn't plan to let his human heritage drag the Divine Stallion Trials ban list down, so he initially chose to avoid the conflict. When the first wave of attacks came, Leon jumped back to avoid, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, 2 opponents came at him from the sides. Leon didn't hesitate, using his right foot's power to jump into the air, then raised his hand, gathering lightning to strike with the momentum of his fall. Boom! The explosive flames erupted like a fountain, sweeping across the entire fighting arena. Such a swift attack. His reaction speed is insane, being able to think of using the falling momentum to increase the impact in such a short time. Looks like the rumors were true, he's definitely strong. Stop gawking, bring it on. The 3 quickly adjusted their tactics and continued to focus on Leon. However, the gap in strength couldn't be bridged simply by cooperation. In this type of fish tank situation, Leon could only be described as a swimming dragon. Even while dealing with the 3 attackers, Leon still had time to glance at Safina. He saw that she had been forced into the air by 2 of her attackers. Just as Leon wondered how she would handle the situation, a sharp explosive sound made him widen his eyes. Safina raised her hands in the air, purple light gathering in her palms, and like Leon, she released a sharp, high-pitched sound. Then, as she dove downward, just like Leon, she used the momentum of her fall to enhance her attack's impact. Boom! The purple light flickered, then extinguished, raising a thick cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Safina stood in a cracked, shallow pit, shaking off the remaining purple energy in her hands, turning to look at Leon. She smiled proudly, raising her attractive chin. How was that? Did I do it just like you? This isn't a place where we care about whether it's a copy, big sis. If this were a literature class, it'd be enough for the teacher to break out the color palette to check for plagiarism. Leon blinked, temporarily shaking off the attackers, then walked over to Safina. I thought you could only copy people's martial arts moves, didn't expect you could replicate magic too. Of course, these days, who dares to fight without knowing any magic? With that, Safina rushed out again, still using the chidori she had borrowed from Leon earlier. (727). Vol 6ch, 92. Safina's ability to learn and apply techniques on the spot piqued Leon's interest. After all, being able to perfectly replicate techniques at any time was no simple feat, and it wasn't just about learning from the best, as she said. This mysterious girl definitely had some special abilities that Leon wasn't aware of. He subconsciously began to focus part of his attention on thinking of ways to deal with Safina's replication ability. Although Leon and Safina were on the same team, and it was unlikely they would fight against each other, any skilled and mature warrior, when encountering an entirely new technique or ability, would always try to think ahead about how to counter it. However, Leon seemed to have become too absorbed in thinking about Safina's replication ability. In a lapse of concentration, he made a mistake, and one of the trial participants landed a punch to his stomach. Leon grunted in pain, taking a few steps back, but quickly steadied himself, adjusting his stance. He shook his abdomen, slowly raising his head. Good timing. Seems like you're not bothered by anything and didn't focus all your attention on fighting us, the opponent said. Not exactly troubled, Leon replied. There letter 1D40D letter 1D428 letter 1D42F letter 1D41E letter 1D425 letter 1D422 letter 1D42D were only two things that could be considered troubles in Leon's mind. Thinking about his wife and thinking about his daughters. His previous thoughts on how to handle Safina's replication ability were what led him to get caught off guard and taken by surprise. Of course, even if Leon stood still and let the opponent hit him 10 times, his health bar wouldn't budge. But being interrupted from his thoughts like this was certainly annoying. Leon's gaze shifted slightly. He pondered for a moment, then muttered. In that case, I'll just let my fighting style handle it on its own. With that, Leon slowly closed his eyes, and his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, his breathing becoming calmer. In just a few seconds, he entered a completely relaxed state. The three opponents didn't know what Leon was doing. They exchanged glances and discussed. It could be some kind of perception-based technique. We need to be careful when attacking. Then we'll attack from 3 different directions. Even if he can sense it, there's no way he'll dodge it. All right, let's do it. The 3 of them spread out in a formation, surrounding Leon in a triangular shape. Yet Leon still didn't open his eyes. The 3 exchanged a glance and immediately charged at Leon. Fists, kicks, fire, magic. From 3 directions, a variety of attacks blocked almost all of Leon's retreat routes and escape angles. Even if you react fast, you won't dodge this. Before the opponent could finish speaking, Leon's body suddenly moved without warning. He nimbly jumped backward, narrowly dodging one of the punches. Then he suddenly stepped back, leaning down, and another flying kick passed right over his head. Finally, when the powerful fire magic came at him, Leon, while rising from his crouch position, threw a precise strike upward, hitting the opponent's wrist. The fire magic instantly dissipated. The entire process took only 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Leon not only dodged the fast punches and kicks, but also easily neutralized the fire magic with his martial arts technique. The most important part was that Leon never opened his eyes throughout the whole thing. This can't be real. His movements seem casual, but every angle of his dodge is so precise. I heard from an old elder in my tribe about this type of perception magic. No, it's not just perception magic, it's actually a type of martial arts. Oh, martial arts. Yeah, the martial art is called super sense. Leon needed to focus to properly think about how to deal with Safina's replication ability. However, the punches from the 3 opponents didn't hurt, but they certainly interrupted his thoughts. So Leon activated his super sense, allowing his body to automatically dodge the attacks while his mind focused on thinking. Of course, this dual-use trick could only be used in a setting like this. In a high-level fight, Leon would still engage his opponent with full effort. Nasi. Suddenly, Safina's voice came from nearby. Only then did Leon open his eyes. He saw Safina being sent flying, with lingering fire magic on her body. She quickly extinguished the flames in midair and rolled twice upon landing, then immediately got back up. Hey, are you okay? Leon asked. I'm fine. Safina brushed off the flames on her clothes and then turned to ask. How did you do that just now? Leon straightened up. What do you mean? How did I do that? Dodging their attacks. Safina said, your movements were a bit strange, but they weren't unreasonable, so I could have mimicked them. But why were you able to dodge the attacks of 3 people with ease, while I couldn't even dodge 2? Hearing this, Leon pondered for a moment, then whispered to himself. So, she can't replicate the movements of dodging while in super sense. Seeing Leon not respond, Safina pouted. TCH forget it, it's too tiring to copy you. I'll use my own method to end this battle. With that, Safina rushed back into the fight. This time, Safina didn't deliberately imitate Leon's movements, but instead used a set of very standard hand-to-hand combat techniques. She's getting serious. In that case, I need to end this battle quickly. Although Leon still hadn't figured out how to counter Safina's replication ability, He had at least confirmed that even if her imitation was strong, she couldn't replicate movements made while in the super sense state. Just knowing this was enough for Leon. He withdrew his focus, deactivated his super sense, and faced the 3 trial participants on his side. He slowly spoke. "Sorry, everyone, but this battle, it's about to end. Be careful, he's about to counterattack." "Counterattack?" Leon stepped forward, pretending to take a slow step. No, it's not a counterattack. I already made it clear earlier, my friend, it's..." Before he could finish, Leon's figure transformed into a blue streak of light, disappearing in an instant. Such an exaggerated speed left the 3 opponents confused. Where did he go? Is it an invisibility spell, or... Before they could analyze Leon's move, a shadow formed at his side. By the time they realized what had happened, Leon had already struck with his Chidori, sending one of them flying. The trial participant soared across the arena like a stone skipping on water, bouncing twice before crashing heavily against the arena's edge. "Damn it, take this." Another opponent leapt high behind Leon, conjuring a massive fireball. Leon glanced at the person but didn't immediately counterattack. Instead, he turned toward the second trial participant and unleashed his Thunder Wolf roar. The lightning-formed wolf lunged toward the person. In the next moment, Leon shifted his attention back to the fireball coming toward him. With a powerful push of his right foot, Leon leaped into the air. As he ascended, the basic Suvumi ring surrounded him, allowing him to effortlessly pass through the fireball and head straight for his opponent. The opponent, unable to react in time, was grabbed by the ankle and unceremoniously tossed toward the ground. The trial participant, previously restrained by the Thunder Wolf, had no chance to escape in those few seconds. When he heard the explosion of magic, the trial participant Leon had thrown from the air was already crashing toward him. Boom! The two collided, and the Thunder Wolf roar exploded as the wolves and lightning collided. Bright flashes of lightning illuminated the entire arena. Leon landed smoothly, and the skeletal frame of the Suvumi shadow slowly dissipated. He looked toward the rising dust and narrowed his eyes. When the dust settled, the 2 trial participants were lying unconscious on the ground. Leon turned his gaze toward Safina. The girl with the replication ability had also brought the battle to a close. With a standard grapple, she pinned one of her opponents to the ground, then added a kick, rendering him immobile for the time being. Safina slowly stood up and looked at the remaining trial participant. Hey, when did humans get so strong? I'm so tired of the Divine Stallion tribe's reports. 100 years from now, humans definitely shouldn't be allowed to participate." The opponent slowly retreated, his eyes filled with disbelief. Safina cracked her knuckles and walked toward him slowly. "Then I'll just finish you off after I deal with this." But before Safina could launch her attack, the referee rang the bell to signal the end of the round. 4th round of the trial is over. The final 3 are Leon, Safina, and Jesty. Congratulations, you will soon receive the blessings of the Fire Spirit Divine Stallion. Safina stopped in her tracks and looked up toward the judge's stand. That's it. Leon walked up beside her. The rules say that the last 3 standing in the battle royale will receive the blessings. Just the 2 of us and the one you didn't knock out. Well, 3 of us. Safina huffed lightly. What? I thought we'd have to fight to the end. Turns out lying down can get us blessings too. Leon chuckled and replied, "This is just a trial. It's far from something we'd call killing in the literal sense. Besides, the ones who made it to the last round are all capable fighters. Even if you're lying down, it takes some strategy and smarts." Safina shrugged. "Fine, do whatever you want. Please, the 3 of you remain in the arena and wait," the referee said, and a few trial leaders from the Divine Stallion tribe jogged into the arena, lifting the unconscious or immobile participants one by one. They left only Leon and the other 2. "What's going on?" Safina mumbled. "Now, the 3 trial participants, please prepare to receive this new power." The voice of the Divine Stallion tribe rang out. In the next moment, the entire arena, including the stands, trembled slightly. "What's happening? Vita, is it an earthquake?" "No, not an earthquake. I finally remember the way here." Rossweiser's mother Cecilia said, somewhat panicked. Vita, seated calmly, hands placed steadily, remained serious. It's not an earthquake, Cecilia, calm down. Oh, okay, as long as it's not an earthquake. Cecilia patted her chest and sat back down next to Vita. Before long, the tremors stopped. The massive gates at the opposite end of the arena slowly opened. The moment the door swung open, a wave of intense heat surged out from the crack. Then, a massive, yet graceful divine steed walked out from behind the door. It was enveloped in blazing red flames, its tail also burning inferno. Unlike ordinary flames, it emanated not only intense heat and fire, but also a pure, sacred aura. That purity came from the fire at the beginning of creation, with no impurities whatsoever. All the members of the divine stallion tribe stood up, bowing their heads slightly in respect and worship for the divine steed. It's the fire spirit divine stallion. (728). Vol 6ch, 93. The fire spirit divine stallion slowly stepped into the arena, leaving burning hoofprints with every step. With each step it took, ripples of red gold spread across the ground. Its eyes glowed like flowing lava, and when its gaze swept over Leon and the others, a scorching and ancient aura suddenly filled the air. Please have the challengers kneel on one knee and prepare to receive the blessing of the fire spirit divine stallion. The voice of the divine stallion tribe's judge echoed. Unlike before, Leon could sense a weightier solemnity in the tone this time. Safina blinked at Leon and muttered, "This ceremony is almost as exaggerated as when our king ascended the throne." Though she grumbled, she still knelt on one knee, and Leon and Jesty, the other challengers, followed suit. And so, one by one, the challengers knelt in order from left to right, Jesty, Leon, and Safina lining up perfectly. The fire spirit divine stallion stopped in front of Leon. Its head lowered slightly, and sparks of fire from its breath nearly scorched his face. Before Leon could even raise his head to meet the fire spirit divine stallion's gaze, he suddenly felt something stirring within him, a kind of memory within his bloodline, awakened and ignited by the flames before him. Something was wrong. The power of the fire spirit divine stallion felt strangely familiar. Leon was certain that he had never seen the fire spirit divine stallion before. He had never even heard of it. But how could he explain this sense of familiarity? Please receive the purification of the sacred fire, the divine stallion tribe member sang aloud. Only then did Leon snap back to his senses and lift his head to face the fire spirit divine stallion. The stallion let out a neigh, and soon a burning fire seed slowly began to form above its forehead. But when Leon finally made out the red shape, he realized it wasn't just any ordinary fire seed. It was a sharp-edged red crystal. The fire spirit crystal core. It was the holy relic created by Vita, the celestial night order, and the elemental god many hundreds of years ago. Boom! Before Leon could even process this discovery, a sudden change occurred. A dark crack appeared in the dome of the spectator stands, and an eerie, destructive energy poured down like ink. Leon blinked, looking towards the source of the energy. This energy felt familiar to him, and this time he could immediately identify what it was. The void. The previously empty space had been torn open by some kind of divine weapon, the gap growing larger as void energy flooded through. The tide of energy surged out from this gap. In addition, dozens of armored warriors surged from the spatial tier, following the rushing energy. The armor they wore was unlike any Leon had ever seen. It was older, more fragmented from the seams in their armor. Tentacles and energy leaked out from time to time. These void warriors landed in the arena. Without a doubt, their target was the fire spirit divine stallion behind Leon. The stands erupted into chaos. The spectators without battle experience immediately chose to flee. Those with battle experience, but no desire to cause trouble, also slipped away with the crowd. There weren't many who weren't afraid of trouble, but one by one, they jumped down from the stands, rushing to stand before the fire spirit divine stallion. Among them was Vita. However, Cecilia was nowhere to be seen in the crowd. Who are these people? a guardian of the Divine Stallion tribe, asked. They are from another world. Vita stepped forward, gathering dragon flame in his hand, staring at the enemies ahead, and continued. Their goal is to steal the crystal from the fire spirit Divine Stallion. How do you know this? Vita glanced at him and said nothing further. He rarely discussed matters related to the void and the primal gods with outsiders, so when he explained earlier, he had referred to the void as another world. Even the fire spirit crystal core was not directly mentioned. The reason being that, for now, related information could not be disclosed. Too many people learning these secrets would only add to the confusion. No matter what, these strange beings could not be allowed to harm the Divine Stallion. All members of the Divine Stallion tribe, prepare for battle. We vow to protect our sacred beast. And to the challengers, we thank you for your help. Our tribe is deeply grateful. No need to mention it. Even if we fail the trials, we cannot just stand by while others come to steal from your home. Yes, we understand the feeling of losing something precious. Everyone, let's fight side by side. Though only a small portion of the challengers from the stands were willing to help, each of them held their own principles and values. They stood at the back of the crowd, closest to the fire spirit Divine Stallion. They could clearly feel the power of these void warriors, which only strengthened their resolve. They absolutely could not let these void warriors steal the fire spirit crystal core. But there was something else they didn't understand. Why now? From what had transpired with Carl and Talos earlier, the Void Realm could locate the relics left by the Divine Stallions. That's why Rosvisser and Isha were guarding Zioxu, to prevent an ambush from the Void Realm. But why wait until the battle here on Samil was at its most intense before striking at the Fire Spirit Crystal Core? Couldn't they have waited for a time when fewer people were present? Wouldn't the chances of success be higher then? Leon, don't get distracted. Vita's voice came from ahead. Leon quickly pulled his thoughts back, acknowledging with a nod and preparing to step forward. But he didn't notice at all that behind him, a flash of green light appeared suddenly. As Leon moved, his peripheral vision caught the energy. Almost instinctively, he activated his heightened senses, and his body forced itself to stop in its tracks. At that moment, just as he was about to dodge, a massive black shadow suddenly pounced from the side, blocking him and carrying him away. While being lifted and thrown by the shadow, Leon raised his hand and shot out a lightning bolt. The lightning struck the attacker dead on. Leon then rolled twice on the ground, stopping before he turned to look at the person who had just thrown him to safety. Albert, you're still here. It was the tough guy from the Black Elephant tribe, the one who had lost his wife and family in the plot of Shadow. He had been the one to help Leon dodge that attack just in time. Albert slowly rose to his feet. I was going to leave, but I still wanted to see if you could get N, V, yeah, L, Cyrillic letter 456, get HT. Don't copy, read here, some kind of blessing. Didn't expect. He then slowly turned his head to look at the person who had tried to ambush Leon, and found something unexpected. Safina gripped a purple version of the dry bird in her right hand, and a fresh wound from Leon's lightning bolt was visible on her arm. She silently glanced back at Albert and softly said, You shouldn't have come, you big brute. Big Brute was the nickname Safina had given Albert the night they had all drunk together. She liked giving people nicknames. Leon's nickname for that night, because he couldn't drink, was Orange Juice Boy. Though it wasn't very catchy, so after she gave it, it just stayed that way. Then, Safina turned her gaze back to Leon. Though I deliberately slowed down my attack when I ambushed you just now, how did you manage to both counter my attack and dodge, then immediately make the decision to fight back when you realized I was the enemy? All of this happened in less than a second. These 4 things all happened in under 1 second. If we say that you could see the opponent's movements, anticipate possible attacks, and counter a surprise attack, anyone on alert for surrounding experts could do that. But the key point is, in Leon's mind, just a second ago, I was still a human companion, a comrade. How could I suddenly try to ambush him? To accept this fact almost instantly and decisively counterattack, such a person couldn't possibly be just a simple high school graduate. It's no surprise. Leon added as he straightened up, facing Safina. Since I was ambushed by some second-rate guy 10 years ago, I haven't been backstabbed since. He stood tall, facing off against Safina. Now it's my turn to ask you. I come from the Void Realm. I'm not asking about that. Safina raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want to ask? Why did you deliberately slow down your ambush? Didn't you want to kill me? Upon hearing this, Safina smirked. That level of attack wouldn't kill you. Even if it hit, it wouldn't cause any substantial damage. I just wanted to use that blow to tell you, Leon Kasmad. As she spoke, Safina swept her right hand, adjusted her stance, and bent her knees, preparing for her next move. But she paused for a moment, her usually proud expression flickering with a brief flash of loneliness. Of course, that loneliness disappeared as quickly as it came. She looked at Leon and continued. The moment I attacked you, we were no longer friends who had drunk together and talked. We are now enemies from two different worlds. So, don't hold back in the battle to come. (729). Vol 6ch, 94. Leon's face remained unchanged, his expression as calm as ever. He slowly raised his fist, his palm beginning to shimmer with blue lightning, and spoke in a low voice. You don't need to remind me, Safina. No matter how we've gotten along in the past few days, as long as you stand on Samuel's land with thoughts of invasion and plunder, I will not hold back. Safina seemed to have anticipated Leon's response. She smiled lightly, then let me see just how strong the person who defeated Shadow and Carl really is. Leon didn't exchange any more words with her, instead turning to his black elephant comrade. Albert, go over there and help the Divine Stallion guards and the challengers fight those armored soldiers. I'll handle things here. Are you sure you can manage? Albert asked. Leon nodded. Completely I can. All right, take care, Albert said, then turned and ran toward another battlefield, leaving Leon and Safina to face off one-on-one. The two locked eyes, their gazes sharp enough to spark a fire in the air. In the next moment, Leon was the first to strike. The attack was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Safina. But Safina wasn't about to be like those challengers who had collapsed in the past few days. She immediately stepped back, and after receiving information from Carl and Talos about Leon's strength, she still chose to take him on alone. This showed she had confidence. Leon furrowed his brow slightly, so he held back his attack this time. A sharp bird's cry rang out, and lightning wrapped around Leon's hand, driving straight toward Safina's face. The blue light reflected in her eyes, her gaze narrowing and her body following suit. Safina sidestepped, Leon's dry bird narrowly missing her hair as it passed by. Immediately afterward, Safina gathered energy, using the same move to strike toward Leon's shoulder. Boom! A fiery explosion, from the collision of magic, erupted before Safina's eyes. She was certain that her attack had hit Leon. But Safina's brow furrowed as she stared at her right hand, the one she used for the strike, murmuring. The sensation doesn't feel like it hit flesh. As the smoke cleared, Safina looked up to see Leon standing perfectly still, surrounded by a magical skeletal frame made of electric magic. Super S-Class lightning magic, Sumeru's Shadow Beginner. A defensive magic of instant activation. Samuel's people are really creative, but... Safina let out a soft grunt, and something seemed to swirl in her purple eyes. The next moment, purple energy slowly wrapped around her body, forming a protective skeleton identical to Leon's Sumeru. Leon was slightly surprised. It seems you can not only copy basic magic like body techniques and dry bird, but also high-level magic just by seeing it once. Safina smiled smugly. That's right, I can do that better than anyone you've seen. But can you defeat yourself? Leon didn't respond to that question. Instead, he asked. Speaking of Carl and Talos, both of them have their own special abilities, and these abilities come from something called void martial arts. So, is your void martial art the ability to copy your opponent's techniques? Safina's copying ability was easy to see through, so she didn't feel the need to hide it from Leon. She answered directly. Yes. As she spoke, Safina looked into her own eyes. Void martial arts mirror abyss eyes. Because I was born with a special power, this power can change in countless ways, almost allowing me to do anything I want. So, our master granted me these eyes, which can replicate any move of my opponent. Safina slowly lowered her hand, and then resumed her stance. I won't hold back in showing you the ability of the mirror abyss eyes, since it's really that simple. The simpler it is, the harder it is to deal with. At least so far, apart from my master and my brother, no one has been able to defeat me head-on. Hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow. Your brother, I thought that was just a story you made up. Upon hearing Leon's words, Safina froze for a moment. Your focus is really strange. I spent all this time explaining mirror abyss eyes, and in the end, you care about the story I told. After a brief pause, Safina softly added, well, that story isn't something I made up. What? Safina snorted, shaking her head, and after adjusting her stance slightly, she looked at Leon again. Nothing. As you said, Leon, we're all fighting for our own beautiful future. With those words, Safina launched her attack. With the protection of the Sumeru shadow, her attack became even sharper. Leon knew that her mirror abyss eyes could perfectly replicate her opponent's moves, so Dry Bird and Sumeru's shadow were no exception. Since that was the case, he couldn't force an attack. After all, Leon understood better than anyone how unpredictable Sumeru's shadow could be. Faced with Safina's all-out offensive, Leon temporarily chose to defend. A storm of sharp attacks came crashing toward him, and Leon blocked them all one by one. What's wrong, not fighting back, Leon? Didn't you just say you wouldn't hold back? Safina's punch smashed through Leon's arm block, and with a follow-up, she slammed her palm into his chest. A burst of force sent Leon flying several meters. Leon's feet hit the ground, leaving 2 long skid marks before he came to a stop. Or is it that, when faced with your own technique, you're helpless? As Safina spoke, she launched her attack again. This time, her focus was on Leon's lower body. But unlike before, she couldn't easily break through Leon's defensive stance. Every angle of her attacks was effortlessly neutralized. Since that's the case, then let me try this. Safina twisted her body, taking a step back, then leaped into the air, intending to strike down at Leon from above. But what she didn't expect was that Leon was waiting for exactly this moment. Just as Safina was in midair, Leon suddenly shifted his defensive posture, instantly converting it into an offensive stance. Leon bent down, gathering magic energy, then swung his arm, sending a lightning-formed snake directly at Safina's spine. B-class lightning magic, lightning sword transformation into lightning snake. You should know this better than me, Leon. This skeletal defense, no attack can harm me. Is that so? Well, watch closely. With that, Leon flicked his wrist, and the direction of the lightning whip changed in an instant, wrapping around Safina's ankle from an impossible angle. Safina was startled. How is that possible? Before she could even break free from the lightning whip, Leon immediately slammed her down onto the ground. As Safina was thrown to the ground, Leon retracted the whip, planted his right foot, and shot forward like a bullet. He calculated the angle, the defensive range of the line-shaped Sumeru shadow, and predicted the lightning burst, sending Safina flying. After tumbling several times on the ground, Safina finally came to a stop. She stood up, the Sumeru shadow around her had been forced to dissipate, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Safina wiped the blood away, looking at Leon in disbelief. Replicated techniques are still not your own. You may know the strength of the technique, but you don't know its fatal weakness. Leon slowly walked toward Safina, the arc of electricity still crackling in his hand. Though the Sumeru shadow is hard to break through, its lower part is defenseless in its initial form. I deliberately led you to attack from the air, just to steal your position. HMPH, though I don't really want to praise you, to understand your own techniques so thoroughly, you really are a strong opponent. Safina brushed off the dust from her body, continuing. But I didn't come here just, an OVELIGHT, to deal with you. With that, her gaze swept past Leon's shoulder and toward the fire spirit divine stallion behind him. She shouted, Talos now. What? Leon turned to look. Suddenly, a spatial tear exploded above the fire spirit divine stallion. A black figure leaped out from the tear, wielding a giant scythe, and swung it down at the stallion. The divine stallion guards quickly rushed forward to defend. But Talos's attack was exceptionally brutal, and taking advantage of the ambush, he slew several of the guards. Blood splattered, limbs scattered, and the scene became so gruesome it sent chills down one's spine. The fire spirit divine stallion neighed, and immediately retaliated against this brutal invader. A burst of flames shot from the crystal core on its forehead. Talos didn't dodge. Instead, he swung his scythe in front of him, opening a gap in the flames. The fire spirit divine stallion's attack struck right into the opening. But in the next second, without warning, a spatial tear appeared directly above its head. The earlier flames shot out from the crack and nearly hit the stallion at point-blank range. Samuel's trash. With that, Talos quickly moved forward, and before the fire spirit divine stallion could rise, struck down with his scythe. Boom! Blood mixed with flames splattered out, followed by a painful cry from the fire spirit divine stallion. In just a few seconds, Talos, using his void martial arts, completed the attack and seized the fire spirit crystal core from the stallion. He opened a spatial tear and appeared beside Safina, triumphantly tossing the fire spirit crystal core in the air. Easy and fun, right? Not bad, right? But Safina didn't look pleased. Didn't I tell you during the planning to avoid killing? Look at what you've done. The divine stallion guards had been brutally killed, and the fire spirit divine stallion lay on the ground, barely alive. Blood dripped from Talos's scythe, but he scoffed dismissively and retorted, "Not killing. HMPH, Samuel's primitives, kill them and it's done." What? Are you feeling some kind of pity? I don't care about pity, but someone might want to kill you. Hi. Before Talos could react, he suddenly felt a wave of magical pressure from beside him. He turned his head to look. There, in the distance, was a figure holding lightning, walking step by step, stepping through the burning anger and crackling plasma, slowly approaching him. Beast, this time you won't escape. Give me your life, and leave it in Samuel. "730. Vol 6CH, 95. Looking at the enraged wolf in front of him, the same creature that had just blasted away half of his body not long ago, Talos couldn't help but take a step back. He nervously swallowed. Safina, why didn't you tell me this monster was here? Honestly, I didn't expect to encounter it here either, Safina replied. But according to the plan we discussed, I can only provide you with the spatial coordinates when the fire spirit leopard bites into your body, allowing you to complete the anchoring. This situation here was completely outside the plan. Talos gritted his teeth, trying to calm his emotions. I don't care anymore. The essence core is in hand, we retreat. With that, without another word, Talos turned and opened a spatial tier to teleport away. On the other side of the tier was the eerie and vast void realm. However, just as Talos had half of his foot through the tier, he suddenly felt his collar grabbed firmly from behind. By the time Safina reacted, all she saw was the faint trail of white energy left in the air after Leon's rapid assault. In that moment, Safina didn't even see how Leon had reached them. I told you, give me your life and leave it in Samuel. The whisper, as if from the Grim Reaper, sounded from behind Talos. His body trembled with fear, and he dared not look back. With all his strength, he tried to move toward the other side of the tier. But in the next second, a powerful pulling force nearly snapped his throat. The suffocating sensation made him dizzy, his vision blacking out. Then came a violent spinning sensation. Leon forcefully yanked Talos back, who had almost entirely stepped into the void realm. Talos collapsed awkwardly onto the ground, the scythe and fire spirit crystal core falling from his hands. Just as he was about to rise, Leon stepped heavily on the half-healed arm Talos had just recovered. The pain of broken bones surged through his mind, and Talos let out a painful scream. Leon looked down at him from above, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent, the kind that comes from fear of this giant. Leon, we were just trying to rebuild our world. We had no choice. Talos gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain as he explained. All of this was planned by Ottos. He is the ruler of the void, everything is his plan. We truly had no choice, we had no choice. Ah. Before Talos could finish, Leon crushed his right arm completely. The severed limb wasn't made of flesh and bone, but a mass of wriggling insects. It was these insects that had reconstructed part of his body. It seemed to be a unique technique of the Void tribe. No choice had no choice. Leon continued to crush the insects under his foot. The Void spirits had no choice. As he spoke, Leon slowly raised his hand. At the same time, the recently vanished Cecilia appeared in the arena, holding Leon's thundercloud sword in her arms. Seeing Leon raise his hand, Cecilia tossed the thundercloud sword, and it landed perfectly in Leon's grasp. Smashing my wife with an iceberg was also no choice. Leon drew the thundercloud sword, its blade glowing with a chilling, murderous light. Uncaringly killing so many divine stallion guards and severely wounding the fire spirit divine stallion was also no choice. He gripped the hilt of the sword and raised it high, the tip pointing directly at Talos's forehead. Seeing that Leon had made up his mind to kill, Talos stopped his false pleading. He dropped his earlier desperate tone, replacing it with a more arrogant one. Kill, what does it matter? All of you Samuel people should die. Your wives too, the master will make sure to kill all of you. Hey, Hadohatas. Talos laughed maniacally, his smile twisted and sick. The anger in Leon's eyes faded, replaced by cold rage. The sword flashed and blood sprayed. Talos's laughter abruptly stopped. He pressed his hand tightly to his throat, but blood still poured from between his fingers. Leon didn't immediately end his life. Instead, he slashed at his windpipe. Talos stared at Leon, his eyes reddened and wide with fury. He knew Leon could have ended his life with a single strike, but he hadn't. The only reason was, Leon didn't want him to die so quickly. Now, I can finally shut that foul mouth of yours. Let me guess, you thought I'd strike you fatally and let you die quickly. And now, you probably think I want to enjoy watching you slowly bleed to death. Beast, I won't let you have it your way, not even in your last moments. With those words, Leon sheathed his sword and raised his right hand high. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the arena, thunder roaring. Last time, this move only shattered half of your body. So, guess what? This time, will you even have a full corpse left? Blood clogged Talos's throat, and he couldn't make a sound anymore. Only his twisted, crazy expression showing his hatred and unwillingness toward Leon. Boom! Super S-Class Lightning Magic Dragon Annihilation. The massive power of the lightning reverberated throughout the vast combat arena. Even Safina, who was closest to the site, had to adopt a defensive stance to withstand the aftershocks of Dragon Annihilation. As the light gradually faded and the dust settled, Safina looked at the spot where the attack had originated. Only Leon remained. And under his feet, not a single bone was left. In Safina's astonished gaze, Leon slowly walked to the side, bent down to pick up the fire spirit crystal core from the ground, and then handed it to Cecilia, who had arrived. He then turned around, his cold eyes staring at Safina. Safina's entire body shuddered, but she quickly regained her composure, immediately activating the mirror abyss to synchronize with the shadow behind her. Just like I said before, Safina, I won't show any mercy to you, Leon said. But I won't kill you like I did that noisy beast earlier. I have a few questions I want answers to from you. Safina narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you want to ask? What is your relationship with Shadow? Leon stared at her. If I remember correctly, you've been asking me about Shadow these past few days. If he wasn't related to you, you wouldn't be so interested. Leon stopped about 10 meters away from Safina and sheathed his thundercloud blade. Seeing this, Safina also dispelled the mirror abyss and slowly straightened up, staring directly at Leon. He is like me, we both come from the Void realm. We both serve the ruler of the Void, Ottos. 10,000 years ago, Novelight, the Chaos Earth was born, which caught Ottos' attention. He wanted to erase the Void realm, this barren and desolate land, and invade Samuel. But creating such a large-scale conflict is not easy, especially with so many primal gods guarding Samil. Thus, Otto's released chaos onto the Samil continent, attempting to use chaos to erode the gods of this land, and Shadow was the one tasked with overseeing chaos. Leon furrowed his brow slightly. Overseeing chaos? I always thought chaos only contained the power of devouring and ultimate fear. Safina shook her head. At the beginning, things did indeed develop according to Otto's plan. Chaos eroded the dragon god Tiamat, forcing him to separate his dark side along with the chaos from his body. And all of this was discovered by Shadow, who had been secretly monitoring the Samil continent. The power of chaos contained half of the dragon god's strength, while the other half became Noah. If these two could be reunited, it would allow one to usurp Tiamat's great power and become the new dragon god. And it was upon realizing this that Shadow betrayed the Void, betrayed Otto's. For these 10,000 years, he has been plotting to become the new dragon god. But in the end, he really succeeded. He tried to suppress the Void Gate with his divine power so that Otto's could never come and clean up after him, the traitor. And Shadow, on the other hand, said, "You sacrifice Samil and become the ruler of this continent." When the Void stopped eroding, would have preferred to serve Otto's in the Void in a more carefree manner. Upon hearing this, Leon finally understood what Shadow's last words meant before his death. The last god has fallen, and the ruler of another world is about to come. He softly repeated. Shadow was afraid that Otto's would come and clean up his mess, so he desperately wanted to become the new dragon god. Because only by doing so could the Void Gate stop being suppressed by the primal god's power. Exactly. But in the end, you shattered the ambitions of the schemer and helped us clean up the traitor in the Void realm. Safina slowly exhaled. Any other questions? Yes, this time your attack is different from the last one. Last time there were only Karl and Talos, but this time you sent more Void warriors. This means the seal between the Void has loosened again, right? Yes. So, aside from you and Talos, Karl, whom I met last time, and that so-called strongest Void warrior, Kaiser, has also come here. Safina nodded. But their goal isn't the Fire Spirit Crystal Core, it's the Key of Time. (731). Vol 6ch, 96. So, what you're saying is that the reason you were able to locate the Thunder Core instrument and the crown wasn't due to years of intelligence gathering, but because you had another way to confirm the location of these divine relics, right? Previously, Karl and Talos went to the Snow Elf tribe in search of Zioxu. In just a few years, several groups arrived to take her in. Compared to that, Vita and Cecilia's pace in searching for relics was at least dozens of times slower. And now, combining that with what Safina just said, Kaiser's target is the Key of Time. Leon had every reason to suspect that their method of locating relics was completely different from his side, S. Hearing Leon's pointed question, Safina raised an eyebrow. Is that really where your focus is? If I'm not mistaken, that key is currently in your possession, and Kaiser's forces are already fighting over it. But instead of worrying about the battle, you're more concerned with how we find these things. Leon crossed his arms and slowly exhaled. That gesture alone signified that they had no further questions for Safina. Once this conversation ended, the fight would resume. You don't need to worry about that, Safina. Leon's response was brief. Safina's gaze flickered slightly, but she didn't press the matter further. Instead, she adjusted her stance and murmured in a low voice. Then let's go. As soon as the words fell, before any of them could make a move, two colossal dragons descended on either side of Leon. One red, one silver. The red dragon was slightly larger, while the silver dragon was more compact, but its wings were broader and more powerful. Senior Vita, Senior Cecilia, the Void soldiers. All taken care of, Leon. The silver dragon spoke in a deep voice, then turned its massive head to look toward the lone Void warrior still standing. She's the only one left. Good. Leon raised his thundercloud blade but paused just before attacking, as if something had just occurred to him. Lowering his voice, he added, "By the way, seniors, don't kill her. We'll need her later." Understood. With that, the two dragons lunged at Safina, attacking from opposite directions. From their maws erupted searing dragon flames, engulfing Safina in an instant. But in the very next second, a violet blur shot out from the raging inferno, leaping into the air. Leon watched Safina activate Sumeru Shadow and muttered. Even an early-stage Sumeru Shadow can withstand an attack from at least 3 dragon kings. He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, when he had returned from 10 years in the future, he had used an early-stage Sumeru Shadow to block a Dragon King's full power strike. But I already tricked you into revealing that. Sumeru Shadow may be impenetrable, but its fatal flaw is at the base. Leon swung his Thundercloud blade again, slicing toward Safina's ankle. Trying that move again, Leon. Safina's lips curled into a smirk, and in her violet pupils, a radiant glow swirled once more. This time, it won't be so easy. The moment she spoke, the violet energy around her began expanding rapidly, enveloping her entire body in the blink of an eye. The raw energy repelled Leon's lightning blade with a single pulse. At that moment, as Vita and Cecilia prepared to follow up with an attack, an unexpected sight unfolded. The violet energy surrounding Safina shifted, morphing until it took on a form identical to Cecilia's dragon body. Scales, tail, claws, horns, every detail was an exact replica. Seeing this, even Leon couldn't help but mutter. She can replicate even a dragon's breath and form. No wonder Talos passed the race detection. He must have disguised himself as a human. After replicating Cecilia's red dragon form, Safina immediately shifted her target to the physically sturdier silver dragon, Vita. She flapped her wings, hurtling toward the massive silver beast. In midair, the innate agility and speed of dragons made dodging nearly impossible in such an encounter. Boom! The two dragons collided midair, and naturally, Safina had the upper hand. But that clash left her with a massive opening. Behind her, Cecilia unleashed 3 streams of dragon fire in quick succession, aiming directly at Safina. Too slow. With that, Safina's violet dragon form shifted again. Her body shrank while her back grew fuller, her wings expanded, enormous and feathery, generating tremendous propulsion with a single flap. Using the speed advantage of the silver dragon's form, Safina effortlessly evaded all 3 streams of dragon fire and, in an instant, closed the distance to Cecilia's head. But at that moment, the violet dragon form suddenly dissipated, revealing Safina hovering in midair. Could it be that her replication has a time limit? The next second, Safina's clenched fist shattered Leon's speculation. It wasn't that replication had a time limit, she was simply chaining another move. Raising both hands high above her head, the residual storm clouds in the sky suddenly swirled, as the heavy rumbling of thunder echoed through the clouds. Leon's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Seniors, dodge!" Without hesitation, he activated Gate of the 4th Speed and Sumeru Shadow, propelling himself towards Cecilia. But Safina had already launched her attack. Ultra S-Class Thunder Magic, Annihilation. A violet lightning lion descended from the sky, roaring as it charged toward the red dragon below. Annihilation, the signature dragon-slaying move created by General Leon himself back in the day. No dragon had ever remained standing after taking this attack head-on. And yet, back when he first developed Dragon's Claw, he had never imagined that one day, a woman capable of replicating any technique would be using this very move against his dragon mother-in-law. If she gets hurt, I'll be kneeling on a washboard when I get home. Fortunately, with the Gate of the 9 Hells activated, Leon's speed was just enough to intercept the dragon annihilation before it could strike Cecilia. Boom! The violet lightning dispersed as Leon landed on Cecilia's back. For now, both sides pulled back, ending this round of combat. Didn't expect her to be able to replicate full dragon forms. Leon leaped off Cecilia's back and commented, "But this kind of ability is only effective the first time. Next time, it won't be as useful." Cecilia and Vita returned to their human forms. For an opponent with this kind of copying ability, it's best not to use magic attacks. Vita remarked, "We should try using martial arts instead. At least if she copies those, she won't be able to counter them as easily. But Leon shook his head. She mirrors physical combat even more precisely. It's basically synchronized with us in real time, so a direct clash won't break through her defenses. Hearing this, Cecilia furrowed her brows. Then how do we deal with her? Beyond her monstrous replication abilities, Safina's combat instincts were insanely refined. She had already slashed through multiple Sumeru shadows, morphed into 2 dragon forms, and perfectly chained dragon annihilation into her attacks. Anyone else would have crumbled under that sequence. Safina's expression was calm, almost like she was saying, "Go ahead, show me what else you've got, I'll copy it all." Leon pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "I do have a way to break her replication ability. That's why we have to capture her quickly. I think I've figured out her true objective." Vita turned to look at Leon. Her true objective, isn't it to steal the Fire Spirit Thunder Core? Leon shook his head. The Thunder Core is in our possession now, and she knows that while her replication ability is troublesome, its best use is in direct combat. That means the longer this fight drags on, the worse it is for her. She should have already taken the opportunity to escape, like when she took on the form of a silver dragon. No one would have been able to catch up to her then. But she's still here, engaging us in battle. That means her primary objective has changed. It's no longer about stealing the Thunder Core. And just now, Safina mentioned that another group from the Void Realm is already making a move to capture Xiaoxu. So the only reason she's still here is to stall us, giving her allies more time to act. Vita followed Leon's reasoning and continued the analysis. Then the fight over the key must also be happening right now, and in terms of importance, the key is more valuable than the Thunder Core. That means the forces the Void Realm sent to seize the key are much stronger than those we're facing here. The Thunder Core was only 1/5 of the power contained within the 5 Spirit Crown. As long as it wasn't fully assembled, it couldn't unleash its true potential, let alone seal the Void Gate. But if they managed to capture Xiaoxu, the Void Realm could directly weaken the power of the God of Time, a dominant force on their side. So Vita's deduction was correct, and Leon agreed. "Looks like we need to wrap this up quickly and head back to reinforce them." Vita asked, "Leon, just now you said you have a way to counter her replication ability. What is it?" "I need you to hold back for now. With this method, I can handle her alone." Hearing this, Vita and Cecilia exchanged a glance. As longtime partners, they needed only a single look to understand each other. Then they stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Leon and Safina. Another one-on-one fight, but Leon, you should know, no matter what move you use, I can perfectly replicate it. Safina's mirror abyss eyes had been activated for a long time. Even if the battle continued to wear on her, all she needed to do was stall until her allies secured the key. "So, do you really think you can defeat me before that happens?" She smiled, not with the arrogance of a typical villain, but with genuine pride in her unique ability. There was no contempt or disdain toward Leon in her expression. "Let's find out." The moment the words left his mouth, Leon launched himself forward. With Gate of the 9 Hells activated, his speed was as fierce as a lightning bolt. But Safina's mirror abyss eyes still allowed her to perfectly replicate every single one of his attacks. Fist met fist, blow for blow, neither could gain an upper hand. Martial arts, that won't work either. If anything, it only makes it easier for me to replicate you. Before long, Safina spotted a flaw in Leon's movements. "There, that's your opening." Her right fist clenched tightly, driving straight toward Leon's abdomen. Damn, at that angle and speed, Leon can't dodge it. Cecilia, watching from the sidelines, felt her heart tighten. Vita also furrowed his brow. Can she really pull this off? Safina herself was confident in her strike. If she landed this hit, Leon would lose all mobility for several seconds. "Take this." But just as Safina's fist was about to connect with Leon's body, at an impossible moment, his entire body shifted to a position completely outside her prediction. Her punch only grazed the fabric of his clothes, missing him entirely. "You can use mirror abyss eyes to replicate my strikes and evade all my attacks. Then you counter with the same techniques, making them impossible for me to dodge. Under normal circumstances, that would make it nearly impossible for me to break through. But Leon smirked. Taking advantage of the split second she dodged, he grabbed hold of Safina's wrist, his shoulder brushing against hers. Safina turned her head slightly, locking eyes with him. Her violet pupils were sharp and focused. Your mirror abyss eyes can't replicate what they can't perceive, and they can't process overburdened evasion movements. That is your biggest weakness, overburdened, Leon twisted around Safina's wrist and drove his knee directly letter 2170 IGHT. Read more on our source into her stomach. The force of the strike was overwhelming. Safina let out a pained grunt as agony shot through her organs. She staggered, gripping her abdomen, slowly dropping to her knees as the world spun around her. Leon wasted no time. Lightning surged in his palm as he looked down at her. That'll take away your mobility for a few moments, but I need you incapacitated for the next few hours. So sorry about this. With that, Leon swung his hand downward. Safina's vision was consumed by a blinding flash of lightning before everything went dark. Once he confirmed that she was unconscious, Leon bent down, slung her over his shoulder, and turned back toward Vita and Cecilia. Seniors, we need to go support Rosvisser and the others. Vita hesitated for a moment, still processing Leon's tactics. Then, after a brief pause, he nodded. All right. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the teleportation crystal given to him by Tower Lord Timothy. Just as he was about to activate it, Leon suddenly stopped him. What is it? Cecilia asked. Leon glanced at the teleportation crystal, pursing his lips. After a moment of hesitation, he muttered, I think we should time this just right. (732). Vol 6ch, 97. On the border of the Silver Dragon territory, magic clashed and fire lit up the sky. This battle had already lasted for several hours. Fortunately, when Leon and Cecilia left a few days earlier, Isha had followed Leon's instructions and stayed a few extra days with the Silver Dragon clan. That was the only reason Rosvisser had been able to intercept the Void Realm warriors shortly after they descended. And just like that damned husband of hers predicted, it worked. Their enemies didn't number many, barely under 100. But every single one of them was a top-tier fighter. Even Sherry and Lilu's Silver Dragon Guard, fighting alongside them for quite some time, had failed to gain the upper hand despite their numbers and territorial advantage. Of course, the most troublesome part was the two wielders of special weapons. One of them was Carl, the same Carl Rosvisser had encountered during her time with the dwarves. It had only taken her a short time back then to pierce his staff, capable of manipulating all matter with her sacred spear, Gungnir. Now he had returned with something new. Based on the intel gathered during battle, Carl's new void weapon ability seemed to be Devour. That is, any magic-based attack would be absorbed, then merged with void power and reflected back. That forced Rosvisser and Isha to rely heavily on physical combat instead. But that was precisely where the problem lay. Carl's companion, his ability was strange. After yet another clash, Isha kicked Carl away and retreated, leveraging the momentum to fall back to Rosvisser's side. Did you notice, Rosvisser, that guy's state is not right? Rosvisser's draconic eyes locked onto the man beside Carl. After a moment of thought, she said quietly, Yeah, we've been fighting for so long, even Carl is starting to show signs of exhaustion. But that guy beside him, he doesn't seem tired at all. Isha wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, the flickering flame of killing intent burning deep in her crimson eyes. Not just that. At the start, you and I could barely manage to hold our own against him. But as the fight drags on, he's getting more and more dominant. Isha pursed her lips, took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. If every elite fighter from the Void Realm has some kind of special ability, then I'd guess that guy's power is something like growing stronger the longer he fights, and designed to stall opponents under conditions that favor him. Because of Carl's new devouring ability, the Milkvey sisters had no choice but to limit their use of magic and instead relied on hand-to-hand combat. But physical combat and magic duels were fundamentally different. Magic attacks were lethal, often capable of ending fights in a single strike. But physical combat required constant probing, analysis, and waiting for an opening. If Isha's guess was correct, then fighting with physical attacks would be a slow and painful road to death for the Milkvey sisters. Just as they were considering whether to force a retreat, a sudden thunderous wave of energy exploded from the battlefield. A surge of pure white energy radiated above the heads of the Void Warriors. Noah, having entered her primordial mode, soared into the air, raising both hands. Crescent-shaped arcs of white energy coalesced in her palms. Eclast Thunder Magic, Primordial Twin Moon Slash. With that one spell alone, she turned the tide. As the white energy slammed down among the Void Warriors, it shattered their formation in an instant and bought enough time for Sherry's guards to launch a counterattack. Bringing Noah into the battle, I still don't know if that was the right decision or a mistake. Rosvisser's gaze toward her daughter was filled with deep worry. But as her aunt, Isha was full of confidence in her niece. She's a grown girl now. She's more than capable of protecting herself. And don't forget, during the Sky City battle, Noah played a crucial role too. Watching Noah's figure in combat, Isha suddenly remembered something. She pulled her gaze back and looked toward Rosvisser. "Rose, we can't delay any longer. Don't forget what Mother told us before she left." Rosvisser, of course, knew what Isha was referring to. But she still hesitated. Having become a mother, she was far more sentimental than most dragons. "Oh, Tilda, is this really all you two have?" Carl stepped forward. "Without that Leon Casmud guy here, I wonder how long you can actually hold out. Let's see whether he can make it back in time, or if we'll kill you both first and take the key." "Kaiser." The sisters turned their eyes to the silent Void Warrior. So, he's Kaiser, the one they call the strongest Void Warrior, the one who stole the Wind Spirit Thunder Core from Mother and the others. Now that they knew who he was, Rosvisser and Isha grew even more cautious. Kaiser stepped forward slowly, his arms crossed over his chest, completely composed. A light breeze tousled his hair, streaked with a faint trace of violet. His cold, chiseled face remained expressionless. Throughout the battle, he hadn't said a word, not even to Carl. But now, it seemed like he was finally about to speak. "Stop fighting, dragons. You have no chance of winning." Kaiser's voice was calm and deep, his tone utterly flat. As he spoke, he slowly extended one hand. "Hand over the key, and we'll withdraw immediately. None of you will have to keep risking your lives to protect it." Compared to Carl, Kaiser was far more direct. He was here only for the key. Fighting was merely a means to that end. And from his tone, it was clear, Kaiser wasn't the type to kill unless necessary. What a joke. Isha ripped the tattered sleeve from her arm, her dragon eyes narrowing into sharp slits as killing intent flared within. "If we really gave you the key, the Void Gate would be broken in no time, and your invasion would crash down onto our world. At that point, it won't just be our lives on the line, it'll be every living being on this continent. Even a child wouldn't agree to a deal like that." It was a simple response, not filled with venom, but still a firm rejection. And yet, when Isha said the words, "invade our world," something strange flickered in Kaiser's cold eyes. Just for a second, then it was gone. He lowered his hand and said nothing more. Carl, seeing this, stepped forward and continued. "We already gave you primitive creatures a chance. You didn't take it, so don't blame us for what comes next." There was no room for negotiation. Only battle would decide the outcome now. Rosvisser closed her eyes, slowly inhaled, then exhaled. "If that's the case, then we'll give it everything we've got." The Silver Dragoness snapped her eyes open, fiercer than ever. She raised her right hand. Her long sleeve slid down, revealing her arm as arcs of golden lightning began to crackle in her palm. Seeing this, both Carl and Kaiser paused. What is she doing? In the next moment, a radiant golden light erupted from behind, the Silver Dragon's sanctuary. The beam of light soared across the Silver Dragon clan's defense line, arcing across the sky and trailing a dazzling golden streak. Finally, it dropped like a bolt of lightning. As the light faded, a golden spear appeared in Rosvicer's hand. The queen spun the spear in a flawless flourish, before leveling its tip directly at Karl and Kaiser. The energy within her body surged violently, like a flood on the verge of bursting through the dam. That's the key. Karl shouted in shock. That silver dragon wants to use the key against us again. Be careful, Kaiser. My void weapon style was shattered by that spear. Kaiser narrowed his eyes slightly, and then assumed a textbook fighting stance. Seeing Rosvicer summon Gungnir, he finally began to take this battle seriously. Don't act recklessly, Karl. The fact that they're choosing to use the key's power means we've already pushed them to the brink. Kaiser clenched his fists, his gaze locked onto Rosvicer. I'll handle the silver dragon. You go deal with the red one. Until I have the key in hand, she must not be allowed to support Rosvicer. Understood. With the decision made, the two Void warriors moved at once. Get on, sis. Right. The Milkvey sisters also launched themselves forward to meet their enemies. What had started as a 2-on-2 battle was forcibly split into 2 1-on-1s the moment the sacred spear appeared. Kaiser needed to focus solely on Rosvicer wielding the spear, so Karl's job was to hold Isha back. It wasn't that Kaiser lacked the confidence to fight 2 at once. This strategy was simply more secure. After all, he wasn't someone who liked taking unnecessary risks. Rosvicer and Kaiser faced off. The sacred spear fired several powerful beams of energy toward him. But Kaiser didn't dodge. His body transformed into a streak of violet, lunging headfirst into the energy beams. The moment the beam hit him, it split in 2, exploding outward to either side. Kaiser shot through the burst of energy and closed in on Rosvicer, lifting both hands over his head to summon a glowing spell sphere. Rosvicer dropped one knee back and gripped her spear tightly, raising it to block. The butt of the spear absorbed Kaiser's strike. The resulting clash unleashed a shockwave and a violent explosion. The ground beneath Rosvicer's feet cracked and sank from the force, spiderweb fractures spreading out beneath her. Gold and violet energy raged across the battlefield, clashing and spiraling outward with them at the center. As I thought, you're stronger now. That spear has multiplied your power several times over. Kaiser pulled back from the clash, steadying himself as he looked up at her. Then, if this is going to be a weapon fight, I'll give it everything I've got too. With that, he clasped his hands together, purple-black flames surging between his fingers. Then he slowly drew his arms apart, and within seconds, a void-forged longsword emerged in his hand. Unlike Leon's lightning blade, which was pure energy, Kaiser's weapon was a solid, tangible sword. So this is your void weapon style, Rosvicer murmured. Kaiser raised the blade, crouched low into a hunting stance like a predator about to strike. No, I'm not like Karl and the others. I don't need a void weapon style. The moment he finished speaking, Kaiser launched forward like a bullet. Rosvicer reacted instantly, raising her spear to parry. Clang, clang. Spear and sword collided, metal ringing loud and fierce. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Noah was still holding her own against more than a dozen armored void soldiers. Hey kid, you look like you're getting tired. Noah kicked 2 soldiers away and flipped midair, landing nimbly. But her foot faltered slightly on the landing. She staggered, nearly falling. She righted herself and steadied her breathing, her blue eyes sweeping across the enemies before her. Primordial mode isn't meant for drawn-out fights. They've realized you're the core of this side of the battlefield. The old ancestor's voice echoed in her mind. That's why they've sent even more elite soldiers to surround and eliminate you. Your mother's maid squad joined the fray earlier, but like Sherry and Lilu's guards, they've all been blocked. These bastards have a clear goal, to take you out first. If this keeps up and primordial mode gets forcibly cancelled, no one will be able to reach us in time. Kid, find a chance to retreat. Otherwise, you're in serious trouble. Noah wiped the sweat from her face and looked down at her palm. She could still barely hold onto primordial mode, but not for much longer. Maybe 10 minutes more at most. She was frustrated, but she knew the old man was right. It wasn't her fault she was being targeted. All right, I'll find a chance to pull back. Thank the heavens, kid, you're finally learning to listen. The old ancestor sounded relieved. Noah kept her face expressionless, her voice steady as she replied, "I can barely run, so don't get excited just yet." After the brief quip, Noah turned and sprinted away, aiming to break through from the other side, hopefully before primordial mode ran out. But unfortunately, since the enemy had made it clear they were targeting Noah's squad, they weren't about to let her escape so easily. Void soldiers quickly gave chase, and with backup from tilde N, AVYL letter 1D55A GHT tilde the far flank, they surrounded her. This isn't looking good. A cold bead of sweat rolled down Noah's forehead. "Will I live long enough to see your rebellious phase, sweetheart?" the old man joked. "Don't call me sweetheart, that's gross." "All right, sweetie." "Even worse." "Die." Two void soldiers launched simultaneous attacks, cutting their exchange short. They leapt high, forming two purple energy spheres in their hands. Noah, in primordial mode, could clearly feel the intense energy building in those spheres. She could block them, but if she did, her primordial mode would end early from energy depletion. And then, the rest of the enemies would close in. But if she dodged, she risked being struck from an unexpected angle. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Panic welled up, she didn't know what to choose. And as she hesitated, the two void spell spheres shot toward her face. Damn it! Noah raised her arms to block. Even if she used up all her power, she couldn't let herself get taken out. If she lost primordial mode, she could still hold out. But if she lost the ability to move, she'd be nothing but a helpless piece of meat. But the impact she expected never came. A few seconds passed. She slowly lowered her arms and looked forward. A crescent-shaped energy wave hovered before her, slowly dissipating. It had blocked the void soldiers, spell right in front of her. Thunder Moon Slash. The old ancestor instantly recognized the technique. Noah stared at the fading arc of energy and murmured, "Thunder Moon Slash is a signature move of the Black Moon Dragon clan. After their extinction, there are only two people left in the world who can use this technique. One is me, the other is the one who taught it to me." Just then, a figure dropped from the sky and landed steadily in front of her. Noah stared at the figure's back. Long black hair swayed gently in the wind. "Teacher." "Long time no see, Noah. Did you miss me?" 733. Vol 6ch, 98. Mevis Sensei, what are you doing here? Noah was both shocked and delighted. It had been a long time since they last parted. Future Noah had already returned to her rightful timeline, while Mevis, under Rosvisser's arrangement, had gone into seclusion, hiding from her family. At the time, Mevis had used the excuse of continuing her journey to become a complete dragon, to say letter 1D40D, letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D42D, goodbye to the young dragon girls. But only Noah knew that wasn't the truth. After 50 years apart from her family, Mevis Sensei surely would have stayed to be with her sister and their mother. Yet now, here she was, on the battlefield against an external invasion. Noah couldn't help being surprised. "The prince sent me." Mevis crouched down just like she used to, bringing her gaze to level with Noah's. A habit inherited from future Noah, now naturally part of Mevis's mannerisms. "A few days ago, the prince came to me personally and said the Silver Dragon clan might face an attack soon. The enemy would be strong, and he wanted all available combat forces to prepare in advance, including me." Dad, huh? No wonder he'd been so calm about leaving Rosvisser, Noah, and her sisters at home, even knowing how powerful the Void Realm enemies could be. Turns out he had already prepared for this. And not only that, since he anticipated the Void would come for them directly, he had even arranged for Isha to stay behind. The facts proved that the prince's foresight wasn't baseless or excessive. They had barely been gone for 2 weeks before the Void Realm attacked. "But Sensei, you don't have your primordial power anymore." Mevis smiled and reassured her. "That's nothing to worry about, Noah." She lowered her gaze to her right hand, flexed it into a fist, and continued. "During the 50 years you borrowed my body, you kept training diligently. So now, even though I can't use primordial power, my strength is still basically the same as when you possessed me. A true overachiever stays an overachiever, no matter the timeline. Whether it was her own body or someone else's, present or future, Mevis had always been tirelessly grinding. And besides, she'd always been an elite warrior of the Black Moon Dragon clan. Even without future Noah's cheat-like hacks, she still more than deserved to stand on this battlefield. Thank you for coming, Sensei. Noah paused for a moment, then asked, You said earlier that Dad called other people too. Who are? Mevis looked past Noah's shoulder. They're here. Noah turned around and saw, descending onto what had moments ago been an empty high-level battlefield, several massive dragons. Overwhelming draconic pressure swept across the Silver Dragon Lord's border, sending violent gusts that whipped Noah's hair around her face. She narrowed her eyes, straining to look ahead. Boom! 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 The giant dragons landed around the battlefield one after another, each landing shaking the very earth. Kaiser and Karl, still mid-battle, immediately stopped and turned to look. Karl stared at the arriving Dragon Kings, their overwhelming presence making it hard to even breathe. Thunder, flames, golden sand, and above them a blue sea dragon hovering in the sky. Karl swallowed nervously. If the intel's right, these are the prince's old allies from the Shadow Campaign. Thunder Dragon King Odin, Flame Dragon King Constantine, Gold Sand Dragon King Morgan, and Sea Dragon King Claudia. Kaiser, let's bail. That guy brought out his full shadow fighting lineup to deal with us. Karl wasn't exaggerating. This lineup, aside from General Leon, Little Hawk, and future Noah, was exactly the fearsome team that had once brought down the Shadow. But Kaiser remained calm as ever. His deep violet eyes swept over the gathered Dragon Kings, and then he said quietly, I fought the Silver Dragon Queen for a few rounds. With the Sacred Spear's support, her combat strength has jumped a few tiers, but not enough to instantly crush you. Karl wiped sweat from his brow. So, you gather the nearby Void soldiers and keep the Silver Dragon Queen occupied. Just 5 minutes should be enough. Karl stared at him in disbelief. Why the hell do I need to stall her for 5 minutes? Kaiser flicked his sword, a surge of void energy rippling outward. Because I need 5 minutes to take care of the Dragon Kings. Karl gawked at him, opening his mouth to say something, but in the end, he just swallowed his words. He launched a small energy blast into the sky, the signal for Void Soldier assembly. I have no idea just how crazy strong you are. With that, he charged toward Rosvisser, alongside the gathered Void warriors. Seeing the sudden offensive aimed at her, Constantine and the others immediately moved to assist. But a ghostly violet figure dropped in their path. Kaiser brushed the dust and energy residue from his shoulders, standing firm in their way. He drew his sword and pointed it directly at the massive dark blue dragon in the center. Your opponent is me. In front of these colossal beings, Kaiser's figure was laughably small, like an ant trying to topple a mountain. And yet, Odin didn't back down. He launched his opening move, S-Class Thunder Magic Hellcage Execution. A roaring cage of lightning formed, trapping Kaiser and bombarding him with high-voltage strikes. But with a deafening boom, Kaiser broke free using raw energy alone. He shot into the sky, trailing a long stream of blue flame behind him. Tough little bastard, huh? Try this on for size. At once, the previously clear sky turned brown with dust storms. A raging sand tornado surrounded Kaiser, the eye of the storm drawing ever tighter. Then, Wizard Cassadibumbai raised his staff and infused it into Morgan's sandstorm, making it heavier and harder to escape. Flame Breather, burn that punk to ash. I don't need your damn orders. Grumbling aside, old Constantine obediently stepped in, floating above the storm eye and blasting a torrent of hellfire downward. The Flame Dragon King's fire solidified the wet sand even further, while the storm's inner heat reached temperatures enough to incinerate any carbon-based life. Just then, a black dragon soared in from the other side of the battlefield, and on its back stood a small figure. A glowing white crescent crackling, with lightning flew straight into the eye of the sandstorm. Noah, having unleashed a full power, modified Primordial Thunder Moon Slash, finally ran out of juice. Primordial mode was forcibly deactivated. She collapsed onto Mevis's dragon back, half kneeling, eyes fixed on the towering sandstorm. Did it work? There was silence for several seconds until a sharp crack sounded. Cracks spread across the hardened shell of the storm, and deep violet light seeped through. Boom! The entire tornado exploded, and a figure shot out like a meteor. I told you, 5 minutes to finish you all. Kaiser slashed toward Morgan midair. You've got the widest area control magic, so you're first. After that, the rest are easy. He lunged at the dark golden dragon and swung his sword. You little punk, Odin has area control too. Why are you cutting me first? Complaints aside, Morgan was still a top-tier dragon warrior. He wasn't about to be brought down by such an obvious attack. A wave of golden sand surged up to form a solid shield between him and Kaiser. My sand shield is tougher than old Bista's bell. Even that Silver Dragon Prince would need serious effort to break through it. But in the very next instant, what looked like a plain and simple slash from Kaiser landed square on Morgan's face. Kaiser's blade sliced clean through the sand shield like paper, and in a blink, he was right above Morgan. Take this. Kaiser gripped his sword in both hands, raised it high, then slammed it down hard. The blade erupted with a massive wave of light energy, smashing straight onto Morgan's body at nearly point-blank range. The golden dragon let out a howl of pain, his head forced low as sand, and dust exploded all around him. Next, another support type, you go down next. With that, Kaiser shot toward Claudia, who had just shifted into human form and unfurled her dragon wings. She tried to meet him in midair, but without surprise, Kaiser found an opening and caught her mid-swing, kicking her straight down. Claudia crashed to the ground, gouging a deep crater. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching her chest and looking up at Kaiser. His speed is increasing, and his attack power too. What's going on? It had only taken a few moves, but Claudia could already sense the transformation in Kaiser, proof that his power escalation in battle was no joke. Next up, the hot-headed flame breather. Kaiser turned toward Constantine, eyes filled with absolute confidence. I've only ever seen one other person this arrogant. You're the second. But Constantine wasn't the type to flinch. Let's see if you've got the skills to match it. You'll find out soon enough. And just like that, the two of them launched at each other with blinding speed, fire clashing with violet energy, a thunderous shockwave shaking the battlefield. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Now's our chance, let's go help Noah. Right, Sensei. Noah and Mevis launched a surprise attack from the flank, while Kaiser was locked in with Constantine. The old Dragon Kings weren't to be underestimated either. Seeing how strong Kaiser was, they immediately jumped into the fray. A storm of violet lightning surged, and the old dragon, riled by Kaiser's overwhelming pressure, threw out his full strength without hesitation. Ultra S-Class Thunder Magic, Falling Thunder Cataclysm. You're not dodging this, brat. Constantine narrowed his eyes. You don't have that other guy's skills after all. But Kaiser stayed calm. His voice was smooth and unwavering. You think I dodge because you believe if you stall me long enough, your allies will land a hit. But solving that problem is far too easy for me. First of all, none of you are strong enough to keep me stalled. What? Before Constantine could react, Kaiser's power surged dramatically. A pillar of violet flame exploded around him, engulfing Constantine's dragon body and leaving no room for retaliation. The old Dragon King clenched his massive axe, scanning incoming attacks from Noah and Mevis. Second, I never planned on dodging. Boom! 3 high-level spells slammed into Kaiser, triggering a massive explosion in midair. The resulting energy blasted outward, and when the smoke cleared, Kaiser was still floating steadily. Surrounding him was what looked like an invisible shield. That's not air. It's wind. Facing the front lines, Noah narrowed her eyes and murmured, Wind Spirit Thunder Core. As Claudia spoke, Morgan slowly retreated to Odin's side. His power fluctuations, they've grown again. Claudia added, we can't keep trading hits in sequence. We have to attack together and end this in one blow. If we drag this out, he'll just keep getting stronger, and we'll be in more and more trouble. Odin nodded. The Dragon Kings all reverted to human form, preparing for a coordinated melee assault. 2 fists can't beat 10, let alone the combined might of several Dragon Kings. 1 clean hit would be enough to decide the outcome. Mevis landed softly on the ground, lowering the still dragonless Noah. They're going in for close combat in the sky. I'll go support them. You find a chance to land a sneak attack, Mevis said. Noah hesitated, then spoke up. Wait, Sensei, I have an idea. Mevis raised a brow. What is it? Close combat, huh? I've been curious to see how good you Dragon Kings really are. Kaiser retracted his longsword and looked around at the surrounding humanoid Dragon Kings. He raised one hand slowly and crooked 4 fingers at Odin. Come on. Let's go. With that signal, the Dragon Kings launched forward. Fists flew, roaring through the air like sonic booms. Their movements were so fast they became blurs, trading blows midair. The sheer power of their strikes distorted the atmosphere itself. Under the relentless assault, Kaiser finally spotted an opening in Morgan's guard. He landed a brutal kick to Morgan's chest, sending him flying. The attack formation was broken, exposing more weaknesses. Kaiser handled every incoming blow with ease. Damn it, he's even faster, Constantine cursed. We could suppress him at first, but 10 strikes in, none of our attacks are landing anymore. Claudia gritted her teeth. She had never seen a technique like this before, and she'd seen nearly everything. Mevis stayed silent, hovering above Kaiser, applying pressure. Kaiser seemed to deem her the least threatening, so his defense was lighter in her direction, which gave Mevis her chance. Constantine, target his neck. Don't go barking orders like I'm your minion. But after a few more exchanges, Odin and Constantine finally caught a sluggish movement. They struck in unison, one from the left, one from the right, aiming for Kaiser's jaw. Claudia followed up with her raging sea flute to lock him down. And now. Mevis suddenly pulled back, stretched out her arms, and gathered a crescent-shaped bolt of lightning. Thunder Moon Slash. The Thunder Moon Slash struck Kaiser directly, slamming him hard into the ground. The Dragon Kings followed, giving him no breathing room. The battle shifted from the skies to the chaotic earth below. I got careless, but from here on you won't get another chance. Even as Kaiser defended against the relentless barrage, he suddenly noticed small figures slipping quietly into the chaos. Kids shouldn't play in grown-up battles. He growled and let off a blast of energy, flinging everyone nearby. But just as Noah was about to be thrown, Kaiser grabbed her by the ankle and instead of tossing her violently, he gently placed her off to the side. If she'd been hit like the others, she would have been injured for sure. Noah landed, scrambled up, and squared off against him. I don't hit kids, and that white form of yours is gone. You're no match for me, leave. You're surprisingly principled, but sorry. Kaiser blinked. Sorry, what do you mean? Noah stepped back. Mevis, now back in dragon form, swooped down behind her. Noah flipped onto her back, reached behind her waist, and pulled out a small, sparkling object, holding it up high. Kaiser's eyes widened. He quickly checked his pocket. The Wind Spirit Core. The black dragon carrying Noah soared away from the battlefield. Looking down, Noah's icy little face curved into a mischievous smile. Attacked 6 Dragon King successors in a row. Pretty shameful battle record, if you ask me. (734). Vol 6ch, 99. Kaiser overlooked one thing. He wasn't the only one trying to steal something from the enemy in this battle. And it was his own carelessness that let it happen. He'd inadvertently used the power of the Wind Spirit Thunder Core, which gave that little brat the idea to snatch it. After Noah slipped away with the core, something subtle shifted in Kaiser's mindset. He rushed forward immediately, trying to take it back. However, the Dragon Kings, led by Odin, surged in to block his path. Kid, getting something that important stolen by a child, must sting, huh? Morgan tried to fan the flames of the already simmering rage within Kaiser. What a shame. Seems your intel wasn't thorough enough. If you'd taken a closer look at the Silver Dragon Prince's eldest daughter, you would have kept a much tighter guard. Pew-hoo-hoo-hoo. Kaiser clenched his teeth, keeping his composure. Though his mental state had cracked slightly, it wasn't enough to make him lose all rationality and lash out mindlessly. The Dragon Kings, who had been holding the front lines until now, clearly shifted tactics from suppression to delay. And the latter was far easier than the former. If Kaiser still chose to attack recklessly, they were ready to face him head-on. But if he tried to stall, they'd gladly play along, giving that brat time to get far, far away. Realizing this, Kaiser immediately dropped the conventional battle plan. He turned to search for Karl, wanting to coordinate the next move. But when he looked over, Karl was already on the verge of getting beaten into a crippled pulp by Rosvisser, who was wielding the sacred spear. Even the airborne cavalry Karl had summoned were strewn all over the ground. Just as Kaiser could take down the Dragon Kings in 5 minutes, Rosvisser could obliterate Void Realm fighters in the same time. The Wind Queen flicked her spear with a feint, spun, and launched a fierce sidekick that sent Karl flying. After crashing through several trees, Karl's body finally slammed into a pile of rocks and stopped. Well done, little Rose. Isha had just taken down the last Void soldier on her side and ran over to Rosvisser. But she was so drained that her steps faltered, nearly tripping. Sis, are you okay? Rosvisser hurriedly moved to support Isha's arm. Isha shook her head. I'm fine. I just didn't expect the sacred spear transformed from Zioxu to be this powerful. It totally flattened that guy. Rosvisser looked down at the golden spear in her hand and murmured. It's true, it's so strong I can hardly believe it myself. Wounded, Karl gazed over at them, his eyes eventually locking onto Isha. This damn red dragon tail is about at its limit. Looks like Kaiser got the core, I've got no choice. I'm gonna gamble. With that, Karl dragged his broken body forward, forcibly squeezing out the last of his strength, and shot toward Isha. As the sisters conversed, Rosvisser instantly sensed Karl's movement and turned with a sweeping strike of her spear. Golden energy exploded outward, sending the would-be attacker flying. Kaiser, that red dragon's totally exhausted, trade her for the core. Karl screamed hoarsely. Kaiser froze. What? Hurry up, Kaiser. If we lose the core, do you think the master will let you live? Screw your damn principles. In that moment, a storm of thoughts tore through Kaiser's mind. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth, and in a flash appeared behind the two sisters. Rosvisser raised her spear to defend, but Kaiser wasn't aiming for her at all. His target was Isha. Kaiser leapt into the air and landed a spinning kick on Rosvisser's spear. Rosvisser grounded her feet, digging a long double track in the earth as she absorbed the impact. Separated from her sister, Isha was left vulnerable, and Kaiser lunged straight at her. Isha, almost out of strength, could barely react in time before Kaiser's hand locked around her throat. Sis. Aunt Isha. Red Dragon King. Kaiser held her up by one knee, lifting her steadily into the air. Isha gripped his wrist, her crimson dragon eyes reflecting his face. On Kaiser's face was a subtle and oddly helpless expression. You've been fighting using primordial power this whole time. It's obvious that kind of technique takes a toll on someone like you, but unlike your sister, you don't have the sacred spear Gungnir's support. His voice was low. Your other techniques are mostly physical strikes, which obviously burn through stamina much faster. And the rest of those Dragon Kings are still in top form, so. He paused, let out a heavy sigh, and looked away. No longer meeting Isha's gaze, he continued. So I'm left with no choice but to use you as a hostage. Isha tried to fight back, but Kaiser had been right. Her fighting style drained her magic and stamina. Now that he had her locked down, she had no way to escape. God damn it, fuck, using a hostage and still wearing that, I didn't want to do this face. Isha growled through gritted teeth. Kaiser opened his mouth, as if to speak. But the words never came out, he swallowed them back down. Nice job, Kaiser. Karl sneered, casting a glance at Isha and then turning to Kaiser. This time, no way they won't hand over the goods. Kaiser ignored him and looked at Rosvisser and the Dragon Kings. She's your sister, isn't she? Kaiser said, Give me back the Wind Spirit Thunder Core, and N A V Y L Cyrillic letter 456, G Cyrillic letter 4 BBT, official version, I'll release her. Yes, and the key to hand them both over, Carl chimed in. Kaiser shot him a cold glance before turning back to the opposing group. I'll trade the core, the key, I'll fight for it. Carl blinked, totally caught off guard. Kaiser, you. The enemy already broke my principles, but losing the core, that's my own failure. So I can accept doing this to get it back. Kaiser said calmly, composed. If the master punishes me, I'll take the blame alone. Carl, frustrated but resigned, said nothing more. He knew what Kaiser was like, rigid as steel, would rather break than bend. So he stayed silent and let the negotiation play out. I don't have much patience, hand over the core. Kaiser demanded. This. Rosvisser tightened her grip on the sacred spear. She knew Kaiser's strength. If they attacked rashly, he could kill Isha in an instant. Don't give it to him. Isha rasped. You mustn't let those Void Realm bastards win. But sis. Little Rose, don't give it to him, do you hear me? Get Noah as far away from here as possible. Kaiser listened silently to the sisters' exchange, his dark purple eyes faintly melancholic. So, no matter what world it is, older sisters always talk to their younger siblings like this. He muttered, a little wistful, a little nostalgic. But quickly, Kaiser raised his head again. I'll give you 5 seconds, otherwise I'll kill her. Aunt Isha. Let go of the Red Dragon King, you despicable bastard. No matter how much Morgan tried to provoke him, Kaiser just listened quietly. Threatening your enemy with a hostage's life, it's always been a deadlock, from ancient times to now. Kaiser said in a low voice, so don't waste time, there won't be any surprises. Hand over the Wind Spirit Thunder Core. What do you mean, there won't be any surprises? A voice interrupted him from the back of the crowd. You're using Isha as a hostage, then I'll use your sister. The moment that familiar voice rang out, it was like Rosvisser had grabbed hold of a lifeline. A gleam passed through her silver eyes. She and Noah turned toward the voice. The spatial gate slowly opened, and out stepped 3 figures. Leon. (735). Vol 6ch, 100. Otter's note. Apologies for interrupting the flow of your reading, but I'd like to take a moment to explain the earlier checkpoint in a few hundred words. First, I want to clarify that in terms of the timeline, the battle between Leon and Little Rose is happening simultaneously. That's why in the beginning of Chapter 97, I specifically wrote, the Silver Dragon clan's battle has been going on for hours. Additionally, the original content was meant to include a scene where General Leon says the checkpoint was just a joke, and how could he not rush home to help his wife? However, I didn't take into account the experience of the readers currently catching up, which led to the misunderstanding that Leon was intentionally stalling to appear cool at the checkpoint. That was my mistake as the author. Feel free to yell at me, but don't blame Leon. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Dragon Kings and Kaiser, Leon slowly walked through the crowd, holding the weakened Safina and standing at the front. Sis, how did you? Safina's hands were bound with lightning chains, her body bent over, head lowered, her long hair dyed purple hanging down, making her appear far more fragile than usual. Sorry, Kaiser, I couldn't hold them off. Originally, it was the female warrior's job to assist Aaron, but she had already resigned to her fate. They knew far too little about the guy named Casted, and Safina would never have imagined that there would be enemies in the Samel world that her mirror abyss eyes couldn't replicate. Damn Samel people, using hostages to threaten, what kind of hero is that? Carl shouted angrily from the side. On the contrary, does that mean you all can threaten me with hostages too? Leon scoffed, about to retort. The others present were equally enraged, but also found the situation laughable. It's hard not to suspect that Leon has been struck dumb by the Silver Dragon King. His words are so thoughtless now, Morgan muttered. But Leon pondered Carl's words for a moment, realizing that Carl seemed to be implying that the Void faction wasn't made up of good men and that he wasn't hiding his double standards. That's why he boldly said such a provocative thing. Once he understood this, Leon ignored the clownish remarks. He looked at Kaiser, knowing that this guy was the real leader of the opposition. "You're Kaiser, right?" Leon asked calmly, his tone neither humble nor haughty. "You're the so-called strongest aerial warrior." In just a few minutes, Kaiser's mental state had gone through numerous ups and downs. First, the Wind Spirit Thundercore was stolen by a child. Then he had to use the hostage threat, something he despised, to force the enemy to return the core. He thought the exchange would work, but unexpectedly, his own sister had been captured as well. So, in this situation, he was clearly more desperate than Leon. "Let my sister go," Kaiser demanded. Leon's gaze shifted to Isha, then back up to meet Kaiser's eyes. Their eyes locked. It seemed calm on the surface, but in the air there was an almost palpable tension, an unspoken connection and sparks of emotion. "You let my sister go first." Kaiser took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Then we—" Leon didn't wait for him to finish. He completed the sentence for him. "Simultaneously exchange the Wind Spirit Thundercore." "No," Carl immediately stopped him. "We just managed to steal the Wind Spirit Thundercore, and when we get back, the Master won't let us off. We can't exchange people. We only need the core." Carl's words were cut short. Kaiser's cold green eyes were locked on him, silencing him with just a glance. "The Wind Spirit Thundercore was stolen by me alone, not by us." Kaiser said more gently. "This time, my sister's life is more important than anything. Lastly, I've already told you, whatever punishment the Master has, I'll take it all." With that, Kaiser ignored Carl and turned back to face Leon. "Your name has spread in our world as well, Leon Kasmod, so I trust your promise. We will exchange hostages at the same time." Leon nodded, then released the lightning chains binding Safina's hands. Kaiser did the same for Isha. The two hostages, also the key negotiators, slowly made their way toward their respective sides. The distance was only a few meters, but with each step, it felt like an eternity. Behind Leon, Odin and Constantine kept their eyes fixed on Kaiser and Safina, their magical powers subtly gathering. If the enemy dared to make any sudden moves, they would strike without hesitation. Leon, however, remained completely composed, enhancing his sensory abilities to the maximum. In this state, he could sense every heartbeat of everyone present. After all, he stood at the front, ready to act immediately if anything went wrong, especially with Isha's safety on the line. He had to remain vigilant every single millisecond. Rosvisser gripped her sacred spear tightly, not daring to let her focus waver for even a second. Compared to the hostage threat situation, the exchange of hostages was far more complicated. Finally, Isha and Safina stood before each other. They looked up at one another, the exhaustion from battle evident on their faces. But in their eyes, their Novelight, was nothing but unwavering resolve. As they passed each other, Leon quietly pressed his hand to the Thundercloud blade's hilt. This was the moment where any mistake could lead to disaster. He couldn't afford to be careless. Everyone held their breath. The wind on the battlefield was the only noise in this tense negotiation. The red and purple hair swirled in the breeze as they passed, and the tension in the air seemed to dissipate as they finally reached their family members. Isha, drained of strength, nearly collapsed, but Leon was quick to catch her. "It's all right, sis." Isha nodded weakly. Leon supported her as he carefully handed her over to Rosvisser. Then, Leon turned to face the enemy. Kaiser embraced Safina, looking down at his sister in his arms. "Actually, I finally got it right. You should have only exchanged the core," Safina murmured. "I told you, sis, your life is more important than anything." Safina's eyes widened slightly, and the corner of her mouth curved upward in a faint smile. "You fool. You can rest now, sis." "Am I?" "Kaiser, do we still have to fight these people?" Carl finally had a chance to speak. He glanced at the opposing lineup and swallowed nervously. "Leon's back and we've taken heavy losses. If we keep fighting, I'm afraid." "We withdraw." "All right." With that, Carl pulled a black-purple crystal from his pocket. Claudia narrowed her eyes, watching their movements and reminded. Leon, be careful. Leon nodded, then shook his head. They won't keep fighting. Claudia raised an eyebrow. I believe, no matter how confident someone is in their own abilities, they can't continue fighting after taking such heavy damage. Moreover, his sister is injured. He can't fight while also looking after her. So it's over. After a pause, Leon added, at least this battle is over. Carl took out the black-purple crystal, and the next moment, shards of the crystal formed an array of teleportation magic around them. Leon watched Kaiser in the teleportation array. Kaiser also looked back at him. Leon Kasmod, next time we meet, you'll fall at my hands. Many have said they'd defeat me or even kill me, but the fact that I'm standing here now means none of them succeeded. Leon replied, to be honest, I would love to fight you, the so-called strongest aerial warrior. Then we'll meet again. With those words, the teleportation array began to shine brightly. As the light faded, Kaiser and his group had disappeared. The corpse of the Void Soldier, whose head Leon had decapitated, began to dissipate into dust. Leon finally let out a breath of relief. He turned to Odin and the Dragon Kings. Thank you all for your help. I owe you another favor. Odin spoke. If Leon had failed this time, we'd be here not only to help you, but to resist the invasion of outsiders. I've heard of the Void faction for some time, but I never imagined they would reach our world, Odin continued. You should have informed us earlier, Leon, Constantine said. Leon scratched his head, giving an apologetic smile. I only found out recently, though. After expressing his thanks, Leon turned and walked up to daughter, then crouched down. Well done, Noah. He reached out and gently patted the little girl's head. Noah, embarrassed by the praise, quickly handed over the wind spirit thunder core she'd stolen from Kaiser. Leon took the core, then hugged Noah tightly, rubbing her cheek against his. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. Let them watch. No, I'm already a big kid. Leon smiled, setting Noah down, then turned to look at Rosvisser. The queen met his gaze. The couple exchanged looks, and though it had only been a few days since they last saw each other, the battle they had just fought made their longing for each other no less than if they had been apart for months. Isha glanced at her sister and her husband, squinting, then very consciously moved from Rosvisser's side to Claudia's. A while ago, give me a hug, thank you. Claudia laughed softly, hugging Noah and taking care of Isha for Rosvisser of caring for Isha. Meanwhile, Leon proved that the eldest sister's choice was the right one. Otherwise, hearing the following conversation up close could have meant no dinner that night. Tough job, my wife. Of course, I had it hard. My sister and I were fighting at home, and it was chaos while you were all relaxed, just a little tussle, huh? The queen said, sounding somewhat resentful. Sigh, it's because of that little fish pond affair, with only Safina really working hard. I wanted to help, but luckily, your husband is a master. Taking down the female warrior was a breeze. Easy tilde as tilde pi tilde hey, you. Why do you hate me? Because I do. Shouldn't we leave now? Why are we still here watching these two lovebirds? Morgan glanced at the other dragon kings, his gaze finally landing on Odin. Why are you watching so intently, old man? Nonsense. The old thunder dragon fumed, flicking his sleeves. I've lived for 1,000 years. What kind of scenes have I seen? Watching the couple show affection isn't even as surprising as dealing with the void realm. So why are you still watching? It's interesting, I love it. Can't you mind your own business? Odin snapped back. Morgan muttered softly, and then turned to Constantine. Hey, fire dragon, you're not leaving either. I'm waiting for Leon's family to feed me, Constantine replied with disdain. Morgan felt something was off. His old friends, who were once serious and tough dragon kings, had all turned a little abstract. Why was that? So hard to figure out. Silver Dragon Prince, what's the reason behind this? XXX. Mother-in-law Omega, when will you come visit us? Father-in-law ==